Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With 3 top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. Entering as the favorites, Team USA has suffered multiple dramatic disappointments so far. Will they have what it takes to finish strong and keep their medal hopes alive? While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 44th Chess Olympiad. This is the final unmissable round. This is when we find out which country prevails among the hundreds of others in this, the 44th Chess Olympiad. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, the one and only, the Rock Grandmaster, Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, good morning to you.
Good morning, Daniel. It's good evening, actually, to you. Namaste, dosto, everybody. So very, very happy to be here for the final round. I mean, so far, the first 10 rounds, Daniel, it's been an absolute roller coaster. Every single day, there's a drama or even a couple of dramas in the end. I just so pumped what this final round is going to bring us.
Absolutely. The amount of storylines, the amount of pain and joy and pleasure, and what emotion hasn't been experienced by the Grandmasters here at the Olympiad. But before we delve into the games, a couple of logistical notes. Let's start with the format. We know that the Olympiad is an 11-round Swiss. This, of course, is round 11. Each team consists of 4 players. Each team plays against another team of 4 players, and the team with more game points wins the match. Arturs, the rules, the format is very simple. And if you don't know the format, where have you been?
Right. So indeed, 4 players per team, 1 reserve player, and the time control actually is slightly one of my favorites, so to speak. I'm not sure about you, Danya. Probably you're going to agree. 90 minutes for 40 moves. Very nice. Then you get additional 30 minutes until the end of the game, and of course, plus 30 seconds per every main move.
It's simple, it's relatively short, and it leads to some fascinating time scrambles. Now, the standings. Let's start with the women's section. Going into the final round, we obviously don't know the final round standings until it happens. Right now, we have India in clear first place with 17 match points. They have won 8 matches, they've drawn 1, and they've lost only 1. Poland in second place, same thing, but instead of the 8 wins, they have 7 wins and 2 draws. Arturs, India has a tough challenge. They're playing USA, but they are the clear favorites going into the final round.
Right. I also think that India has everything in their hands because yesterday they scored a major victory over Kazakhstan. Here today, if they're going to win it, they're going to take home gold, and entire India is waiting for that to happen.
Absolutely. And in the open section going to the final round, we have an absolutely crazy situation. We have Uzbekistan in first place right now, Armenia very close behind in second, with India 2 and India 3rd and 4th, and Team USA closing out the top 5. Any of those teams can win gold, and we will be delving into that as the round is underway. But Team Uzbekistan, Arturs, what an incredible run it has been for all of those young players.
Absolutely incredible, right? I mean, all of the 4 players have been scoring over about 2,700 rating performance. I mean, maybe yesterday's results have slightly lowered that. 2,700, 2,800. I mean, look at the roster of Team Uzbekistan. They have some of the youngest players in the field, right? Average 17, 18, 20. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, one of the superstars of the world chess. Yesterday's drama against Gukesh. I guess we're going to talk about that in a moment. Wow, just insane.
insane. And when you're playing this well, the luck goes your way. And the luck did not go Gukesh's way yesterday, despite a perfect score. Tragedy struck Team India yesterday. Let's watch the concluding moments of that game.
Wow, I mean, this queen b7 feels like a stab, really. It's like your heart just sinks right there. Of course, he already felt that the game went not his way, but to receive queen d7 after such an amazing run against Danya, 8 out of 8, 8.5 out of 9, he was winning in this game, and boom, and this happens.
Completely winning. And the craziest, the saddest thing is that only a draw would still have secured victory for Team India's Pragnananda pulling out that technical endgame victory. So Gukesh, all he needed was a draw in a +5 position, but all credit to Noterbeck. His defense was unbelievable in this game. The amount of time that he survived in that lost position as he picks up Gukesh's knight, saving the match for Uzbekistan. And the big question, who is going to win tonight? That's a beautiful graphic, and we see Team Uzbekistan, the largest on the screen in front of you, as they lead by tie breaks. The nerves, Arthur's, the nerves today are going to be incredible. Who can hold themselves together?
Well, I have no idea, Daniel, to be honest. I'm looking at this, and I have a feeling, obviously, it's going to be either Armenia or Uzbekistan, because if they win, there's a very fair chance they're going to take it down. If Uzbekistan wins today, this, I think, pretty much means they already gotten the gold in the bag. However, in case they draw, this is a chance for USA or Team India first, or second Team India, and also even the Team Netherlands have a very slim chance to take it all.
Yeah, and from previous Olympiad experience, we know that crazy things, they don't just happen hypothetically. They actually do happen. Again, it's because of the nerves. It's because everybody is so strong. And as we review real fast the team matchups today, starting with the women's section, we have India, USA. India, of course, is in the lead, but a strong and resurgent US team that has won the last few matches might have something to say about it, with Ukraine and Poland on the second board, Azerbaijan and Georgia, and very strong matchups on the 4th and 5th boards as well. And in the open section, Arturs, we have mouth-watering matchups all around us. Team Uzbekistan will have to hold against an angry and powerful and motivated Netherlands team that is going to spoil their Cinderella run.
Right, and Anish has been on fire. I mean, so far playing really wonderful tournament, very inspired chess. To be honest, Danya, I lost the count how many times Giri sacrificed an exchange in this tournament. He's clearly playing very wonderful chess. And this final round, I think we might see, again, something super exciting.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts because the gong has sounded. It is, I don't even know what local time it is in India. I don't even know what time it is here in Charlotte. I've been flying all day. But it doesn't matter because the games have started. And Vincent Keimer playing d4 against Gukesh.
Yeah, it's 10 a.m. I think it's 10 a.m. Indian time, right? So it's
that's early, Arturs, for a chess player.
Yes, 10 a.m. is the nightmare for every single one. I mean, Daniel, been there many, many times before. You play a tournament, and then you get this final round. You have to wake up 10 a.m. and sometimes even worse, 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. Your brain is still sleeping, and yet you have to produce the best chess possible for the final round.
Yeah, and the most important round in both sections, nothing has been decided, and we start in the match of India 2 and Germany with Vincent Keimer playing d4 and c4. And one of the storylines, Arturs, as we were discussing earlier, is will Gukesh, despite overall his unbelievable performance, but will he be able to put his result yesterday behind him, or will it impact his play? What do you think?
I think absolutely it will impact his play, Daniel, because I think all of us, we have been there suffering painful losses. And yesterday, Gukesh suffered one of his most painful losses so far in his very short career so far. He's still young. He's still not experienced. And actually what is not in his favor is that the short time frame from the end of the last game and today, because it's been what? I mean, 12 hours or maybe slightly more, right? It's very, very short time to recover. And also, this is a perfect chance for Vincent to try to score, because Vincent has been winning the last 2 games in a row, and he's looking for revenge to take against Gukesh because they already met against each other a couple of weeks ago in Biel.
Okay, so these two players, they have a history, and we have a potential Rogozin or a Queen's Gambit decline, depending on where Gukesh decides to position his dark squared bishop. I'm not too familiar with his opening repertoire. I mean, I haven't seen that many Gukesh games before this tournament. And I guess I belong to the majority, I'm sure, after this tournament. all of the analysis and the predictions will really begin in earnest.
I think Gukesh is fancying some Rogozin setups with bishop b4. I'm not really sure what he's going to do here. For example, in the Beal tournament, they did play something else. So Vincent didn't opt for knight f3. He played knight c3. Then after knight c3, I'm sorry, yeah, c4. It was slightly different order of the moves, but after the third move, the fourth move for white was c takes on d5 and bishop g5. So knight f3, this is something else. Clearly, Vincent doesn't want to repeat what he played in Beal. He has preferred something else.
I see. Interesting observation. And as Gukesh ponders which line to play, it is possible that he was expecting Vincent to rehash the Carlsbad. But in the meantime, we have so many other fascinating games to get into. Nishigiri, by the way, I don't want to jump to the Uzbekistan-Netherlands match just yet. We'll do that next, but he played a very fascinating line of the Najdorf. Shall we take a look at the other boards of the India 2 Germany match first?
Let's go.
We have Sadwani and Nisipiano in a pretty standard Caro-Kann, so we don't have to spend too much time on this game. Of course, Nisipiano, isn't it amazing, Arturs, to have a player like that on your team who's so experienced and who is very likely not to quite feel the same amount of nerves, perhaps, as some of the younger players.
Right. And I feel also the teams, Daniel, they need to have this anchor, somebody who is solid, who is bringing the experience to the team. And for example, all of the younger teams like Uzbekistan, like the second team of India, also Team Germany is one of the youngest teams in the Olympiad. They have somebody who is bringing the experience and wisdom to the team. And I have a feeling that Nisipiano's presence also helps for the team because experience, he knows what he's doing, obviously.
Indeed. And as you're saying, the rest of the team is very young. And one of those younger players is Rasmus Svane, who is a incredibly strong grandmaster. He's been over 2,600 for a while. He's closing in on 2,650. And he is facing the hero of yesterday's match against Uzbekistan, R. Pragnananda. And they have a kind of a King's Indian attack Catalan cross. Not a particularly theoretical opening, as far as I know.
No, not really. So here after d4, I always believe that this is not really so dangerous for white because after c takes knight e4, the strongest move is e5. And then black healthily continues his development, and e5, by the way, is immediately played. Otherwise, if black doesn't play e5, white very quickly plays c4, knight c3. And usually these Catalan-like positions, I really, really prefer for white.
Yeah, I agree. This is the principled move, and I don't remember where the knight generally goes, b3 or f3.
I think both moves are possible, to be honest. I think knight b3 comes together with some f4 ideas, if I am not terribly mistaken. Maybe I'm terribly mistaken. Wouldn't be the first time. But knight f3, or maybe I'm just remembering wrong. Yeah, I think knight b3 is the way. I think he plays it.
There's so many different types of positions where black has the center that they're all getting jumbled together in my head. But yeah, knight b3 sounds more logical. It's on the board. And we have this interesting King's Indian attack structure on the third board. And finally, we have, we looked at Keimer against Gukesh. They are indeed in a Rogozin. And in Nihal Sarin's game against Bluebaum, we have a London system. So I'm pretty sure we can skip this one.
You don't like the London, Daniel, don't you?
Oh, God. Well, in the second round of the tournament I just played, I barely beat a 2000 player in a London. He just put the structure together and then was moving back and forth. And it just occurred to me that in the London, everything is defended 8 times, and there's just nothing the black can do. So a pretty good choice by Nihal.
Yeah, very interesting choice on Nihal. We already have this discussed before. Sarin Nihal is one of the most versatile players. He plays literally everything, and he has played online so many games. Daniel, do you know, have you ever prepared against Sarin? It's just insane. I mean, he has something like 40,000 games on every platform. I mean, you open this.
And in every opening.
just insane. E4, D4, C4, knight 3, B3 of third. The same with black. When I was preparing against him, I was like, whatever. I mean, I just cannot prepare against him.
No, he's totally unpreparable. He's part of the new crop of players who just can play absolutely everything. But he has played the London. He plays the London a lot online. So he's experienced in these positions. I think that he was instructed probably to play a little bit more solidly. I mean, this is the final round. You don't want to burn any crazy bridges in the opening, and Nihal is a big fan of these longer, kind of drawn-out games. Positionally, he's just a wizard. So, we will see in a couple of moves whether this was a good choice, as Bluebaum carries out one of the main plans and puts his bishop on d6. Okay, so this is the Germany-India 2 match, and I know everybody is very excited to see Uzbekistan against the Netherlands. So here we go, starting with Abdusatorov. And I apologize, it was Noterbeck who played the Rook G1 system against the Nishgiri, who has the black pieces.
Wow. I mean, is this even legal? I mean, I don't think I've seen something like this before. Rook G1 against the dragon setup?
Well, yeah, Gary decided to play the dragon setup after Rook G1. He played it, first of all, he plays H5, which is also, as far as I know, pretty unusual against Rook G1.
Right. So Rook G1, I guess the idea is push G4, G5. So Anish's H5 is more in the spirit of the Najdorf. And again, if you would talk about English attack against the Najdorf, the system of F3, Bishop E3, G4, G5 is one of the most dangerous systems that Black can face in the Najdorf. That's why this Rook G1 was stopped by H5. Anish felt that this is a perfect moment to switch to the dragon. Really interesting stuff.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is that Noterbeck responds with Queen E2. So, and as you pointed out, normally the Queen goes to D2. But recently, Queen E2, Queen F3, Queen D3, all of those developing moves have been played so many times. Now, one question is why White delaying G4? And probably the answer has to do with the fact that White does not want to prematurely open the H file before Black is castled.
Indeed. I think that's a very good point. And also, this G5 threat, perhaps with the bishop on G7, no longer is so dangerous. So actually, I wouldn't be surprised if Abdusatorov is going to make adjustments. We've seen this happen in modern chess so many times. You play Rook G1, Queen E2 with the idea to play G4. Something happens, your opponent plays the dragon, and suddenly, boom, there you go. You switch your plans, and you go for something more center-based and just forget about G4 at all.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about putting the queen on e2 is that after you mentioned the word center-based, after you castle, the rook will be aligned with Black's queen, so you might have ideas of going e5. Of course, Anish could easily move his queen to a5 or to c7. So we are guaranteed to get an incredibly rich position here. Will it be opposite side castling, or will Anish remain in the center? That remains to be seen. But what is for sure is that we're about to get a barn burner on our top board of our Uzbekistan Netherlands match. And going to the other boards, we have Warmerdam against Vakidov. I guess that's technically not the second board is technically Van Foreest against Yakubboev, so we can start with that one.
All right.
Indian with Bishop G4. What do you make of that? Oh wait,
Bishop G4 is not really the most conventional way to continue, right?
No, look at this. White actually played Bishop D3. Now Black played Bishop G4, and White moved back to E2, so White's playing this down a tempo.
Wow. What do you make of that? Because I'm not really a King's Indian player. I mean, I definitely recognize that Bishop G4 is clearly not the main move, because as far as I'm concerned, Black is trying to apply pressure against the pawn on D4, but White is willing to go there and lose a tempo. I mean, is this all right?
Yeah, I mean, just to give some context, after the main move, Bishop E2, Bishop G4 is a move. It's sort of an old-fashioned line, and I never played it because I felt like it violates the spirit of the King's Indian. I never liked giving up my light squared bishop, but the general point of this setup is well, if White plays normally, then eventually you trade the bishop for the knight, and you put the knight out on c6, and you apply pressure on the d4 pawn. That's why you take the knight out of f3. Now, this is considered better for White, unquestionably. I don't know if I would go for this down a tempo from White's perspective, but maybe Van Foreest believes that it is so important to get Black's bishop off the board that he's willing to do this down a tempo. I'm expecting knight c6 here, or knight ft7 by Black.
I think one thing is clear: Black should be already out of the book.
Yeah, no question about that.
If you play bishop d3, bishop e2, there's no way you prepare that in pre-game preparation. All right, do we move on? Check another game, maybe?
Yeah, let's move on. Within the same match, we have Sindarov against Benjamin Bach, who are in an Italian. And,
all
we
right,
have doubled pawns already, so there's been some exchange on e3.
Actually, Daniel, it's interesting. Maybe you can tell about your opinion. What's so special about this Italian game setup? Because I've seen also Noderbek, Abdusattor playing exactly the same Italian game setups. So it's just usually, I mean, the word is that this is not dangerous, right? You play knight c3, bishop e3, maybe discussed in some very old chess books, right? This is not super ambitious, and yet I've seen Norbek playing this. Now I see Sindarov playing this. This is clearly a team analysis, and they have some ideas here. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I guess to them it's just purely about getting a position that they're comfortable with. That's the only way that I can explain it, because there's no question that this is, from a theoretical standpoint, innocuous. Like, if Black knows what he's doing, and I presume that Benjamin does, okay, maybe once in a while you're going to get a slightly worse position with Black, but White is not trying to win the game out of the opening. I feel like, these Uzbek juniors, they've just analyzed this for many, many hours. They are comfortable with all of the ideas, and they feel that in an equal middle game, they're just going to be more comfortable, handling the steering. They're going to know how the car turns, and, they're not going to drive the car into the water. Whereas if you're Black, and you're not quite as familiar with some of the ideas, I have seen a lot of games where, the result of the opening is totally quality, but then Black starts inexplicably slipping into a worse position. And already, Arturs, I think that Benjamin has some decisions that he's got to make in this position. He can't play bishop e6, or maybe he can, but no, I don't think he can because of d5. There's a cool line, d5, knight a5, and I think the bishop can just drop back and b4 traps the knight. Cute little line. But how exactly does Black complete his development here? Does he play bishop d7 and leave this bishop uncontested? I don't know.
Right. And also, indeed, very, very, very good question there, Danya, because where do you position the bishop? You look at the diagonal. White has conveniently played h3. This means you can never play bishop g4, maybe reposition it on g6. So there's just no good squares. Also, queen e7 jumps under knight e5 ideas. Maybe not even right away, but at some point later. And I think you're right. This is the point that Sindarov definitely feels comfortable with this position. He feels these ideas, and I have to mention that the entire team of Uzbekistan, they have one of the greatest coaches probably in the world, Ivan Sokolov. He's been working with the team for quite a while. He's widely regarded as really an awesome coach, and the results are obviously visible.
Yeah, I mean, these young players from Uzbekistan are disciplined. They are emotionally strong. They don't get too low with the lows. They don't get too high with the highs. And to be leading the Olympiad of this strength going to the final round, that simply cannot be a fluke. And it takes a village. Okay, so finally in this match, we have Warmerdam with the white pieces against Jahongir Vahidov, and Rosolimo with an early c3 d4, a line that has been all the rage as of late. And Vahidov seems to be the first one to be taking a good amount of time.
All right, and now the very obvious question, Danya. Can I take the pawn on e4? I see a pawn, I take a pawn.
Gobble, gobble. Okay, so my first guess would be that white plans d5.
And knight e6. This has to be the idea. I think I've seen something like this before. Intermezzo move, attacking the bishop. I don't know where do you go. Bishop d3, bishop a4, but I guess the next move for Black is knight e5.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's say I go bishop d3. You go knight e5. And we get a position like this where, okay, my guess is that maybe Warmerdam intends something like this. Now, but then already like e6, queen h4 is unpleasant. Yeah, I don't know. The compensation here looks pretty questionable. Maybe rook e1?
Yeah, rook e1, target the pawn on e7. Yeah, by the way, rook e1 and then bishop h6, because if you play bishop g7, I have bishop g5. Now you play bishop f6. Now I play either bishop h6 or bishop f4. Also is a move, by the way, to consider.
Absolutely.
There's a compensation.
Yeah, and the eval bar seems to like this a lot. I mean, that bishop on c8 definitely has seen better days. And if Jahongir is out of book here, that's trouble, because we know that Max Warmerdam isn't just some guy off the streets. I mean, he has seconded Jordan van Foreest, who himself is an opening juggernaut. So pretty promising start here on the fourth board for Team Netherlands.
But then again, how do you else respond? Because White didn't waste the tempo for either rook e1 or queen e2 if he gets to play d4, d5. By the way, d4, d5 is a major threat right now. And one of the most traditional ways how Black responds against this is either c takes on d4 or d5 right away. You just have to stop this. But I mean, with the king in the center, you need to watch out for a couple of things. You need to watch out for knight e5. You need to watch out for e takes on e5, and maybe there's c4 d5 threats. This is not an easy decision to make.
No, and before we leave this game, I will point out that the main moves here are e5. That's the old school move, but rook e1 has been what everybody plays automatically in recent months and years. So d4, it's a pawn sacrifice. I don't know if this is, I'm sure this is not a novelty, but it might have fallen outside of the Uzbek players' preparation purview. So we'll see how Vakirov deals with his opening challenges. And this is the match between the Netherlands and the leaders of the Olympiad team, Uzbekistan, of those four incredibly exciting young GMs. Next up, Arturs, I'll give you the choice. We have Armenia against Spain. We have USA against India. We will look at both of them. Which one would you like to start with?
I think we have to go also with Armenia, probably as next one.
Leading.
Yeah, they're one of the leaders of the Olympiad, of course, together with Team Uzbekistan. They are looking for the gold. I mean, Daniel, I'm impressed because, again, if you look at the Armenian players separately, they're very good players, but not quite elite. And then they come together as a team. And this is entirely something else. They suddenly become incredibly strong team. And Team Armenia has been known for performing very well in the past. They won the Olympiad several times. And this year, they're very close to do it again.
I think you're right. I think Team Armenia is perhaps the best illustration that chemistry is incredibly important in the Olympiad and isn't just some wishy-washy, like, oh, you know, everybody says chemistry is important, but at the end of the day, it's just about rating. Like, no, you know, the evidence proves otherwise, and Armenia is, I agree with you, the best illustration of that, given their track record, with nobody over 2,700 FIDE.
Right. Absolutely stunning team. And to mention, Armenia is only a very small country of 3 million population. They've been doing so well in chess, amazing chess tradition. And just if they're going to win this, Dania, I'm going to be, I don't know. It's super, super excited, really. So
it always is.
Yeah, either way, if Armenia or Uzbekistan wins, I'm very happy for them. But of course, as already discussed, there's several other scenarios possible because, for example, Team USA and the first team or the second team of India, they hope that the leaders are going to draw points.
Yeah, they're hoping for a loss by both Armenia and Uzbekistan. If possible, that would indeed open the doors for a crazy photo finish. Now we see Alexei Shirov taking right around 17 minutes and counting on a very well-known position. This move, Queen B3, it's far from the most common move. I don't have any Slav experience with black. I'm a King's Indian lifer, but as far as I know, I mean, Queen B3 is not an unknown move, Arturs.
Yeah, so Alexei is widely regarded as one of the biggest world's experts in the Slav and semi-Slav setups. For example, after knight c3, e6, bishop g5, Botvinnik system. I remember, some discussions with Alexei years ago when he would go on and play the Botvinnik system up to move 40. And then he says, no, listen, there's been some major discovery in Botvinnik line, move 40. No, you cannot play this line anymore. And then somebody comes up in a new combination. Okay, no, it's still good. Very deep prep, obviously preparation for Alexei. So I guess now he's trying to figure out what was I analyzing this line that was 15 years ago.
Yeah, so I know that after queen, there's a twin line, queen c2, which is similar. I know that d takes c4 is a move here. So obviously by extension, you could play it here, and by the transitive property, it transposes. Something like this I've seen before. Takes bishop f5. And I've also seen people play g6, basically saying that you've developed your queen to a slightly awkward square. I'm going to repurpose this into sort of a Grunfeld-esque setup. I know Gadakomsky, who is another Slav expert, is a big fan of playing g6 in these types of positions. So for Alexei, it's not that he's never seen this before, right? He's probably just deciding which setup to play.
Yeah, I think you're right. E6 is a move, d takes on c4 is a move, g6 is a move. So yeah, maybe he's just trying to figure out where his opponent is taking him. He's trying to remember what did I play there. It's difficult. It's difficult to remember because usually when your opponent plays something offbeat, he's aiming at something and you try to figure out what it is.
But Alexei, the time control, we talked about it. We like it. It's not too extensive. He needs to put a move on. This is This is move 4. He's already spent 20 minutes, so we'll keep a close eye on Alexei Shirov's time expenditure. We then have Francisco Vallejo Pons, one of the most exciting 2,700 plus players to watch. Always comes to the table with exciting opening ideas, and this game has been no exception. A fantasy variation, Arturs, which I always love to see selfishly because it leads to such interesting positions.
Well, black played e6, and I've been considering myself playing Caro with the black color, and I figured out against the fantasy variation, e6 is the way to play because it's probably one of the simplest approaches that black has. The idea is to play some sort of a French spirit approach. I mean, you bring out the bishop after knight c3, bishop b4. There's queen h4 threats like d takes, f takes, queen h4, go after the pawn on e4. And then conveniently at the right time, you want to play b6, bishop a6, and trade off this supposedly terrible bishop on c8. So looks quite normal to me.
Yeah, it's like a French with white playing f3. It could be worse. So the development continues. Bishop d2, knight a7, tickle, tickle, bishop a5, bishop d3. And I remember when analyzing this position that accepting the pawn sacrifice here, d, f, e, queen, d4 is very often totally inadvisable. It gives white monster development, and that's the last thing that you want to allow here is monster development. So it violates the spirit of the position. Black needs to keep this stronghold in the center, knight d7, and now Artur's f3, f4, advancing the pawn one more square and opening up a more natural developing square for the g1 knight.
And that's why Vallejo shows he's a top-level grandmaster, because these players are thinking ahead, Daniel, right? I mean, it's not like you're looking at the knight on g1, it's not developed. Oh, okay, I need to develop on e2, make a short call, so then I'm going to figure it out. Vallejo shows clearly that he needs to think ahead. And one of the best practices in chess is, I call it, not to chain the knights, not to pin them together, because they're taking away from each other's squares. You put the knight on f3, you will leave the other knight on c3 so that they are controlling more squares. Also, conveniently, the pawn on f4 opens the d1 h5 diagonal for queen h5, long castle ideas, and suddenly white is quite aggressive on the king side.
I have to say, I like what Paco has brought to the table so far. Of course, once the move f4 is made, d takes c4 becomes a little bit more appealing because white cannot recapture with the pawn. So it remains to be seen how Hrant is going to fight this. Will he castle? Will he do something more drastic? We will keep a close eye on this game. Okay, we have two more boards in our Armenia-Spain match. We have Jaime Santos Latasa. Another Italian. I think we should start an Italian counter.
How do you feel about Italian, Daniel?
Yeah, I don't think I've made my my views on it clear. Okay, but this one's a little bit different from the Sindarov game, right? Because white has a pawn on c3 rather than a knight on c3, as the Uzbek players like to handle it. So this is the more traditional classic Giocopiano. H3, bishop e. Oh, and again, this line with bishop b5. Everybody's putting their pawn on a5 now. Everybody.
Yeah, this has become the modern stuff, and then usually either queen b8 or knight e7. Welcome to modern chess. I mean, one of the modern ideas in modern opening lines is that both sides are aggressively pushing for those pawns at the king side or queen side. If white doesn't do it, black does it. a4, b4, h5, g5, whatever. I mean, welcome to the modern trends of the opening theory. Space advantage, now it's more important than ever.
Yeah, and a bishop trade on e3 with Robert going knight e7, very typical, standard fare. I have a funny story on the topic of Hovhannisyan. When I was in Armenia for the 2016 World Team Championship, our team had a couple of days in Yerevan before we went off to the tournament site. And I saw Robert Hovhannisyan on the street in Yerevan just randomly. And I was freaking out because how often do you just see a random GM on the street? And our team captain, John Donaldson's like, Daniel, what's the big deal? It's Armenia. The likelihood that you encountered a GM on the street is like 1 in 3. I was like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So
absolutely,
Robert was roaming the streets of Yerevan. Okay, so c6 and h6. First thing to establish, I think some people might look at this and say, wait a second, doesn't this hang a pawn? And it doesn't, because if white gobbles up on e5, I think there's this very, very nasty move. Rook d1. There's no way the white allows this.
Yeah, that looks incredibly risky. All due respect for having the pawn, but allowing such a deadly pin is extremely uncomfortable. Knight f3, rook e1 maybe allows to get rid of the pin, but it probably drops the pawn on e4. So correctly mentioned, Danya, the pawn on e5 cannot be taken. And now what is white supposed to do after that? So I guess just normally casually develop the pieces, knight b2, d2, etc.
Yeah, I mean, instead of this isn't. I was distracted actually by somebody in the chat saying that the Australian board 1 is already -12, but I think that's an error in transmission. Anyways, we'll get to that later. What do I think white's going to do? Yeah, knight bd2. Probably knight bd2. I don't know. Bishop d3, knight f1, knight g3. Yeah, knight bd2 is on the board.
Can I play c4, knight c3, try to set up some sort of a Morozzi bind or king's in position? I'm not sure, really, without having the dark square bishop on the board. Is this really such a good idea? Because black has a pretty good control of the dark squares.
Yeah, I agree it was worth exploring. But Santos sticking with a more conventional method of development, I think we're going to see knight e7 to g6. Standard Italian position. So
right. I've played my fair share of Italian games in my career. Italian games, Ray Lopez. I already feel I'm at the level at a moment where I don't want to play them anymore. Right? It's so equalish, so peaceful, pretty much the same in games all over again. But I understand why it's becoming popular. I think partly for the reason why we have to thank for that is Vladimir Kramnik, who beat Garry Kasparov in the 2000 World Championship match. He made the Berlin as a possibility in the Ray Lopez, and that's why everybody's exploring Italian game.
I see. So this could be traced back to Volodya. I understand. I'll have to.
He has to take some responsibility there.
Yeah, no, he needs to appear on this show and claim, like you said, take responsibility, issue a formal apology. And speaking of formal apologies, another London system. So maybe while we're at it, Manuel Petrosian can join in. And in an interesting structure, London. Trade on f4.
Yes.
Trade on f4. We've got this.
I never really understood it. What's the big deal? How do you decide these things? I mean, allowed to take on f4, play bishop g3, play bishop takes on d6. What's the thing which gives you the hint that now this is the time to play it? Or it's just three different setups, really?
Yeah, I have tried to play this particular pawn structure with white. I do play the London from time to time, I must confess. And I never had any success with this. And the reason why is because, first, I've always found this to be incredibly annoying. Bishop a6, forcing the bishop trade. And this structure has never jibed for me. Like, yes, white gets this square. Like, congratulations, you get the e5 square. But I've always had a hard time keeping my pawns well defended. So personally, when I played the London, I've almost always played it with bishop g3. But I think it's largely a matter of preference, Archers. I think everything's around equal. It's largely a matter of like what structure you're more comfortable with, I suppose.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh, Nihal, by the way, has almost exactly the same structure. He's got that pawn on f4.
Well, either this is a preparation, Danya, or you sometimes get ideas looking over at your shoulder. I mean,
right.
You see something interesting going on. I've done this before, actually. I'm running out of ideas what to play. My opponent plays something else. I have a peek left and right. I see, oh, look at that. I've never tried this before. But of course, in such a competitive moment like the last round of the Olympiad, going for the gold medals, I don't think they're going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you come to the board with preparation, you play it. But there have been some famous stories of two pairs of boards following each other's moves for an absurd amount of time. Okay, so in our closing out our marquee potential gold medal deciding matches for today, we have, of course, India against Team USA. And let's delve into that match. We have a very interesting position in Hari Krishna Caruana. That's board 1. Rogozin, no, a Nimzo Indian. This smells of preparation.
It does, because if you play something like whatever it was, some trade on e4 and push d5, going after the pawn on e4, allowing a lot of trades to happen, clearly Hare Krishna has something prepared. The big question is, should I take on f3? Should I take on b2? What's the right way to start?
Well, I guess the first question is for white. Should white take on e4?
I'm sorry, it's black to move.
It's white to move.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I thought it's black to move. Oh my goodness! Then it's
totally unclear whose move it is actually. Like, it would be impossible to say if you didn't know the previous moves.
Right.
If it was black to move, I guess black would take on b2.
Okay.
So but even then, Queen c1 is not clear that black is better. So the two games in the database both continued knight d2, Arthur. It's kind of interesting.
Knight e2, I guess the idea is that queen takes on b2 is impossible. Now that there's rook b1, you just drop a piece. That I understand. Yes. So clearly knight e2 deals with this idea. So you have to play, I guess, something like knight e5, queen e4, and play a gambit, right? Bishop e5 and claim you have a super compensation for it. Probably.
Well, that's scary for white.
It is, right? I mean, I see already scary ideas like whatever, queen d4. Can I play stuff like c5? I mean, it's easy to sacrifice. This is not my game, right?
Yeah, but open everything up. I love the move c5. Either open the d file or open the c file. I was also seeing a scary idea with the rook f8 and then knight d3 check.
Nice. Bishop d3, queen d4 wins a queen. Very nice.
It's always fun to win other players' queens as well. So c5, rook f8. I don't think that Hari is going to go for it. I think in this position, Hari Krishna would probably... Okay, taking on c7 should be seriously... Oh, but there's also knight takes c4. This might be a better way to capture the pawn.
Now, probably black is going to play something like queen g6, queen f5, maybe queen g6. Yeah, I still go for this compensation. Queen d4, most likely centralizing the queen. And now you need a big move. Rook e8, yeah, there's that.
I wouldn't necessarily call that a big move, but
no, it's just a good move.
It's a move.
It's a move. All right. You can't play bishop e2, the pawn on g2 is dropping. So white is having some problems. So Hari is more like a positional player, and especially when you're jumping under a preparation and you smell it's a preparation. Daniel, what's your approach? What do you do here? For example, you feel you're playing against a well-prepared opponent. He offers you a pawn. What do you do? Are you a principal player? Do you take the pawn? Do you test his preparation? Or you try to steer the game to more positional path?
Well, I'm always annoyed when I'm in a situation where I can sense that my opponent is still in his preparation, is blitzing out moves. And the sharper the position becomes, the more scared I am, because the higher the probability that I'm going to make a mistake. So if I'm Hari Krishna and I'm out of prep, my first priority is to get a position where I know I'm going to have chances. And I know that one slight inaccuracy is not going to decide the game in my opponent's favor. I don't know if you can get such a position. And we still don't know if this is totally out of Hari Krishna's prep. It might be the case that he's just trying to remember his file, or he's trying to choose between two candidate moves. But his priority here should be to get a position that either gets Fabi out of prep, or or a position that's as risk-free as possible. Because imagine the kinds of positions that we analyze, Arturs. You can't go into a position like that just blind.
Right. I mean, if you don't take the pawn, then what, right? I mean, let's try to picture that. So let's say we don't take the pawn. We play something like knight e2, knight e5, and whatever. I mean,
I don't want your pawns, like queen c3.
Yeah, queen c3. So black plays bishop f5, queen g6. And now the question is, what exactly do you have, right? Because black still has this initiative, maybe rook e8, not to blunder the knight. But suddenly, you feel like you're obliged to take the pawn.
And he did. He played queen takes e4, so he took it straight away without any negotiations or delay.
The negotiations were short, as they say, right?
Right, exactly.
All right.
So wait, queen takes b2. What exactly is he cooking up here?
I guess rook b1, queen c3.
Yes.
Has to be played. Knight e2, probably.
To His Majesty.
And something like knight e5 looks good.
Looks really good for black. I mean, the knight's safely protected. The queen can't really be attacked. This can't be what Hari is.
No, but what else could he can do? Because queen b2 is like forcing matters, no? Unless I'm wait. There's no bishop d3.
Yeah,
okay,
I was literally thinking of exactly the same thing, but no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, bishop d3, queen a1, king e2 would be a very nice attack on the queen, threatened mate, but there's queen b2 check in the end. So yeah, beautiful, but as they say, it doesn't work.
Maybe rook d1, but in any case, it's going to be a position like that. And could there be some sort of a perpetual check after queen c3, rook d2, queen a1? Could we see an early draw here?
All right, Daniel, imagine yourself in Pintala's position and you're playing this final match against Team USA. This is one of your biggest matches of your career. You're playing home Olympiad, board one. Everybody expects from your team at least get the bronze medal. Do you try to take a way out. But then again, I mean, the risk is to lose. Maybe
Yeah, and if you lose with
white,
white, I mean, you do tremendous damage to your team's chances. I feel like the important thing for Hari is to not lose. So I think faced with a situation like this where he's out of prep and he senses that either he makes a draw or he goes into a speculative position that Fabi probably knows, no question in my mind that he makes the draw. And I actually think this particular perpetual is not unlikely to be on the board in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it might happen.
Might happen, and it's impossible to say whether it's a good decision. It all depends on the other boards. And speaking of the other boards, we have Wesley, another Italian, Wesley against Vidit. Wesley against what? Knight sitting on b5? This is a really weird position. Or am I hallucinating?
No, you're not hallucinating. I think
is there a white knight on b5? I think there is.
How did they get there? I don't know, but bishop f7 is a big threat. Also, black's threat of c6, b5 has to be dealt with. I guess rook f8 should follow.
Yeah. And now c6 is a very serious threat.
Right. a4. Can I play a4? I think I can. And then everything falls back very quickly. It goes back where it came from.
Right. Back to a3. Okay, let's say I go knight g6.
Well, I'm happy with black. I mean, I don't slightly understand this setup in knight b5. Black looks very comfortable. Whatever Wesley was aiming for, I don't see it.
Yeah, no, I mean, knight on a3 is out of the game. Yeah, you have a battery against the f7 pawn, but it's safely defended. I'm really curious what... First of all, Vidit is thinking here. Wesley has an hour and 10 minutes. So clear sign to me that he's probably out of his prep. Maybe he wants to go d4 in response to rook f8. Could this be what he plans?
Oh, and if I play c6, you have... you can't have d6 on e5,
maybe.
Right? A knight e6. Can I do that? c6, knight e6. Oops,
I think I'm getting away with it.
Very nice. Queen d6, d6 on e5 wins something. And yeah, black just loses material. Impossible to do.
So maybe it is d4 that Wesley is hoping will be the panacea.
All right. If you can do it to me, I can do it to you as well. So can I play knight x on e4 and d5?
Yeah, knight e4. No, but I think at a minimum I can play rook takes e5 and claim that I have an extra pawn.
Probably. Yeah, d takes, queen c4, bishop e6.
But then queen c7. You should probably start with c6.
c6, then bishop e6. But I mean, white is up a pawn, so definitely not a great choice for black.
Right. So if that's not possible, then how exactly is black going to fight the move? Now you could play knight g6. You don't have to do anything drastic. Maybe just knight g6 and black is totally fine.
Yeah, but then I can take on e5, d takes, rook d1, and suddenly this knight on b5 is there to stay because black cannot easily play c6. The knight can always jump to d6. Maybe it's actually not so bad, It looks weird, but Danya, I just can't help but remember this particular quote by Vishy Anand, and he claims somebody else says it because I had a chance to ask him a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I don't care if it's weird. If it works, right? So it works.
If it works, it works. No, and Wesley doesn't do stuff like that unless he has a very specific idea. He's not just going to bring all his pieces back and say, well, I tried, it didn't work. So Vidit understands that, and he's taking his time after queen v3, maybe also considering the move d5. And we have two more boards to get to in the US match. There's also a fascinating game unfolding in the top India 2 board, Sidwani against Nisipiana. I want to get to that in just a moment. So real quickly, we have Dominguez on the black side of a Nimzo Indian against Arjun. This is another line which has been pretty popular ever since I think the Caruana Alexenko game in the previous candidates.
Which Caruana won, right? If I remember
correctly. Which Caruana just destroyed him completely. Against the same-ish Nimzo Indian, I think everybody in this position used to automatically play e5. This was all the rage at some point. But then people started playing c5. And it turns out that this is a totally full-fledged normal line.
Mm-hmm.
This structure.
It's quite interesting that white gets by force. Not an outside, but protected pass pawn in the center. But black heavily relies on the control of the dark squares in the center. He has a healthy development. So what white is playing for is the perspective, right? I mean, I'm playing for the perspective, meaning I have the pawn on d5 well protected. So we remove every single piece off the board. Most likely, white is just very close to winning the pawn endgame. And black instead relies on the control of the dark squares, right? Your king is weak. I see knight e5. I see queen c7. So black heavily relies on a counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the bishop remains on d6, as you're saying, you can admire this pawn. This pawn is pretty, but what is it actually giving white? And white has a lot of ideas that revolve around trying to get this bishop off of d6. Knight h4, knight f5 is a classic one. Arjun's last move was a4, discouraging Lenier from ever playing b5, which could be a really nasty move that breaks up white's main pawn chain. So I would say that the position is probably dynamically equal, Arturs. It's very hard to say as of yet who has won the opening battle. It's just a position. Just a normal, complicated position
to be seen, right? We are definitely going to come back to this game. And also, I think it's important to mention that Team USA is slowly climbing back to the top. Again, I'm not sure, Danya, how do you rate Team USA's chances? Because after the shock loss to second team of India, they dropped to 9th place. Can they still make it to the medals, right? They're very, very close. In the end, it might just not be enough because they rely on the very lucky coincidence what's going to happen in the matches of Team Armenia and Uzbekistan.
Well, they're hoping that Armenia and Uzbekistan both lose. It's unlikely, but it all starts with Team USA winning the match. So I'm sure that the captain, John Donaldson, probably emphasized in yesterday's team meeting the importance of just focusing on their boards and letting the cards fall as they may, which can be really, really hard when you get excited about the prospect of meddling. We have one more board, by the way. We have Sam Shankland on the white side of a Nimzo Indian against S.L. Narayanan. Whiz kid, tactician extraordinaire, unbelievably tricky player. I've played him so many times in Blitz. And I like what Sam is doing. He's taking this straight into an endgame. And he's saying, I'm putting my, my Soviet schoolboy hat on, and I'm going to squeeze you.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. And one of the typical ideas here for white is white tries to apply pressure to c5, put the rook on c1. And the question is, at which moment black plays c5? Because let's say somehow magically black managed to remove the knight from c6. I don't know where it goes. Knight e7, knight a5, whatever, c5. And now the big point is, after d takes, b takes, you wish you had a pawn not on a3, but on a2, because black always has a counterplay at a b file. Remove the bishop from f4 with knight e5 and knight g6. Then you play rook b8, target the pawn on b2, and because of the pawn on a3, white cannot play b3. If not for this, white will be just solidly better. This is what I think something very close, at least to this, is most likely going to happen in the game.
Yeah, but I guess logistically, black has to figure out a way first and foremost to defend the pawn. White wants to snap it off the board. Although I have seen in similar positions moves like knight a5. Actually sacking the pawn and trying to get control of the c-file. And this could get nasty for white because Sam, yes, the queens are off the board, but that doesn't mean that you can abandon your kingside development. Sam has to get some stuff out on the king side.
Yeah, that actually, knight a5 looks very good. Knight a5, rook c8, rook c2, as already, Danya, you mentioned, is a very common pawn sacrifice. Again, well in the spirits of the modern chess, get a very good compensation. I like that.
Yeah, knight a5, we're probably going to see that, or maybe knight d5. It's going to be one of those moves. It's probably a slight edge for Sam Shankland, and we will keep a close eye on this game. But we need to get back to the Sadwani Nisipiano game, because this is being discussed right now in the chat, and the Romanian-German player is in very, very serious trouble early on in this game, Arturs. Something has gone horribly wrong.
How do you even get
let's take a look. Well, this was that Caro-Kann. This was the short variation. Totally normal stuff, right?
Right.
Okay, bishop e3, knight d7, castles, knight e7. I've seen this a million times. c4. Also not a crazy idea. You see this type of move. dc, bishop takes c4, a6, preparing b5, I suppose. Knight c3. And now knight c6, walking into this move d5. And maybe this was the mistake. Sacrificing the pawn on e5, calmly dropping the bishop back, But this pawn, Arthur, is such a problem for black.
Right, and also it's quite important to mention that black is behind the development. You look at the bishop on f8, you look at king on e8, you still need 2 tempi to finish development. So bishop e7 is going to run into some, what it's going to run into? Maybe some d6 ideas. The pawn on c5 could be under attack. So what black played? He played knight f3 and knight e5, right?
Putting the other knight on e5. And Raunak, bishop f4. This is the move that has gotten Liviu into a monumentally long think. Now, let's understand why this is even dangerous to begin with. So first of all, if you take the bishop and you just say, I'm going to ignore everything, I'm just going to develop my pieces. How bad is this? Probably really, really bad.
There's already a very nice juicy choice for white Danya, because I can play d6, I can take on e6. Let's say if I take on e6, I snatch the pawn on b7, maybe it's not enough, right? Okay, because I allow your king to castle, so clearly, despite the fact I have the better pawn structure, maybe not ideal. But maybe d6 could be a major issue. d6, again, the same idea of queen b7. The d pawn is very strong. This is what I would consider. Or just start something more conventional.
Rook d1.
Yes, exactly. Rook d1.
This, I think, is what the eval bar is screaming at us to do, because if the queen moves away from the x-ray, then we play d6, I think. Then we play d6, and then d7. And black can resign. I mean, this is
that spells trouble, definitely. I mean, this pawn on d7, it's not only all about being a passed pawn, it's the king, right? The black king is in danger. Remove the queens, maybe black is doing fine. With the queens on the board, black is toast.
Yeah, this is bonkers. I mean, it's move 14. Black has 50 minutes on his clock. The position is wildly dangerous. He's nowhere near developing his king side.
And look at Raunak's clock. I mean, 1 hour and
33 minutes. Oh,
clearly a prep. This is not where you want.
Oh man, he's in Raunak's kitchen. He's in his laboratory, and he's stuck there, and he's locked.
He's getting cooked right now.
This is bad for Team Germany. This is not a game that they can afford just to give away in 20 moves.
Looks bad. So again, now I guess he's looking for a way out. How do you drop the pawn? Because I think what I would do here in this situation, Dania, I would try to, maybe sell a pawn for the right price. Just don't burn me right away here. Allow me to castle. Allow me to live for a while.
Let me live for a couple more moves. Take my pawns. I don't care. But
how do you do that, right?
Don't get my king.
Okay, if I take on f3 and play bishop d6, am I immediately losing? Take and bishop d6. So I want to castle very quickly. The bar says no.
DE, and rook d1.
It's so simple. And if I take on f4, intermezzo, check on f7. It's bad.
This is so bad. Do we even see him? I mean, bishop d6 immediately, maybe. But then again, d takes e6.
And castle. I run away. Run for my life.
At least, say what you will about the position, but at least you have managed to castle. He takes f7.
But at least you take the pawn on b7, right? At least. So white has a very, very pleasant situation here. Just grab the pawn on b7, and if nothing else happens, you have a free pawn.
Yeah, you have this pawn, you have the free c5 pawn. No, and combined with that is the fact that the entire center is wide open, and white is the only one who stands to benefit from that, bringing this rook to d1 a lot faster than black can do the same. Wow. This is an incredible bit of opening preparation by Raunak Sidwani. We will see if he can follow this up and score the first victory for Team India. By the way, is knight t3, last thing, is knight t3 a possibility here?
Okay, we have to obviously calculate at some point some queen a4 checks, right? This is also something we didn't mention. There might be a moment when there's queen a4 and some sacrifice, some b5. I'm a bit too lazy to calculate, Danya. Maybe you can do it a bit faster. There could be a queen a4, b5 sacrifice, or take on e6, then queen a4, knight b5,
Exactly. Take
incredibly
queen a4.
Dangerous. Yeah.
No, it's clear that no matter what black does, he's in very serious trouble. Okay. So this is board one in India against Germany. We can go back to some of the earlier matches we were looking at. Of course, the Uzbekistan match is the one that we will probably spend the most amount of time on. And very interesting game here in Foreest Yakubboev, where Jordan Foreest has just played the move h2, h4. So this game continues to get more and more bizarre and Black's clock continues to dwindle.
And h4 is not a mouse slip, really, right? Because normally when the bishop is on g4, you want to play h3 because the bishop on g4 is annoying. You want to trade it. No, h4. Clearly, the idea is to play h5, open the h file, bring away the queen from the way of the white king, castle long, and somehow checkmate Black at the h file. Wow.
Jordan is not hiding his intentions this game. Wait, how did the knight land on b6? Oh, he played knight f6 to d7 to b6.
That is strange, no?
I mean, you're never going to get to the c4 bound. Obviously, bishop takes f3 will be automatically met with g takes f3. And this makes things even worse for Black on the king side, because now f4, f5 becomes a serious possibility in case Black plays h5. This is bad.
Right.
This is really, really, really bad.
I'm slightly puzzled, Danya, by the move knight b6, which is not a very common move. I think in some close setups after Black plays e5, d5, sometimes knight b6 appears under the horizon. But here, I have a feeling that knight on b6 is not doing much, really. I don't understand. Maybe the idea is a bit deeper. He wants to play knight c6 next, threaten to take on f3, push e5, and after d5, he plays either knight a5 or take on f3, knight e5, go after the pawn on c4. I mean, this has got to be the idea.
Yeah, so you mean knight c6 here?
Right, knight c6. So white plays h4, knight c6. I want to take on f3, push e5, which is one of the common themes of the King's Indian, fight for the d4 square. And now if I push d5, try to punish you, because, yeah, then you play something like knight a5, and the pawn on c4 is difficult to defend because the bishop on g7 conveniently is pinning the knight on c3.
Right. So I suppose you could go knight d2 here, for example.
Yeah, that's...
and then h5 will become a problem.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, of course. I mean, that's why I slightly don't understand knight b6. I think this is the idea, but it looks a bit fishy to me, to be honest.
I agree. I feel like Uzbekistan is in a good amount of trouble on this board and also on the clock. So this is the game between Van Foreest and Noterbek Yakubboev. And of course, we have a fascinating game brewing between Abdusattorov and Giri. What games catch your eye? Should we stay on this match, or is there something else that you would rather check?
Maybe let's make another overview still of all the boards, because clearly Team Uzbekistan now is the main favorite to win the Olympiad, because, again, to remind you the overall standings, Uzbekistan is leading the tournament together with Team Armenia. They have the same amount of points. There you go. There you see it. 17 points. So if Uzbekistan clinches the victory, I think this is pretty much it. I mean, they've got it. They've got the best tiebreaks in the tournament. Team India, too, maybe could try to catch them up in case if Uzbekistan draws. It could be very close, but I think if Uzbekistan wins, that's it.
Yeah, and a lot, of course, hinges on their white games. That's how they're going to have to be doing their heavy lifting. With Noterbek Abdusattorov fresh off of that miracle win against Gukesh yesterday, facing Anish Giri in that rook g1 Najdorf that has sort of turned into a dragon, and it continues to get more and more complex. Anish Giri's knight is on h5. It's heading for f4. And I'm not making any heads or tails of this position. I don't know what's going on. Queen d2 looks tempting to me. Maybe go after these pawns. Who knows?
Right. I mean, structurally wise, I like Black, but I think this Queen d2, like you already pointed out, Danya, asks a very direct question. How do you defend your pawns?
Hello. Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you have to sacrifice them. One of the things of the modern openings is that you can always sacrifice the pawns and then claim you have a compensation. Well, we'll see. But you know, Danya, talking about the team Uzbekistan, I think we also have to mention that I think it was yesterday when it was announced that Uzbekistan is going to host the 2026 World Chess Olympiad. They've gotten the rights. And I think this is a major victory also for Uzbekistan chess, because they've been growing a number of amazing chess talents. Chess is booming in the country. And now the chance to host the Olympiad, I think for them it will be just dream come true if they could clinch this Olympiad and then take it home in 2026.
That would be nuts. And this is just the first generation. I mean, Rustam Kazimjanov, of course, is sort of the patriarch of Uzbek chess. But in terms of the young generation, you know, we have these 4 or 5 GMs. There are untold numbers of talented juniors. I mean, sometimes I look at these tournament listings and there are these untitled 2400s from Uzbekistan, who are undoubtedly going to grow up to join their slightly older compatriots on future editions of the Uzbek Olympic team. So what an incredible year this has been for Captain Ivan Sokolov and his young, unbelievably talented team of grandmasters. So Queen D2 seems to be the way to test Black's setup. The knight might come to F4 at any moment.
I want to play Rook C8.
I was thinking of going King B1.
King B1, and now I'm going to make a facial expression. I'm going to have a very strong counterplay on the pawn on C2. I just need a strong move here.
Maybe castles?
Yeah. Castles looks good.
Get out of there. Get out of the center.
Now, the point is Queen D6 or Queen E4 is Queen C2. I'm a happy person, I guess. I'm not really clear about that, to be honest. I mean, Queen C2, I don't know. I mean, already, I started to have doubts, really. So King A1, I see ideas. Rook C1. Suddenly, White's very active. This reminds me some of the typical positions in the Najdorf, where White is suddenly dominating at the queen side. First games that jump to my mind are Fabi Caruana's 2 victories here in this Olympiad. First against Maksudlu, whichever round it was. Then yesterday against he played. No, not yesterday, but day before yesterday. 2 very impressive victories with the white color in the Najdorf. So very often White is just dominating the queen side and neglects what is happening to the king side.
Yeah, and this concept of giving up a pawn with check, I think, is very instructive. A lot of players probably wouldn't consider moving the queen away from D2, but when your king's on B1 like this, it's queen takes C2 is often not quite as scary as it appears because the king on A1 is perfectly safe in many cases. So critical moment here. Noterbeck is taking his time. Anish has taken approximately 30 minutes. They're obviously out of prep. It's move 17 and very, very complex position.
Right. Wow. So many interesting games ahead. This is, again, a morning round, 10 a.m. in India. Final round of the Olympiad. Everybody is still half asleep. Usually, Daniel, what I do myself, I just try to survive the first 2 hours.
Yeah, those are the tough hours. You know, once you get into the groove, it gets a little bit easier. So speaking of surviving, I think it's time for us to take our first coverage break. It will not be a long one, so rest assured, because we will not leave you hanging here at the final round of the 44th Chess Olympiad for long. So we'll be back with more final round Olympiad action in just a couple of moments.
See you soon.
Okay, we're ready for a small press conference.
It is something that has never happened anywhere in the world before. To have correctional facilities all around the world playing at once in a chess tournament.
Armenia is very proud to participate in this tremendous event. It will be an honor for us to be part of any of your future undertakings.
Last year, we organized the first international intercontinental online championship for prisoners. It was 31 countries participating, 40 teams, 5 female teams.
I know, without naming the country, that some maximum security facilities where prisoners could not be more than one in a room.
Before I met him, I would never thought people do that. I think, yeah, it's chess competitions, but all over the world, online, throughout the jails, playing against each other, that's a whole different thing. Like, he opened that up.
There was an incredible level of anxiousness that was neat, that reminded you of how athletes would be before the big game, before the kickoff.
The host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Koneru leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Koneru will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team. Playing board 3, Vaishali takes on a similar responsibility as her brother, Pragnananda, who plays board 3 for India's second open team. On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster. A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's leading women's team. And we are back here at the 44th FIDE Chess Olympiad. This is the final round. We will know after today which teams take away the gold, silver, and bronze in the women's and the open sections. And speaking of the women's section, let's check in and see how the ladies are doing. Our top match, of course, is Team India against Team USA. And the position in front of us belongs to the game of Tatev Abrahamian with the white pieces against I am Bhakti Kulkarni for black, and a clear fried liver variation archers that seems to have gone pretty good for black.
Yeah, I like black's position because black has a healthy development. As usual, the knight is stranded on a5, but black has a healthy development, good pawn center. He's thinking about at some point to play c5, bishop e7, position the last bishop pawn along the diagonal, one of the common ideas in the position. Knight, then the knight goes to c6 and d4. But talking about the team USA, I think it's quite important to mention they have been fighting back, and they had a pretty dismal start at the start of the Olympiad. They lost a couple of first matches. Then they were struggling to get back in the fort. And now Team USA already has won the last 2 matches. At least I think it's quite important for the team spirit. No losses, last 2 rounds. They're climbing back, and maybe, just maybe, this is still a chance for Team USA to get medals also in the women's competition.
Indeed, and the one very important thing that's going to determine that is, of course, Irina Krush's game. She's got the white pieces on board 1 against Pragnananda's sister Vaishali, who's had a pretty up and down Olympiad, losing a painful endgame to the Polish player Kielbasa. So Vaishali looking to avenge that loss, and for Irina, very, very important with the white pieces to try to put as much pressure as possible. Is she succeeding in doing that? It's hard to say. We have a very, very sharp Grunfeld here.
Well, it's difficult to tell immediately, Danya, because I have a feeling if the white pawn was on d5 and white would be allowed to play c4, clearly white would be better, right? I mean, you have this beautiful knight on e4, the bishop on e3, but having the d pawn so far advanced, I'm not so sure, because black can play moves like bishop f5, bring the queen on c6, rook d8, double the rooks, just snatch the pawn on e4. I have a feeling that white will be forced to show something what she has for the pawn, because if the d pawn falls, what exactly do you have? Maybe it's the chance to go after the exposed black king. Some ideas like queen d2, the pawn on h6 somehow. I'm just guessing here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like white's just got the the better end of this complex position. It just seems more exciting to play white here with that pawn on d6. It's also important, bishop a6, there's c4, so the skewer isn't really effective. And it's not entirely clear where Vaishali should park her light squared bishop. I mean, should she blockade the pawn? Should she develop it more aggressively to b7? I feel like I would prefer white here. Of course, if Irina loses this pawn, then everything changes.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. The next couple of moves are going to be really, really important to show us where the game is going to be hitting us. Do we move on to the next board, maybe? What's going on there?
Yes, and we have another big game, of course. Humpy Canero has the white pieces on board 1 against Tahir Jonova. And another Grunfeld.
Let's talk about Tahir Jonova, right? I mean, she has suffered no losses so far. I mean, Tahir Jonova, clearly not the highest rated player in the Team USA. She was put on board 1. Clearly, the captain knew what he's doing, and he's right? So Tahir Jonova is doing a fantastic tournament so far, 6.5 out of 9. So she's the only player in the Team USA who has not suffered a single loss.
That's an incredibly impressive stat. And she has a monumental challenge to hold off Humpy Canero, the highest rated player in the entire field, with the black pieces in what seems like a pretty dangerous position. She's currently up a pawn as Humpy shifting her rook from f1 to e1. Now, my question, what if black just takes on d4 here? What exactly has the Indian player cooked up? Because the knight from d7 can come out to c5, and once that happens, I don't really envision black being worse. I mean, black is still up a pawn.
Right. And then the big question, Danya, what do? Do you trade the queens and try to somehow snatch the pawn back, which you already lost, or you go all in, don't trade the queens, and somehow do try to get to the black king?
Well, my guess is Humpy wants something like queen b2. But after knight c5, you can't really take on d4 because of rook d8, skewering the bishop on d3. So you'd have to play a move like bishop c4 in order to pin the e6 pawn and then take d4 on the next move. But I don't know, b6 and bishop b7, I mean, I feel like black is very close to consolidating here.
Yeah, black is feeling fine. The black king is slightly weakened, but you can always play queen g7 to cover the dark squares, and I think that white is just not having enough pieces to make white suffer. If white had the dark square bishop, obviously it would be a different story. I think you're right, Daniel. Yeah, queen b2, keeping the queens on the board would allow Humpy provide more pressure. But actually, Conor Humpy has not been having a very solid tournament for so far. I mean, she's sort of doing all right, but she has had some rough games. She suffered 1 loss so far in round 7 against Team Azerbaijan. And very, very important game, obviously, for her as well. I mean, to bring home the Olympiad, for the home Olympiad, the gold medal, I think the entire nation is just waiting for this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's holding their breaths. And there is one other game in this match, the ladies' match between India and USA, and that is Tanya Sachdev against Carissa Yip. And Carissa is a King's Indian player. She has played her favorite opening in this game once more. Ooh, an interesting action on the queen side. The knight on a4. So knight b3, knight a4 are the last 2 moves.
How would you explain, Daniel? I mean, how do you make this decision so that to average viewers? So why did you trade the knight on b3? Why do you play knight a4? Why do you think that this knight is necessary to be traded for the knight on c3 and not on the knight on b3? What's the thought process here?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I will say I don't love black's position. I feel like the inclusion of the moves h4, h5 definitely favors white. White's got this same-ish structure going on the king side. So we're first it should be established that I think black is playing defensively here. But if you play knight takes b3 and you allow a takes b3, then despite the fact that white's pawns are doubled, you're making it a little bit easier for white to push b4. And the problem is that even after white pushes b4, white's going to have another b pawn that could later land on b4 as well. And eventually white is trying to push through the move c4, c5. So by playing knight a4, I think Carissa is trying to make it a little bit more difficult for white to push c5 in favorable circumstances. Of course, white could take on a4 and push c5 here, but it's not quite the same when you don't have a pawn on b4. I think c5 here, Arturs, I think you'll back me up on this, would be way premature.
I'm asking for something like c6 to be played. I don't know. I have a feeling that the white king is in the center for slightly too long. Maybe there's a way immediately to punish that. The bar slightly doesn't like it, but this is something that both players definitely have to evaluate, because normally, like already Daniel said, c5, the idea, one of the typical ideas in the king's Indian is to take on d6, establish a weakness on d6, and you have clear targets to attend to at the queen side, thinking about maybe landing some minor pieces on b6 or knight e2, knight c4 at some point later, while black is supposed to go for the checkmate at the king side. But how do you do that now, having h4, h5 included?
No, it's going to be hard, and very, very strategically complex position. Another thing that worries me for Tanya is the fact that she's spent almost half of her time, and it's only move 14. And
time management.
Eight of those moves were theory.
Right. Time management, again, it's one of the most important topics, I guess, in chess. I mean, are you, by the way, down yourself? You're a fast player. I mean, obviously, I know you're a very fast player, widely regarded for your amazing bullet skills. But what about the time management? I mean, how do you manage your time? Are you more like a Grishik's person who likes to think every 99% of the time for the first 10 moves, then you figure it out in the increment, or you still try to think about the big picture that you need to allocate time for the decisive moments of the game?
I think my time management is pretty good overall. I'm definitely not like a fast player. In the last tournament that I just played, I had a moment where I think the most I spent on one move was 48 minutes. So, I'm capable of spending like an hour to think about a line. What I try to do is leave myself always with enough time to take 15 or 20 minutes at a minimum in critical moments. So I try to play on the fast side when I'm playing confidently and I'm playing simple moves, and then I try to slow myself down in critical moments when there's a lot of stuff to calculate. But I really don't like playing in time pressure. I feel like my time pressure play is worse than my blitz play, which is pretty common, by the way. Just because you're a good blitz player doesn't always mean that you're the greatest time pressure player. And I always get really, really nervous when I've got like 10 minutes for 15 moves. I can't do the Grishik.
Right. So that's actually, I think only Grishik can really do it, to be honest. I mean, how do you play moves with 30 seconds on the clock? I mean, yeah, either way, White's time management is not ideal. Having spent half of the time in a simple position, I guess we'll see.
We will see. And that is our India-USA matchup in the women's section. Shall we move back to the open section and see how those matches are doing?
Let's do it.
Okay, back we go. And we want to, oh my God, the Sedwani-Nisipiano game has another series of updates. Let's see how Livio Dieter has tried to deal with this incredible preparation from Raonic. So he did play knight d3, D-E-F-E, bishop takes b7, snapping off that pawn. And I think Nisipiano has actually found a pretty decent way to try to survive this. This is ugly, but it's a game, and his knight on d3 is pretty safely protected by a bunch of different pieces.
And you also have ideas like to keep the knight on d3, because if you're allowed to play c4, bishop c5, suddenly black is incredibly active. So I would expect that white is going to position the bishop on e3. I have a feeling that none of the players really care about the pawn on b2. It's all about the harmony of the pieces, right? So you want to expose the black king. You want to throw everything you've got towards the black king. Bishop e3, queen f3 with g4 ideas. That would be my thought process while black is thinking about how do I secure the knight on d3 and, yeah, bring the remaining arsenal into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Plus 1.6. That doesn't give us too much information. I think this game could go either way in the next couple of moves. I could see this being a win for Raonic, and in 5 more moves, or I could see black sort of stabilizing the situation more or less. But he has spent over half his time, and he still has a very difficult defensive task ahead of him.
Right.
Now it's been a while since we've looked at some of the other Germany-India games, so maybe we can. Okay, first of all, Keimer against Gukesh is, I'm pretty sure, just going to be a quick draw.
So after d takes on c5, actually this is good news for Gukesh, because after suffering such a painful loss yesterday, I think he is now quite vulnerable. I don't know his psychology state. I mean, how well he handles defeats. Clearly yesterday he was heartbroken. You could see it in the live feed. and he had little time to recover. So having a quick draw, it's, I guess, fine. I'm slightly surprised that Vincent was not able to put up a greater fight because he's doing well so far. He had won the last 2 games. He leads the team Germany in the final round. They're trying to, not really sure, fighting for the medals, maybe not, but going for a higher result still. I mean, all right. Yeah, probably it's going to be a draw. You're right.
Oh, by the way, Hari Krishna and Caruana did indeed draw in exactly the method that we discussed at that perpetual check. So we already have one result in the India-USA match.
So you did predict that, right? Queen b2, queen c3, queen c1. That was indeed repeated, right? All right.
Yep. Okay. So that isn't necessarily that great for either team. It just offloads all of the pressure onto the other boards. Yeah. So this game is hurtling toward a draw. It's equal material, balanced material, and this will finish pretty quickly. We have Svein against Pragnananda in a pretty exciting position. It's going to be 2 bishops against 2 knights.
Wow. I mean, and the material balance is equal, right? So 95. Wait, what? Wait, 95? Why do you play 95 there? Something was traded on d5, right?
Yeah. Oh, he took a pawn. Yeah, because I was wondering why didn't he move the bishop away from c3?
All right. 95, and clearly Black is having a lot of Daxwell weaknesses at the king side. So b takes on c3 could happen, most likely. I don't see bishop d5 to be played because White parts ways of his powerful last square bishop. And now the big question: who has the better position? I think already the answer is quite obvious. It's White. But if you look in the perspective, if the queens get traded off the board, then Black is simply having maybe a better pawn structure because White's pawns are shattered. White has more pawn islands, which is 3 islands against Black's. Yeah, still the three pawn islands, but somehow
technically, but it feels like White's pawn structure is a million times worse.
Yeah, but of course, White is not going to trade queens.
No, White's going to keep the queen on h3. That's a really nice square. It's out of the way. It's aiming at e6, and it's tying down its counterpart on e7. It's also setting up tactical ideas along the lines of bishop a3, which could be annoying for Black. And lastly, the queen is defending the c3 pawn. So it's doing a lot of things at the same time. Rook e1 is also a nasty idea, just going after the e6 pawn. I actually really don't like Black's position at all.
Can I play
harder to play.
Can I play f5, or it's too much? I'm not really sure. f5.
Prague was worried about it.
Oh wait, it was Black to move because let's say we make some random move, rook f5. I think it's a defensive move. Let's just make some quiet move like a6 or rook f5. You see the knight on d5 is under attack. You take on f5, rook f5, g takes. Bishop h6. Oh, this is asking for trouble.
No, this is a disaster. The rook's coming into e1. No, was absolutely a threat and absolutely a reason that Prague sticks his rook on f5. But obviously, this does potentially walk into bishop e4. I don't know if White should play it immediately. There's also the move c4 in the mix. And the good thing about c4 is that it opens up the long diagonal and it potentially sets up the move bishop a3 because it actually links the queen and the a3 square.
A very double-edged game so far, so which can easily go either way. Still, I like White's chances slightly more.
Yeah, this is a big game too for Svane to win because Nisipiano is likely to lose that game against Sidwani, so this would counterbalance that game and offload the result onto the remaining 2 boards.
Right.
Speaking of the remaining 2 boards, we have that draw that's coming in, very likely to happen soon in Khaimer Gukesh. And finally, we have Nihal Sarin, who was playing that London system against Matthias Blubama. Has he managed to get an edge? I think he has. I think Nihal Sarin has exactly the kind of position and the kind of time situation that he wants. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Daniel. I agree. This is one of the dream positions for White. I have a feeling that the Black did push e5 early at some point to establish some counterplay because the last thing you want to do is quietly watch. Yeah, I think about here. Black did push e5 voluntarily seeking counterplay. And now the big question, I think, which is in everybody's mind, is it enough? I'm not sure, because usually when strong grandmasters enter such position, they see obviously black has an isolated pawn on d5. We have a beautiful blockade on d4, awesome bishop on d3. So we are going to trade queens. We are going to enter the endgame. But of course, the big question in the mind, is this enough?
All right, because as the famous Dr. Zigbert Tarish said, good positions don't win games. Good pieces don't win games. Good moves win games. That was totally butchered, but you get the point. Because black, the d5 pawn is so well defended. You have a knight, you have a queen. White's not winning this pawn anytime soon. And you also could get a bunch of trades down the e-file. Now, who are those trades going to favor? Big question, of course, for Matthias. Should he take on e2? My instinct is yes, because if he takes on e2 and white takes back with a queen, then you get control of the e-file. I don't know if that's important, but at least it's something.
Yeah, I'm also thinking this about from the white's perspective. I played quite a few games in exactly the same position. So having the queens removed off the board usually favors white. So you have this weakness on d5, and what I usually do in these positions, I keep at least one pair of rooks on the board so that I can create more targets. And after the queens are traded, moves like f3, g4 try to grab more space at the king side. So I think it's quite natural that black keeps the queens on the board, because if you look at the position more closely, you see that the white king is slightly vulnerable. The light squares around the white king are not ideal, right? You need to put the bishop on g to protect them, and that's what Blue Bomb is doing here.
Queen f6, pretty aggressive move as he keeps the tension on the board. And rook a to e1 would be the incredibly natural continuation for Nihal. Rook e1 here. And I don't know exactly what Matthias is intending in response. I don't see any tactics on the king side.
Can I play knight e5 here? I mean, keeping more tension, maybe thinking h5, h4 ideas, and if you play something like f4, is this a move you want to make? Because, I mean, one thing about the pawns, they never go back. If you play f4, that's it. This pawn is never going to go to f3.
And you've thoroughly weakened a lot of the light squares in the center. But on the other hand, it's very hard to exploit them. If black takes on d3, that knight on d4 is such a hero. You would love to stake a bishop on e4, but you can't quite get it there. There are no direct flights to e4.
Indeed.
So I feel like Nihal would be pretty happy with a position like this. I still think the likeliest outcome here, though, is a draw, because Matthias is such a solid player. I've seen him defend these kinds of positions time in and time out.
Right. Yep, probably. But Nihal also is one of the best scorers in the second team of India so far. Extremely solid player so far. Let me pull up his card. I think he was performing at just a second where he is. Performing at 27-37 rating in this tournament. No losses. By the way, again, he is the only player in second team of India with no losses so far.
Incredible. That's
like an anchor of the entire team.
And of course, he was joined by Gukesh until the last round. But Nihal is just so consistent. He is wise beyond his years in terms of his playing style. He plays like a seasoned positional wizard. And that's such a good player to have on an Olympiad team.
He's only, 17, 18 years old? It's just incredible, right?
It's incredible. He's one of my favorite players to watch, both in Blitz. Of course, he's a phenomenal Blitz player, but also in Classical. He's over 2650, and I think it's only a question of when we'll see him in the 2700 club.
Daniel, I have to ask you this question. I mean, there's a little bit funny story. Since what age the player is considered to be a veteran?
That's a great question, because I guess it all depends on like how long you've been at a certain level. I would almost consider Nihal a veteran, but then I can come up with another 17-year-old who's just very recently made his way to the 2600s, and then he's basically a baby. So I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder.
I just remember this interview by one of the, back then, about 10 years ago, leading Chinese Grandmaster Huan Yi, who did say once, I'm a veteran. 30 years old, because there's the younger generation of 14, 15 years old, hardened professionals already at age 30, already a veteran. I don't know. Chess is just becoming younger and younger by every year.
It's crazy. Yeah. Now 25 is basically I'm older than most of my opponents in any particular tournament most of the time. So that's a pretty scary thought. But anyways, let's not dwell on that. It just makes me, realize how old I am. Let's instead dwell on the Armenia-Spain match. It's been a while since we've checked into our top board. Sargissian against the noted Slav expert Alexei Shirov. And Shirov, 44 minutes after only 13 moves, and he did end up taking on c4 after an extensive think. And they got this structure. And then Alexei decided to take on f3. So very, very sharp stuff by Shirov. What a surprise. Fire on board.
So White is quite happy with the structure because White gets the pawn center and 2 bishops. Black claims, I always will have a counterplay against your center. So again, it's a clash of styles. Clearly, White is having the slightly better position right now, but you can't underestimate the counterplay that Black will have in the future. G6, bishop G7, maybe target opponent D4, double the rooks at the D file. This starts to be quite a serious counterplay.
So I would argue, and you can correct me, that ideally Black would want to castle kingside. Black would want to go G6, bishop G7, and then castle kingside. But it may be the case that Shirov does not have enough time, and he's got a castle somewhere, and if he's pressed for time, then he's going to castle queenside. But I think that's an important question.
I'm not sure if castling long is actually so bad, because this is also where the White king is positioned. And I imagine if the White king was positioned at the kingside, castling long would be risky choice because of the potential queenside pawn assault with b4, b5, etc. But here is the White king, obviously. No, I think you're right. I mean, castling long is definitely an option here.
So could White consider, for some reason, the move rook g1 appeals to me. I mean, it does set a very simple trap. If Black castles, then there's bishop. Even this is not the end of the story. I mean, Black can take on h2, but Black has a million ways to deal with this, from queen takes h2 immediately to a move like h6. So I don't think rook g1 really changes anything.
All right. Yeah, rook g1 also drops the pawn on h2, something to consider.
Yeah.
Because Black can just take it, play queen d6, and just, try to hold it, and White has to prove what he has. Not very easy. I mean, not very easy. I definitely see the potential of Black's defensive setup.
Yeah.
The chance to overtake the game. And I think actually maybe, Danya, you're going to agree or disagree with me. I'm not so sure, but I have a feeling that sometimes very good players, they on purpose they know it's actually slightly worse position, but they understand the potential of this position, of the counterplay, that they can take over the game at some point later.
No, I 100% agree. And this is one of those positions where you look at it for 5 seconds, White's much better. White's got the center, 2 bishops, the knight's passive. But then, you look at it a little bit longer, you say, well, wait a second. Black's got control over the d5 square. The d4 pawn could become a liability. White's kingside structure is a little bit deficient. And you're absolutely right. I think the potential energy in Black's position is immense. And this could be exactly what Alexei was aiming for. And it's very clear that he's playing for a win. And whatever happens, we are in for a very, very exciting middle game.
And so Sargissian has taken so many scalps in this tournament. I mean, he didn't have a great start. He was having -1 after 6 rounds. Then listen to the people he beat: Fabiana Caruana, Pentala Harikrishna, last round Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I mean, these are household names.
I'm kidding. Wait, what? Let me get that straight. He beat Fabiano, Harikrishna, and Mamedyarov 3 rounds in a row.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, there was a draw in between with Abdusatorov, who is also the future grandmaster. 3.5 out of 4. Just average open tournaments, right? I mean, it's
Can you believe that? That's crazy. I mean, if I beat Harikrishna Mamedyarov in one tournament, just that, I would go around telling my grandkids for the rest of my life. Wow, he's amazing. And he plays bishop e3, which is to totally understand. I think that's probably the best move. Defending the pawn on f2 and repositioning the bishop into a slightly more juicy square.
Maybe he's also trying to discourage Black from castling long, because after a long cast, you need to watch out for d5. The pawn on a7, like you said, somewhere is under attack. Maybe not immediately, at some point later. It's just a good centralizing move.
But definitely, definitely makes it scarier for Alexei to castle queenside, and a big decision now for Black. How is he going to arrange? Where is he going to put his dark squared bishop? Which way is he going to castle? Lots of questions. We will see how Alexei answers them, and he's already answered one of them as he castles queenside without further delay. But okay, we've got a bunch of other games in this match to look at, and one of them, of course, is our Vallejo Milk. Wait, 17 minutes? No.
Wow. No, this can't be right.
Wait, but let's think about the math. If Paco has an hour 19, then I actually believe it. But this is nuts. Hrant has 17 minutes after 10 moves?
Somebody wake up Hrant, because, this is the final round, obviously. It's 10 a.m. in India. Now it's maybe slightly more than that. What is it? Actually, it's something like 11:30. It's clearly too much time spent on a theoretical position, which has now led to some sort of a French defense position with this weird format at all.
Far from it. And it does seem like a very pleasant position for Mr. Vallejo. And we will try to get confirmation of this. But, regardless of what the position is, this would be the most concerning aspect of it if Hrant indeed had 16 minutes. And it's his move.
Right. Maybe he's just not happy entering such French setups, because I think it's all about feeling those positions. So if you play the Karaka, not necessarily you feel the positions that arise in the French. So that was pretty smart choice by Paco going into this. And now after the last moves, again, we have the French set up. Black is suffering with this light square bishop on c8, which is not doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely prefer white. So ideally what I want to do here is at some point, I'm not saying do I have to do it right away. At some point I want to take on c5 and establish a very nice outpost on d4, and then slowly grind it in a very nice long positional game.
And if Black tries c takes d4, are you going to play knight e2, or will you take on d4 straight away?
I don't know. Both of the moves look pretty good. Maybe knight e2. Maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe knight e2, knight x on d4, keeping the knight on f3. Then again, it weakens the e4 square. You have to evaluate. How does it feel? Not sure. Knight c5, knight e4 could be an issue.
Yeah, even immediately, knight c5. Interesting. So apparently, if we look carefully at the camera and we see the Spain-Armenia match in front of us, you can see a knight on a4. So a couple of moves have been played. We will wait for the relay to update. So don't take the clock transmission's word for this. Hrant probably has more than 14 minutes, but it's clear that he's made a couple of moves that haven't been updated just yet. He's got a knight that's... You're probably right. I think he has played like knight c5 and knight a4. We will bring you those updates the moment that we get them. But in the meantime, we can move on to the other boards. We've got Petrosian against Anton Guijarro. A game that we have not checked out yet.
How is the sequel, Daniel? Because I'm seeing that Black is having some problems with the pawn on c5, yet the bar is announcing that this is equalish. I don't see how to protect it. Maybe it's something to do with some sort of a counter play against the pawn on e5. But how do you do it? I'm still puzzled.
Queen g5 maybe.
Yeah, Queen g5.
Start with this move.
And if I play even Queen e2, yeah.
I suppose I can go knight d4 to save the pawn, but I agree that Black is worse in the resulting position.
Right.
Because
also,
White's
G3,
got the pawn majority.
Yeah, by the way, not Queen e2, but G3 is also a move, tactically solving the problem of knight e5. I'm not convinced this is equal at all. Definitely White is pushing.
No, and no question about it. And again, David Anton down to 40 minutes after only 15. And this I believe, because it is very difficult to figure out a way the Black can save the pawn, and if he decides to sacrifice it, like, how do you get the most amount of compensation for it? Queen b8 came to my mind as well, but I actually think it fails tactically. Knight c5, maybe queen takes b2.
Actually, Queen b8 is a wonderful move.
So maybe it does hold everything together.
And if I somehow protect now the pawn on e5 with f4, whatever, how do you keep the balance? something like a5, queen b6, maybe.
Or
Tactically somehow holds together. But I mean, this looks quite unclear how black is going to keep the pawn. Yeah, maybe queen b6 right away.
yeah.
And if I take with the knight, the pawn on b2 is under attack. And if you play rook c5, a5 could be an issue.
Oh, a5 is a huge issue because you actually, you can't stop a4 and white's position collapses. Wow,
Right.
really interesting stuff. But major problems to solve for David Anton. Like if he loses c5 with no compensation, I mean, that's going to be a huge problem. White's just going to have a free 2-on-1 on the queen side, as well as excellently placed pieces. So a little bit of trouble here for Spain in David Anton's game. We will
Right,
keep an eye
and
on it.
Manuel Petrosian hasn't really played so many games because he did play the first 3 rounds. Then he had like 1 week of rest in Chennai because the entire team, with the reserve play of Hovhannisyan was doing really so good that the team captain didn't see any reason to change it. I'm not sure how did it affect him, because I think it's tough to sit there and not to play for a week, right? I mean, obviously it's a team event. All you care is a team result, but still, I mean, you want to go out there. You want to play. You want to show that I'm capable of. So, I mean, it's tough for Petrosian also to come back after not playing for such a long time.
Yeah, you're right. I think some people might think that, the players like to not play because you get a day off, you get to watch your teammates play. But you're absolutely right. I mean, nobody comes to the Olympiad, and looks for a vacation. Like if you want a vacation, you're not going to go to the Olympiad. All of these players want to play. They want to represent their country. And chess players generally embrace pressure. Yes, they feel nervous. Yes, they appreciate the rest sometimes, but in the critical moments, everybody wants to step up to their plate for their country. That's what makes the Olympiad so magical.
Well, this reminds me, Daniel, every single time when I've had a rest day in Olympiad, do you think I'm relaxing? No, I'm sitting in the hotel room and I'm watching the team's games. I'm just getting very nervous. I mean, why do you play this? Why do you go there? What are you doing? I mean, it's so difficult because you wish you were there. I mean, and trying actually to do something good for the team. So
no, that's 100% true. And that was my experience in the 2016 World Team Championship as well. Let's switch back to the USA India match. We have this Wesley game that kind of started pretty bizarrely. Now it looks a lot more normal, and it looks like Wesley's gotten himself a pretty handsome advantage out of the opening.
So this entire maneuver of knight b5, odd jump, did work.
It worked. I mean, he did end up going... Okay, so we saw the position after queen b3. He did end up going rook f8, and d4 was indeed Wesley So's idea, as his knight manages to evacuate back toward the center. Amazing. And Wesley with total control over the e-file. Difficult for black to develop his bishop because the b pawn will hang. But how exactly does Wesley accumulate the pressure? That's always a problem in these types of positions, right?
Right, and Wesley has been one of the best performing players so far for Team USA. He's, again, the only player who hasn't suffered a single loss. I mean, still, despite the fact that Team USA was highly regarded as huge favorites pre-tournament, right? More than 70 points average, higher than everybody else. Still, in the end, it turned out to be a slightly different story, but Wesley has a good tournament so far. I mean, every single player, unfortunately, is losing rating, but Wesley is at least very close to performing at his rating.
Indeed. And what do you think about the idea of going knight h4 here and swinging the knight to f5?
Looks very good. I mean, I love it. I mean, knight f5 is a major threat. Having the knight so close to the king looks very, very good.
Yeah, looks like Wesley's got a sizable advantage. Before we switch to the next game, let's take a quick listen at the USA team profile. With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now. And one of the strongest Olympiad teams ever assembled is Team USA, but a couple of disappointing matches, and here they are needing a couple of miracle results in order to have a shot for gold. But a win gives them a definite shot for, at the very least, a bronze medal. So we already have a result with Fabiano Caruana drawing Hari Krishna in the opening. And the other big game, of course, is Arjun Erigaisi's game against Lanier Dominguez.
Right. So here the struggle is going on. We had this discussion earlier that White has himself a protected pass pawn in the center. Black is relying on the counterplay. Rookie 1. I guess the fight is going on for the center. I like White, really, because I have a feeling that White has achieved slightly more. I mean, maybe it's still slightly too early to tell.
No, I agree. So this dog squared bishop, I guess it's coming out to b2. But you, of course, always have to be very careful about queen d6, as Lanier takes on e1.
I think Erigaisi is not developing the dark square bishop with a purpose. And maybe the idea is to also leave rook a2 idea as a possibility. So this bishop on c1 actually does a wonderful job. It controls the c1 h6 diagonal, conveniently looking at the pawn on h6, controlling the diagonal, and also not blocking the rook's fastest way to join the game and take over the e-file, right? Because the conventional way, of course, is whatever. I mean, bishop b2, queen f2, rook e1, then you double the rooks. But why do all of that when you can do it a lot faster?
No, the more I look at this, the more I'm starting to like White's chances quite a bit in the eval bar. Seems to concur. Now, Lanier played this move knight d7 f8 earlier in the game. My guess was that he was trying to get his knight kind of Italian style to g6. But the problem is, okay, you do that, congratulations. Where are you going from here? Are you really going to f4? Well, probably. I mean, maybe this is Black's only active idea. I don't know.
Yeah, and it stops rook e2, because after rook a2, one thing is quite clear. Knight f4, White is not going to give up the dark square bishop. It's too precious because you need to control the dark square. Bishop f1, I guess. And the question now what? Because the rook on a2 suddenly doesn't make a lot of sense unless you want to position it on f2 and target the knight on f4. Not very easy.
But Lanier goes queen d6 first. So he keeps the knight on f8 for the time being. It might be the case that he was actually just trying to open up his light squared bishop. And queen d6, setting up the battery and setting up potential threats on the h2 square should the knight on f3 move away.
Right. I think I would just let's out rook a2, to be honest. It looks so normal.
a2, rook e2. White has very, very clear ways to improve his position. And you could still play bishop b2 after all of that happens. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for Lanier's position. This seems to be the most trouble that Team USA is in on any of the 3 remaining boards.
Right.
Sam is better, and it's pretty clear that Wesley is much better. So this is a big game for India to try to deliver a victory.
And again, I think for Team USA, if they really want to fight for the medals, it's not even enough to score the victory. They need to score a big victory because, again, to remind you, the tie breaks very heavily rely on those small points. It's not just the small points, it's actually slightly more complex, but you need to score victories. You need to score them big.
You do indeed, and of course, they need team Uzbekistan to lose, and they need Armenia to lose, and we can check back into the Uzbekistan Netherlands match. We've got our headline game, Anish Giri, with the black pieces against Norbek Abdusattorov, and the position remains incredibly complex. I feel like every time we check into the game, Arturs, it's like moves have been made, but the position doesn't really change. It's this weird feeling I get. You know what I mean?
Right. I do understand that. And I actually find it puzzling that black didn't take the pawn on c2. If I see it correctly, we had this position on our analysis board before, right? Just a couple of moves before, black had the chance to take the pawn on c2, right? Here we go. Queen b4. Look at that. I mean, Anish is not taking the pawn on c2.
Yeah. How often do you see that? There's a pawn on c2 hanging with check. Nope. I'm going to strike in the center with d5. And
wow.
If white would have taken on d5, then and only then, I think, was black planning to take on c2.
And then e4, I guess, king a1, e4, and suddenly, conveniently, there's a very nice checkmate on b2 hanging. Indeed
there is, and this is like total chaos, knight d4. Of course, the eval bar is giving zeros. I mean, what else, right? But Norbek deciding against that, can you really blame him? And he plays the prophylactic move c3. He says, hey, you had your chance to take on c2. I'm not giving you any more chances to do that. I'm keeping my king safe. This game is blowing up, Daniel. I mean, very difficult to predict how it's going to continue because black has sacrificed a pawn. He's made a typical counter strike in the center, d6, d5. He has healthy pieces. However, also his own king is exposed. Could be very interesting. I guess we switch to another game. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the other games in this match. And I know there's stuff going on in Tatev Abrahamyan's game in the women's USA-India match, so we'll go to that next, we promise. But another big game where Uzbekistan has been in trouble for a long time is the Foreest Yakubboev game, that weird King's Indian. And I actually don't dislike the direction that this is moving in for the Uzbek Grandmaster. I feel like he's managed to create as good of counterplay as you can create in a position as dubious as it was. Still, I can't help but feel that black has created some weaknesses at the king side. The pawn on e6, the pawn on g6 is weak, right? So you wish you had the pawn on f7 guarding those weaknesses, but you don't. Knight c4, very aggressive move. You know, Daniel, I look at this, it kind of resembles me the Alekhine defense, because this is one of the common themes. Knight b6, d5, c5, knight c4. Now the question is what happens next. You protect the pawn on e6? I guess you do. You have to. If you don't, let's say if I play something else, you might wonder, jump under queen e6 and knight g5 threats. Because the rook on h1, yeah, is causing a lot of trouble. King h7, knight g5, and suddenly there's a mate. In fact, yeah, anytime your king is on the h file, knight g5 becomes a serious problem. Now, the question then is, how do you defend the e6 pawn? I think the most natural move is something to the effect of queen d7, perhaps with the follow-up idea of bringing the rook into f8 and preventing white from pushing the not the g4. G4 is really not that dangerous. No, I'm telling you, I think black's position is improving. I think black's position looks a lot better than it did 10 moves ago. Or maybe not 10 moves ago, 5 moves ago. Right? Yeah, I kind of didn't like it. Maybe it wasn't really so bad. Another thing to point out, that b3 does not trap the knight because the knight always has a retreating square on a5. It's not the greatest square, but at least the knight stays alive, and then black can play b6 to chip away at white's pawn chain and maybe create some chances of his own against white's king, which is not entirely safe on the queen side. Is it now? Yeah, this is weird. Crazy position. Okay. Yeah. What else catches our eye? We have Sindarov against Buck. That isn't too interesting of a position. It's just sort of a normal Italian. We can skip that one for now. Because, you know, you can see my bias. My bias is, I'm not able to hide it. My anti-Italian bias. But on the final board, we have Warmerdam against Vakilov. And the eval bar seems to believe that Jahangir has survived Max Warmerdam's preparation. And he's more than survived it. He might be simply better in this position.
Well, clearly things have been going well for Black, because if he gets the bishop on b7, I mean, just look at visually at his position, right? Black has amazing bishop on g7, which is uncontested. The bishop on g5 for White is just targeting the pawn on e7. Once Black puts the other bishop on b7, White is simply left with a weak pawn on d5, and he clearly has to just show something for it. I guess it has to be queen c6. I mean, what else, right? Otherwise, White is just a lot worse.
Yeah, you got to take the plunge. Queen c6. And then what should Black do? Bishop d7.
I guess queen c6 is not very good, right? Because you create this monster on c6 you might regret later.
Yeah, no, I can't see Black going. I mean, maybe I can take and go something like rook e8. Yeah, and I can try to surround this pawn, but I agree that it's quite scary to go for something like this. I agree that it's quite scary. Not sure exactly what Black should do here. It's actually quite hard to make a decision here.
So if I play bishop d7, still take on queen d6 might be an issue. Like queen d6, e takes, and bishop e7 is still a threat. So you need to watch out for this.
And then bishop takes d6, hits the knight on c7. Now, this should still not be a big problem for him. Like, at a minimum, Black can play rook fc8, bishop d6, then bishop takes c3. But clearly, Yakubboev is going for more than just liquidation. So, big moment here for White. He's got to decide where to put the queen. He's up on time. But despite some good opening preparation, looks like Warmerdam hasn't followed up in the most accurate way, and he is worse.
Right. And I'm thinking also some queen h4 ideas, but I think in general, Black is just happy to trade the pawn on d5 for the pawn on e7 as long as it opens the position. Queen h4, knight e5. Is that the wait a minute, is that even possible? Because knight e5 is rook d1. You need to, again, evaluate the consequences.
At which point? Oh, queen h4, knight takes d5?
Yeah, and now rook d1. Is that the move?
Oh, and after e6, you can take and go bishop e7.
Yeah, that's the idea. Something like this could be played, and I thought maybe this is how it could continue, because it would ask Black to play bishop c3. Very responsible move, because if you keep the pawn, but you leave your king highly vulnerable.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those moves that a computer will not hesitate to make, and you can see that the eval bar seems to believe that Black is very much in charge here. But for a human to give up a bishop like this is always painful, essentially regardless of the other circumstances. So it would be a very gutsy call indeed if Yakubboev gives that bishop up at some point for the knight on c3.
I can easily see Warmerdam going here, because anything else is just worse. And here he has at least some counterattacking chances. Bishop removes, knight g5, so Black will have to play f6 to cover the dark squares, which further weakens the king.
All right. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this one. And by the way, David Anton Guijarro did indeed find a way to save that pawn against Manuel Petrosian. We don't have to go to that game right now, but it looks like he has managed to stabilize the situation. That game is pretty likely to head toward a draw.
All right.
So we have a couple of interesting developments in the women's top matchup between the US and India. We had some crazy developments in the Tatev Abrahamian game. Shall we have a look at that one?
Yeah, let's have a look at this. There's, I get the word that something is going on. I'm sorry, Daniel. Something is going on in Shirov's game. I'm not sure if we jump to there right now or a moment later. Apparently, Shirov has blundered something. Our chat is going crazy.
I think he sacrificed an exchange. Let's maybe spend like a minute on Tatev's game, and then we'll switch back to Shirov's game. Does that sound like a good compromise? Okay, so in Tatev's game, it just seems like White has made a lot more moves than Black has. And first of all, Black is thinking instead of taking back the rook, which I don't really understand. So what happens here after bishop takes h4? Why is White so much better?
I guess because of the more harmonious piece coordination, because White gave up the pawn. And we had a discussion about this position earlier, that Black had the perfect position after the opening. Now, suddenly White is having a very good harmonious play. Maybe the fact that the Black king is still in the center and the pawn on e5, as you're showing there with rook e1, could be an issue. So the pawn on e5, difficult to defend. Bishop f6. I'm looking at some knight h5 ideas or f4 ideas. All of them look very good for white.
Oh, and there's another really cool idea. If black castles, and I admit the use of a certain silicon friend to figure this line out, knight back to d1. Now you say no problem, black plays e4, and all of a sudden, whoop, queen c3, and there's a fork on the knight and the pawn on g7.
This is like a deja vu of watching yesterday's game of Gukesh blundering a piece against Sotomayor. Pretty much the same idea.
Yeah, hopefully he's not listening to the commentary. You know, he would bring back some bad memories. And Tatev indeed playing rook e1, so a huge game. If the U.S. can score a victory here, that would be an upset. Tatev is a really, really dangerous player with the white pieces, and we'll keep a close eye on this game as it unfolds. But I know we want to look at the Shirov game. So without any further ado, we switch back to the open section, and we take a look at Alexei Shirov's position against Gabriel Sargissian. What is he doing?
Queen on h5? What?
He played g6? I thought he sacked it. We have to look at his facial expression. We have to figure out a way. Let's get him on camera. Let's see if we can get him on camera.
You don't blunder bishop g5. I mean, there's got to be a sacrifice.
This has to be a sacrifice.
Queen h5, bishop d8, bishop h6. Is that the idea?
No, but then f4. Bishop d8.
And maybe black is claiming he has enough counterplay against the pin pawn on f4 and the center.
But my worry is that Gabriel is not going to take the rook on d8. I feel like there's a way probably to trap the queen.
Oh,
wait a second. I don't believe this.
Or h4, f4, bishop e2.
f4 or h4 both look incredibly scary to me. I mean, clearly h4 is not real. I mean, it's like +2. But apparently the best move is to start with bishop e2. Bishop e2.
Let me just have a look at what happens if, let's say, I'm just not comprehending what's happening there. I just snatched the exchange. I mean, I love material. I'll take the material if I can. So if I just take the rook on d8, where's the big idea? Where's Shirov's idea?
So I'll play bishop h6 and rook takes d8, and I'll basically say that you have problems with your center pawns, all of which are weak.
Queen h4 is a move. The pawn on f4 falls. You have a great control to dark squares. I absolutely agree. This looks great. And like you said, white is not obliged to take.
Right, and maybe that is what Shirov, in his mind, didn't invest enough thought into. The question, what if white just develops a piece and actually goes after the queen? Because the problem, if black tries to force this bishop off of g5, right, then you no longer have the h6 square for your bishop, and that's huge. That changes the whole landscape of the situation, and Gabriel Sargissian has played bishop e2. He has played bishop e2. It's on the board.
I think by now Shirov already realized what he has done, because the queen on h5 is a prison that he created for his own queen. He sacrificed the exchange. g6, try to get the counterplay. Some hallucination happened. How do you deal with this? I think actually the big threat is h4, because if you play h6, I'm not going to move the bishop at all. I'm going to play h4 and keep the bishop on g5. It's just over, no?
Yeah, I just made a couple random moves to illustrate that this is indeed a queen trap. And these two three-headed demons, the fact that the rook on d8 is hanging, let's not forget that. And the fact that the queen, as you said perfectly, is in a self-made prison, which it really can't get out of. I mean, maybe you can play queen h3, trying to get out of it that way. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but then you just take the exchange on the e8 for free, right? Because after bishop h6, I have bishop g5, and no longer it works. So this is not the same. Comp. I mean, I'm looking at Sargissian's performance again in the last rounds. I have to remind, he did beat players like Caruana, Hari Krishna, Mamedyarov pretty much in a row, and Shirov on top of that. Wow.
This is basically resignable. And on top of everything else, Alexei, with 26 minutes for 23 moves, this is, I mean, you never say the word over in Olympiads. You know, we're both experienced. We've seen crazier things happen, but just if you look at the body language, devastated Alexei Shirov, this is not what he was looking for on move 17 of an opening that he has played for his entire chess career. A disaster on board one for Spain. And that forces players like Paco Vallejo to deliver on their boards.
And also, this is a major result possibility for Team Armenia because they are one of the leaders in the rankings. And this win could be huge result to make a historic another gold medal for Armenia. I think they won it 3 times, if I'm not terribly mistaken, in the past. So Team Armenia has been doing wonderful so far. And what kind of news it would make? I mean, of course, Levon leaving Armenia for USA, and Armenia still clinches it as a team.
It would be an incredibly powerful statement, and as we already discussed, a powerful statement to the effect that team chemistry matters, experience of the players matters. So it's not just the number of players over 2,700 that makes a difference, and Armenia has shown that time and time again. More good news for Armenia is that Robert Hovhannisyan, I think, is going to hold a draw with the Black Pieces, I want to say, against Jaime Santos Latasa. Is there anything White can do to squeeze something out of this position?
Well, I can definitely see this game being played on for quite a while because Black does have the pawn on g5, which is a minor problem. And if you want to protect it with something like f6, all the light squares suddenly around the king get pretty weak. So I think Black is thinking about trading queens, and White doesn't want to trade queens because if we trade the queens, you start to see that a lot of White's pawns are on the color as his bishop. So then definitely Black is just doing fine. But still, I mean, the final verdict is that the position is just balanced.
So if you play queen h5, I think the very important idea is knight f6. Or is there something... maybe actually knight b6 is even more clinical. Knight b6 attacking the bishop, and that gives you a tempo which you use to bring the queen to e7 and defend the pawn.
Yeah, that looks pretty solid. Yeah, maybe knight f6 also is good, but right. This is definitely I would consider maybe bishop b3 play immediately. Do we move on to the another board? Maybe this looks quite drawish, to be honest.
This looks very drawish, as does the Petrosian Anton Giharo game. Okay, so that's the Armenia match. It looks like we're pretty much up to date on all of the games there. We have several options. We can move back to the women's to the other boards on the USA versus India match. We can look at Uzbekistan. What catches your eye? I'll toss the ball back into your court, Arturas.
Since we started to talk about the women's tournament, and then we were caught back with the Shirov's game, maybe Daniel, I have a suggestion to go back to the women's tournament. Let's have a look at what's going on there. Still,
great idea.
Very, very tough final round, despite the fact that Team India is leading the overall rankings by 1 point. Nothing is taken for granted. There's a very narrow race in the final round. There's 4 teams behind Team India with 1 point, match point less. So something like 5 teams potentially could become the gold medalists in the end.
Indeed, and we have been focusing on the match between America and India. Obviously, it's not the only important match in the women's section. We also have Ukraine and Poland, which we can update you on. But really quickly, we have Irina Krush on the top board against our Vaishali, or on the second board, I suppose. And this game seems to be heading toward a draw, despite the fact that Irina is very likely to lose the pawn on d6.
Yeah, I think here White already is already playing for a draw because there's nothing to be done about this pawn on d6. There was no attack. So as I sort of predicted, the pawn on d6 might fall. But how do you play this for the win? Because let's say g takes king e6, or g5.
I'll just shove the pawn to d7.
Right. And here's the thing. Maybe I can even just take on d7, play a4, and just try to crush through me.
Yeah. No, totally. I think that's exactly what you do. So Black's only idea is to play a6 and b5. But what White can do is play king e2, a6, king d3, and after b5, I think I can just ignore you.
Right.
Bishop d2, for example, actually.
Or maybe, yeah, bishop d2, by the way, is good. I think even just one stake also allow Black to push b4. If you look at this position, I'm not confident that Black can break through, but maybe... No, I don't think you can break through. Take. Yeah, like this. Black plays b4.
No, you can just offer a draw. King c2, king b3. Everything's on a light square.
Right. There's no way to crash through. The only square I see is the g5 square. We have our ducks with bishop targeting that square. So I put a bishop on e3, and if you try to escape, crash through with something like bring the king towards the king side, whatever, king h7, bishop f6, bishop g5. The pawn on c5 is under attack. You can't do that.
Right. By the time you do that, White's going to take all of the kingside pawns.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. This is going to be a draw and a pretty solid result for Team USA. And it appears that Carissa Yip has a pretty big advantage both on the clock and on the board against Tanya Sajdev. Ooh. She has made lemonade out of lemons. A position that looked quite dubious out of the opening has turned into a phenomenal King's Indian initiative.
Well, no matter how you look at this position, Daniel, I have a feeling that White's position is gone completely wrong because... What?
Yeah.
Oh, f4.
No, f4, making things even worse for White, I think.
Right. So, I mean, what's the spirit of the King's Indian for White? Go target the queen side. Where's your queen side play? There's nothing there.
Where is your queen side at all?
Where's your queen side? It's just non-existent. All right. And where do you put your king?
You can't.
Yeah, just be my guest. I mean, I don't know.
Well, the
bishop f6 is a major threat.
Yeah, I mean, in the event of a trade, the knight, I mean, it's a tale of two minor pieces. You can't castle kingside simply because of queen takes h4. That pawn sticks out like a sore thumb. And if you don't castle, then your king is eventually going to be torn apart in the center. Queen b6, eventually e4. White's position is borderline lost here.
Looks like that. Yeah, incredibly unpleasant. Incredibly unpleasant. This could be a major chance for Team USA women's team who have been struggling in the first half of the tournament. They're fighting back. They're finding their pace, getting the rhythm. And, well, we might just see that they might do it, actually.
They might get it done. And Carissa, she has been struggling mightily. She's lost to a couple of players lower rated than her. But, players with the best Olympiad careers, they don't have great Olympiads every time, but they deliver when it matters most. And Carissa is trying to do just that. And we have Konero and Tohirjonova on our final board. Very complicated position, very similar to what we looked at last. And this is, I think, where India has their big chance. They need Humpy Konero to deliver on this board.
Definitely need. And also Black wants to play something like b6, bishop b7, which was your suggestion the last time we looked at this, to bring the bishop in the game, so that apparently Black has solved all his problems. But all I see is that at the moment, White is down 2 pawns, right? That's the fact. And of course, the pawn on d3 is going to fall, but it means more trades. How do you avoid more trades than you have to? So queen g7, very nice move, because Black says, okay, I mean, you can snatch the pawn on d3, but it's going to cost you a couple of trades. So bishop d3 or knight d3, let's trade the queens. There we go. I'm never going to lose this.
Absolutely not. Down up a pawn is Black. Well-placed pieces. And as we were discussing earlier, queen trade basically kills off all of White's winning chances, and Humpy with a difficult decision here about where she's going to put her queen in order to avoid this unpleasant standoff. Good chances here. Good situation for Team USA.
Maybe, Daniel, maybe something like f4, queen f2. Yeah, do it like this. Queen h4, g4, g5, or knight g4. This is the only thing I can think of. Anything else, queens disappear, so does Humpy's chances and hopes to win the game.
Exactly. And b6 is very likely to happen by Black. Okay, things heating up big time in USA against India. All right. So as we swing back to the open section, and the next time we check into the women's section, we will update you on the Ukraine-Poland match. There was a draw, by the way, on one of the boards in that match. But before we do any of that, it is time for us to take our second break of the day. We are 2 hours and change into the final round of the 44th Chess Olympiad. We hope you're enjoying the coverage, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back with more action from the final round in just a couple of minutes.
play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With 3 top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. Entering as the favorites, Team USA has suffered multiple dramatic disappointments so far. Will they have what it takes to finish strong and keep their medal hopes alive? While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome back to the 44th FIDE Chess Olympiad. In front of you, you see Team Netherlands and Team Uzbekistan hard at work contesting an absolutely critical match. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Artur Nexans bringing you coverage of this all-important final round. And before we delve into the pivotal games of the pivotal matchups, let's have a look at what all of the top teams are playing for as we review the standings in the open section going to the final round. Artur's Uzbekistan and Armenia, they have been the stories of the Olympiad because neither player has a single player over 2,700. How crazy is that?
It's absolutely insane. And also, I have to mention that both of these teams are among the youngest teams in the open section because the entire team, I mean, not Armenia, but I was talking about India, Uzbekistan and India, they are very, very young, talented team lineup. And Team Armenia is showing what it means that you have to get this great team spirit. And so far, it's working for them.
It is working for them indeed, but Netherlands and the US, none of those teams are out of contention. Both of them can still medal. Obviously, a lot of cards have to fall their way, but we've seen crazier things happen in the Olympiad. As we look at the matchups, we have Germany, India too. We've got, of course, Uzbekistan, Netherlands, Armenia, Spain, and the US contesting a big match against India's main team. Okay, back we go into our pivotal match with the leaders, Team Uzbekistan, trying to hold off a hungry Netherlands team with Anish Giri on board one. And a crazy development in Jordan Van Foreest's game against Norbek Yakubboev with an exchange sacrifice by the Uzbek youngster. He's gotten 2 monster knights on d4 and c4. Archers, what do you make of this sacrifice? Does he have enough compensation here?
My first impression, something's not right, because I definitely feel that this is an interesting idea. In the black is allowed to put the knight on c6, so knight c4, knight a5, knight c6 to strengthen the knight on d4, which protects the pawn on e6. Then things are good, but somehow I'm not so sure, because black has sacrificed exchange for a pawn, and you see this pawn on f3 is a target, the pawn on f4, here you go, as you're showing it, this exchange sacrifice on d4, but so is the pawn on e6. So if I play here something like b3, I mean, is this really good? I mean, b3 and bishop f4, I'm not sure how to actually properly play it out.
And you're saying if knight takes f3, then there's rook takes e6.
Well, I just blundered that, of course, the knight on c3 is under attack, but yeah, now that
still you're winning.
I saw that. Yeah.
You're just testing my tactic. So b3, I suppose I have to move the knight back. What was the eval bar saying here?
Can I play after b? What?
Is there knight e5? Sorry to interrupt you. I think there might be knight e5.
Okay. Wow. Rook d4, knight f3. Are you kidding me? Is this
incredible?
And black is down the rook, and yet it's equal, because if you play rook d1, you take on e1, and there's the knight hanging on c3. But this can be easily missed, because you play b3 clearly with the thought in your mind, okay, knight e5 is impossible, because it hangs. You can miss that.
Yeah, you can't play knight e5. Come on, rook takes d4, it's over. But no, the line continues. And the appeal of b3 is that if you can force the knight to a5, then that completely justifies the move b3.
I think so, yeah.
A major dangerous moment for Jordan Van Foreest. Big chance of a blunder here. Of course, I think he will see it. He's been taking quite a while on this position. So if you don't play b3, what do you play? Do you play rook d1 to d3? You don't really even need to defend the f3 pawn. Black isn't threatening to capture it because black cannot afford to lose the e6 pawn.
Can I play bishop f4? I'm not sure if I need this move, but I want to target the pawn on c7 somehow. No, the bar says I cannot do that. The idea was to provoke e5, which maybe I don't need even to provoke at all, because black is going to play c6 anyway. Yeah. This is not great. This is not great. I immediately see that. But my idea was, Daniel,
to be very careful.
Yeah, my idea was to push away the knight from d4 somehow. I want to trade it and get to the pawn on e6. But I mean, how do you do it?
So maybe then it is worth starting with rook d3, but not in order to defend the f3 pawn, but in order rather to play a move like knight e2. But again, it just doesn't seem all that dangerous, because even if you play knight e2, black can step away to f5. I mean, I don't think this is all that bad for black. Gosh,
maybe
this is a hard position to play.
And that's why I think he sacrificed this exchange, right? I mean, to going for a fight, and he feels that his team is in danger, and he's trying to take over the game. Looks
by the way, somebody in chat, thank you to Ad Favelas for the astute tactical vision. There is the move bishop takes h6, but I don't think it works tactically, again, because of this pesky knight takes f3 move. The rook is attacked. If you move the rook, you drop the bishop. If you take the bishop, black takes the rook, and either you let the knight evacuate or you allow black to take the bishop on g7. Good idea, but doesn't seem to do the trick.
Yeah, that is a nice idea. All right, but what do you do? Yeah, what do you do?
F4.
Because again,
F4. I got it. F4.
And if I play something like, what do I play here? I mean, I think I need to
C6.
protect the pawn on e6. Can I play king f7 and knight f5 then?
King f7. Yeah, I don't see exactly how white improves his position, because surprisingly, these pawns are controlling a lot of very important squares. And the knight controls b5. I don't have knight b5. Maybe b3 now. Maybe b3
and knight a5, probably.
Let's say I go bishop b2.
My idea was to play knight f5, h5. I mean, maybe even start. Okay, now I cannot play h5 first because the knight on d4 is under attack. But knight f5, h5. I want to fix that weakness on h4. And the knight on f5 is a monster. How do you get rid of this knight at all?
That is a huge knight. That is a huge knight. No,
wow.
I can see this actually turning in black's favor. I mean, I can see white being a little bit sloppy, and all of a sudden, you've got a ton of pawn weaknesses. Black has a pawn for the exchange already, and if black can get a second pawn for the exchange, then we could potentially start talking about black taking over the initiative this game. A very interesting practical decision by Yakubboev.
One thing I'm, Daniel, really puzzled is why the bar likes it so much. Because it's an exchange sacrifice for a pawn. And this means it's the most minimal material advantage that white can get. And white's pawn structure obviously is shattered. This means there's something tactical. Probably. I mean, somehow white wins the pawn, another pawn. I mean, where is it? I don't see it.
It's hard to say. I mean, we'll wait for Jordan to make a decision, because I think white's next move is going to dictate the course of the game. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the other games in this match. Abdusattorov and Giri have gone into an endgame in which only one side can win. Noterbek Abdusattorov is a monster.
That is official. The official word from Chennai. He's a monster.
He is a monster, right?
Confirmed. And he's about to keep his pawn. So Anish, his gambling in the Naidrov seems to have backfired. Again, he sacrificed this pawn. He didn't take the pawn on c2. He was going for a sharp counterplay earlier in the opening. And now he's just down a pawn. I mean, if you think pawns don't matter, well, you're wrong. Pawns matter.
Oh, by the way, Van Foreest played b3. So he missed knight e5, and we will keep an eye out on whether Yakubboev spots knight c4 to e5. Fascinating stuff going on.
Wow. Can we? Yeah, I guess we're going to jump back to that game later. I mean,
when he makes a move, we'll update you on what decision, whether Yakubboev spots the right move. But one little subtlety here. If white plays knight takes f4 prematurely, I actually think there's a devilish trick. Black plays, okay, maybe rook b6 instead of rook b8. And the threat is actually rook takes b2 and bishop takes c3.
So king c2 seems to solve all the problems. No, actually drop something there. Yeah.
And actually, black is the one who will be up a pawn at the end of the line. Crazy.
Right.
And there's nothing white can do, because bishop takes c3 on top of it all is also a threat.
All right. There's a word, something is going on in Lanier Dominguez's game. Maybe let's move on to that game and check it out.
So in conclusion, just a slow move like rook e1 to g1 is actually what the engine wants. The problem for black is that eventually he's going to lose the pawn on f4. It's like dead weight, and white has a big pawn majority on the queen side. So a sizable advantage for Noterbek. But we go to the Dominguez game because the American Grandmaster is in serious trouble in this endgame against Arjun Erigaisi.
All right. Now the big question is how black is going to defend this. So obviously one of his ideas is try to put one of the pieces on d6, something like knight e6. And knights are widely regarded as one of the best blockades, right? You put the knight on d6, it blocks the passed pawn. But one thing I'm really concerned in Lanier's position, the biggest concern, is the pawn on c5. Because if the white pawn was not standing on a5, black would be allowed to fix the weakness on c5 by playing b6. Here, this is not the case. Knight a4 is a major threat.
Yeah, and you know, if black's knight ever leaves d7, then knight a4 will become an even bigger problem. So with that in mind, I think Lanier is trying to get his king to d6. It's not the same as blockading with a knight, but at the very least, he will lend some reinforcements toward the pawn on c5. And Arjun, he does the same. He brings his king up to f2.
Yeah, so far, definitely White has achieved more because his pawn on d5 has become much more stronger than after the opening. Black's king side counterattack has failed. As you see, obviously, there's no queens on the board. The Oxford bishops are gone. So definitely Black needs to be super careful.
So let's say the Black plays king e7. Is White... Well, I assume that White's not going to trade rooks, but that's not a given. Maybe he will. There is the very nasty move rook e1 check. Ooh. And you actually cannot play king d6. Or actually, maybe you can, but for some reason I hallucinated that knight e4 check wins a pawn. But
all right.
I guess there is bishop f5, and this does threaten knight e4 check.
And if I play knight e to f6? But the position is not ideal, right? I mean, your knight on d7, the bishop on c8 is slightly stuck. It looks ugly. But I want to play g6 next. I mean, maybe there's... if I play knight f3 to d2, that could be a problem.
I was thinking that too. Knight e4 check is coming.
Oh, that's a big check.
Likely to lose that pawn on c5, and if you do, well, we know what happens then.
Yeah, it's curtains. So you can't do that. You can't do that. So I think in general, you're right what you said. I mean, White normally wants to keep the rook alive because that's, I think, the general strategy from the stronger side. You don't trade off pieces you are not sure that you might not need later. So rook e1 after king e7, rook e1 might happen if indeed king d6 is not a possibility. Maybe king e7, rook e1 check and king d8 something, but still the pawn on c5 is weak.
King e7, rook e1 check, king d8. Yeah, probably the placement of the king on d8 is better than on d6, but Lenier is walking on thin ice here. He is going to have to be perfect if he wants to save this game, and a loss here would be pretty disastrous for the Americans' chances, because Sam Shankland, we won't go to his game right now, but it looks like his opponent is holding the position together, and that game, I think, is very likely to end in a draw. There's also Wesley's game against Vidit, and that's another game, Artur's, in which I'm not too impressed by the way that Wesley has put pressure. And maybe this is just because of Vidit's excellent defense, but I don't see Wesley winning this game either.
Well, at least we can agree on this, that Wesley is going to push this for forever, because I think he wants to keep the queens on the board. If you trade the queens, you have this very nice isolated pawn on d5, beautiful outpost on d4, but in professional language, we have this term, it's just not enough. So you need more targets. You need, according to Aaron Nemtsovich, as he postulated more than 100 years ago, you need a second weakness, and Black is not going to give it to you. So I think Wesley, what he's going to do, he's going to maneuver his opponent to total boredom. I don't know, queen d1, knight e4, knight e3, knight e4, g3, whatever. I mean, keep the queens on the board and try to get that second weakness on the board.
I think it wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration to say that this is almost a must-win game for Team USA, because Lenier is not winning. Sam Shankland is unlikely to win his game, and I mean, if Lenier loses, then it's basically all over. But okay, so we will keep an eye on Wesley's attempts to squeeze something out of this slight advantage in the endgame. Apparently, Tatev is about to win her game over in the women's section, and that would be an absolutely huge game. So what shall we turn to? I don't know what to turn to. We've got so many interesting games, Artur's. I always have a hard time deciding. There's the Sargissian Shirov game as well. What catches your eye?
I don't know, maybe we continue, since we're watching Team USA's matches, maybe we do jump now to the women's section and see how the women's team is doing, because they are making a comeback so far. I mean, they were struggling in the first half, as we discussed, and now they have very, very important match in their count for the medals. Also for Team India, one of the most important matches of their career so far, I guess. The first ever Olympiad in India, Chennai. Right, and they just dream about this gold medal. So Team India is looking towards at least a draw in this match, and I'm not sure if that's going to guarantee the first place. Victory for sure, because they are leading the overall rankings by 1 point. So what do we have here?
First of all, Irina Krush has officially drawn her game against Vaishali in exactly the way that we discussed. So that is the first result of the day. But this position, this is the big game. It appears that Tatev can take the pawn on e5, and she will be winning if she does that. And the point, of course, is that bishop takes d2 check looks scary, but after the simple queen takes d2, white emerges out of the complications up a full piece. Because if you take the rook, then white's king takes black's rook. That's not possible.
I'm slightly afraid, Daniel, about rook takes on d2. You know, I start to see ghosts.
Ooh.
I mean, is there a mate or something? So rook d2, rook e6. I mean, probably there's no mate. I mean, I was thinking about retreating with the rook and give you a check on the first rank.
But I have this move.
You have rook e3. Okay, that's important. Yeah. Otherwise, you know, king b1, rook d1 check looks scary.
It does. And I'll tell you what scares me. What scares me is actually the move queen e6 to d6, because this reinforces that now bishop takes d2 is a huge threat. How exactly does white deal with that while keeping the attack on the knight?
Can I make the move here?
Yeah.
Rook e8 is looking nice.
Oh! I totally saw that. Yes. Good tactics, Arthurs. You really did your puzzle rush this morning.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, let me amend that a little bit to queen d7. Let me amend that a little bit to queen d7.
Yeah, that looks better.
But still, I mean, knight f1 even. What's the problem, I guess, right? And maybe that's not even the best move.
Either way, it's quite clear that white is calling the shots, because not only white has the pawn, white has the compensation for it, great position. And you look at this knight on a5, one of the problems in the opening for black, the knight on a5 is still there. It's not doing anything. Probably it's not going to do anytime soon as well.
No, and the only thing it can do is move back to b7, an even more miserable square. So Tatev, she is close to delivering a critical victory for Team USA. And the second player who has to deliver is Carissa Yip, who is nursing a big, big advantage against Tanya Sachdev, who's down to 8 minutes on the clock for 14 moves. And Carissa is really close
Daniel,
to winning this game.
This is huge, because at the moment, Team USA in the women's section is cruising towards the victory. Like at least I see 2 victories possible for Team USA, and that means a heartbreaker for the first team of India, because they were leading the tournament confidently for majority of the course. They lost this they did lose to Poland, right? This very painful draw rook game, Olivia Kalbasa against Vaishali, and now the final round. They would lose this? Oh my goodness, this is gonna hurt.
Lands, this is huge. And they might not even need Begim Tohurjonova to hold her own against Humpy Canero, but I think she might be. So it's clear that Carissa is still much better. She's going to play e4 at some point. This is a nasty position. So for India to salvage this match, it all starts with Humpy Canero. She absolutely has to win her game, but she's now lower on the clock, and it's a wild position, and there's still the standoff between the queens. And I'm not sure that I would even prefer white here, Arturis. It's a super double-edged position.
I mean, white is still down 2 pawns. That I see, right? Of course, Connor is trying to conjure something at the king side. I think we might see something along the way of h6, queen h6, knight g4, rook h3 ideas. But this is really working. You have to co-play that. Yeah, what is this really? So queen g7,
well, I think
knight
queen
f6.
g7, knight f6, I can maybe play king f7.
Oh, you're cold. You're not even caring about my big attack there.
Well, that bishop's so huge, it's covering the f3 square, because white would kill what white wouldn't give to play the move rook f3 here, but that's not possible. Just bishop takes f3. Oh my gosh.
Maybe, okay, maybe not knight f6, maybe not knight g4 first. I start with rook h3, something like this. h6.
Then I'll play h6.
No. I play h6, queen h6, then rook h3.
Oh, my bad.
Now I'm
rook
claiming
h3.
I have some very big compensation for the now 3 missing pawns, which is exactly where again?
Right. Looking, buffering, compensation not found. And this pawn on d3 is a bone in white's throat. Anytime you move the rook away, d2 becomes a problem. 20 minutes and ticking is Humpy Canero's clock. Big problems here for Team India. This is shocking, Arthurs. I mean, the match isn't over. Right now, the score is 50-50. But they are in trouble on every board, it appears.
They are in trouble, definitely. I mean, they definitely even have a chance to lose this big. It's not even just a loss. It's looking just bad for Team
this
India.
might be a crusher.
You say, you're right.
This might be a crusher, and that opens up the way for USA. It also opens up the way for the winner of Team Ukraine and Team Poland to make a bid at the very least for a silver medal. We've got Poland and Ukraine facing off against each other with a couple of crazy games in that matchup as well. We don't have to spend too much time on it. I want to come back to the Uzbekistan Netherlands match as well, but we've got Maria Malichka against Natalia Buksa with a ridiculous tactical position. Not sure what to make of this one.
Not totally equal, of course. I mean, what is it? No?
B takes C3. Pretty balanced position, yeah.
I mean, pretty balanced, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's bishop f5, maybe. Can I do that?
F5.
Simplify the position somehow? No.
Liquidation, but okay.
Looks normal to me, to be honest. I mean, I'm scared of this bishop on h7. I'm scared of queen h4 ideas. I mean, just queen d4. Okay, you're very fast.
King takes h7.
And
Is this
white
so
is
bad?
just up a pawn, just like that.
Yeah, white is up a pawn. I actually didn't realize that.
Yeah. I mean, I was scared to play knight e2 check. I mean, to be honest, knight e2, I saw some ghosts by sacrificing the exchange on e2, boom, boom, boom. Queen h4, you know, I saw this. I thought, I just don't want to go there. This is yuck, you know, but maybe there's
like
nothing.
This, yeah.
Maybe there's queen g4 something,
G4.
you know?
Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
Maybe this holds together for black, and it's a big game for Natalia Buksa not to. It's important for Natalia Buksa not to lose this. Monika Stochko and Anna Muzichuk have already made a draw, and b takes c3, knight e2 check is indeed on the board. So it looks like Natalia is up to the task, and the position remains incredibly sharp. So this match is totally undecided with complicated positions on the other two boards of the Ukraine match as well. But I propose that we move back to the open section, if
Let's do
that's
it.
okay with you.
Sure.
And first of all, something that we have not updated you on in a while is that Sadwani Nisipiano game from Germany's match against India. Looks like Liviu Dieter has put together a very, very impressive defensive effort, which is not over, of course.
This is everybody's game now, Daniel. It's not very clear because what appeared to be a major win for Raunak after the opening, now black is up a pawn. He has a beautiful monster on d3 and there's no mate.
There's no mate, and now the knight has appeared on e6. But the rook has moved into f7, lending its defensive services to the black king. Look at the defensive cocoon the black has put together around his king. And the king is as safe as it's been the entire game.
Right.
But can white play a move like queen d5 here? But then maybe there's like queen b5 even. I don't know.
Queen d5, queen b5. Probably this is somehow gonna liquidate into some drawish obstacle bishop endgame, as usually does, you know, Daniel. You play some craziness. And of course, I mean, couple of moves, boom, 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 it's a dead draw. That's how it works.
That's always how it works. That's modern chess for you. Something like queen d8, queen d7, and then trade, offer, draw. This is exactly how the game is going to go. And it always ends in zeros, always.
Right, and black is very comfortable with this bishop on d3, keeping the pawn on c4 alive. I could easily see black even slightly pushing at some point later if he trades the queens. That's a strong pawn on c4 right there.
And I know you'll second me on this, Arturs, but the psychological difficulty of facing a position like this when you're basically hoping to win right out of the opening, now all of a sudden the position is complicated, and it almost feels like black is better, even though objectively he isn't.
Right. Yeah, of course. Once you get the feeling that the game is slipping out of your hand, out of your grasp, it's difficult to gather the thoughts together. You've been there, Daniel. I've been there. You know, you feel that it's not going your way. I think this is actually what happened exactly yesterday in Gukesh's game, right? He had this absolutely stunning winning position against Abdusatorov, minor inaccuracies, one after another. You missed a win. Then you're in a drawing position, but you feel the game is slipping away, right? And you can misplay that. I mean, here Raunak definitely should feel that whatever he did before, I mean, he could have played better.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, Keimer and Gukesh continues to head toward a draw. It's a dead draw on rook endgame. And a game that we haven't checked out in a while is Nihal Sarin's battle against Matthias Blubaum, which seems to be going in Nihal's favor. Knight has jumped out to b5 and can potentially move into c7. And this looks like problems for black. Queen c5, there's also b4.
It looks like a free pawn, to be honest. I mean, how do you protect the pawn? I mean, queen goes away, queen c5, b4. Thank you, yum, I'm going to take it.
Oh, and actually here, I think there might be even more than a pawn. I think knight d6 might be totally devastating.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, rook takes c1, rook takes f7 check, and then I don't give a care about that rook. I'm going to go in for the kill with queen h6. Says
rook
Nihal.
f1, king f1 gives nothing, right? There's no way for the black queen to join the defenses, right? The queen on b6 is safely put away to defend the king, so to speak. Not great for black.
Zippo, zilch. Yeah, and if you don't play queen b6, well, where do you go? That only leaves you with one square, the miserable square on f8. This is likely what's going to happen.
This is not how you equalize the game. You put the queen on f8.
No.
That is terrible.
Oh, look at that stare that Nihal Sarin is giving his opponent.
He has one of the greatest stares, to be honest. You know, he just like Gary Kasparov just looks this crazy stare towards you. You know, a lot of intimidation right there.
This is why I like watching Nihal's game so much. I mean, he takes a position that looks pretty colorless. You think it's going to be a 70 move grind, and then 5 moves later, he's already winning the center pawn, and he's converted it into a position where he has a huge attack. Incredible. And big trouble here for Matthias Blubaum, the German.
I find actually, Danya, I find it quite interesting that there's quite a few games with isolated pawn structure. I think we saw this in Wesley So's game against Vidit, right? Here we again have the same structure. So it seems to be like a common understanding that black is sort of holding. I mean, I think some time before it was, I mean, at least the conventional understanding was that isolated pawn e5 black is suffering, but, you know, engines are not really impressed. And
engines are not impressed. I completely
not at all.
agree.
I mean, it's nothing. It's nothing. I mean, who cares about isolated pawn on d5? Engines definitely don't.
Yeah, no, that's totally, I actually have observed the same thing. Engines always give equality in a situation where even if you control the square in front of the pawn, which is supposed to be, you know, the dream of playing against an IQP, oftentimes you just see zeros. By the engine, because the side that has the IQP often has that additional piece activity that can compensate for the weakness of the pawn. But this is not exactly a worthy advertisement for playing with the IQP, and Nihal Sarin will continue to try to convert what is about to be his first material advantage of the game. In the meantime, we have that Armenia-Spain match, which is continuing to heat up. Let's quickly check into the Shirov game. Yeah, this is... Wow. Okay, this is
totally over. I mean, black is down in exchange. I think he did play queen h3 before, as you suggested. So he self-trapped the queen. Some total brain meltdown happened for the top Spanish board. And now it's just an exchange, technical position. If the king gets to d3 very quickly to protect the pawn on e3, this is curtains. Bishop c5, just play rook d3.
Rook d3. The knight is restricted completely by the pawns. And 1 minute for Alexei for 16 moves. Nah, this is over.
I think that's the consequence of the morning round, right? I mean, this is a morning round. You definitely got to feel that. Because, again, to remind you, the viewers, their last round started at 10 a.m., in local time in Chennai, India, right? It's tough. It's tough to play the morning round. Your brain is still sleeping. You start to see things which are not even there. And this is apparently what happened in Shirov's game.
No, chess players hate the morning rounds. Have you ever overslept a round at a tournament?
No, I have missed a round, but for a different reason, though. Not oversleeping. No. Have you?
I have. Well, I taught at a chess camp. I teach at a chess camp in Atlanta every year, and there's a tournament after the camp. Now, the camp is grueling. It's you teach all day, every day. So the last night, the tournament starts the day after camp ends. It's about 7 p.m., and at 7:30 p.m., I totally crash. I'm exhausted, and of course, I don't set an alarm. It's 7:30 p.m. The game is the following morning at 10. Guess when I woke up? 9:55. I look at my watch. I'm like, oh, it's 9:55 p.m. Then I look outside, it's light outside. And I'm like, oh my goodness, the game starts in 5 minutes. It's like a game in 45. Throw clothes on, rush to the playing hall. And it was just a miracle that I slept 14 hours. So it actually happened. That was the closest I ever came, believe it or not.
All right. How do you play the game?
I won. It was round one, so I outrated my opponent. But I was falling asleep at the board. It was terrible. Sometimes when you sleep that amount, it's actually counterproductive. You sleep, you feel even more sleepy than if you had slept like 9 or 10 hours.
Right. Well, there's that, definitely. So either way, Shirov is going down in this game. Major result for our team, Armenia. Sargissian is becoming a true leader. I mean, always thought he is a very, very solid player, but not like the top elite. Still, what he's doing here in the last 5 rounds, 4.5 out of 5 against the absolute top-notch players is just incredible. I don't even have the right words in my vocabulary for that.
Yeah, it's incredible. He's very underrated. He's been around 2,700 for so many years, and he is about to deliver a huge win for Team Armenia. Okay, back we go for a second, perhaps to the Uzbekistan match. That Anishgiri game might actually be the match-deciding game, because this end game in which Norbek Abdusatorov seemed to hold the only winning chances, but the eval bar believes otherwise.
Wait, how did they not win the pawn on f4 again?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. Rook g1, rook b6, king c2, rook c4. Oh, I think he missed the tactic here. I think he had the move rook f5, which he should have played.
Okay.
This, I think, is how you win the pawn.
Either you see this move or you don't. I mean, rook e5 can escape your vision, right? Because obviously the square is under attack, but the rook on g1 conveniently pins the black king. Wow. Can be missed. It can be missed, right? I mean, I also wouldn't spot it on immediately. Yeah.
Neither would I. And there are two types of people, those who see rook f5 and those who don't.
Yeah, I'm also one of them, I guess. Yeah, in the second part.
But here the pawn cannot be defended. Even if you go g5, it doesn't actually help because of the pin. So this would have given white excellent winning chances. Instead, Norbek moves his rook from g1 to e1. And
so wait, the rook was there before, no? I mean, the rook was on...
It was.
He just wasted 2 tempi just like that. He played rook g1, rook e1. There you go.
He got discouraged. He didn't see a way to win the pawn, and he moves his rook back. But he got discouraged prematurely, and that's why he played rook e1. He's trying to force a trade of rooks. And Nishgiri says, okay, fine. Bishop h4, g5, and now it's completely anybody's game. I mean, this is a 3-result game, I think.
Totally. I mean, I don't think it's even drawish, because black wants to play f3, g4, maybe at some point even sack the bishop on f2, push forward those pawns, while white obviously is trying to push c5, b4, a4, b5. It's a race. I mean, I don't want to be in those situations, Daniel. Usually I pray I never get there, because it really feels like flopping a coin.
Oh, totally. These endgames are impossible to calculate. I mean, how do you know? Do you go c5 first? Do you go b4 if you're black? Do you go king f5? Do you go f3? There's like usually 3 or 4 candidate moves on every move, and it is simply impossible to calculate these types of endgames accurately. So you basically end up trusting your intuition. Both sides have plenty of time. This is already move 37, so they're about to make time control. And Norbek, without further ado, he sets his own pawns in motion. We are in for a fascinating endgame here with all 3 results possible. Oh.
Yeah, and this is going to be a drama, I think, because they desperately need this victory. So if, again, if Team Armenia doesn't win, and if Team Uzbekistan doesn't win, oh my goodness, Danya, I mean, this is wide open. I mean, there's like, I don't know how many candidates take the gold. I mean, we might actually see a huge tie for the first place, and then just whatever happens, happens.
Now, I think there will be a result very shortly in the Jordan Van Foreest Norbek Yakubboev game. So that exchange sacrifice, it turned out to be a money move because, as we discussed, it's your fault, Arturas. You put this into Jordan's mind. He played the move b3, and knight e5 found immediately by the Uzbek grandmaster, rook d4, knight f3. And Jordan was forced basically to liquidate into an endgame where I actually think he is the one who had to exercise caution. And he did exercise caution. He wins the pawn on d5. Noterbeck, Noterbeck. Wait. Noterbeck up to Satorov and Noterbeck. Okay, I was like, are they both Noterbecks? Yes, exactly. Yeah. Good. I'm not hallucinating. And I think that we are about to see a repetition of moves. King e6, rook g4. No need for black. Well, actually, black could maybe consider going rook g8 here. What do you think? Or is this just a dead draw?
The pawn on h6 is under attack, but so is the white pawn on f2. Maybe this is just going to liquidate, Rook g8, bishop h6, bishop f2, h5, trade many things on g6. Black has this pawn on b5, extra pawn, but it's of no use, really. So,
but you also can't go to f5.
Yeah, that's actually a problem, It can happen like this. Daniel bring this into situation before. It's like, okay, let's make a draw. Okay, I agree to a draw. I play king f5, and boom, you miss rook f4. I've been there. I've done that.
Totally happens, right? You go at this from a distance, and you think, we just liquidate on g6, and then you fail to check for these other tactical resources. So my guess is that Noterbeck will cooler heads will prevail, and we will see a repetition and a draw. And on the last board, we have this crazy game between Max Womadam and Vakirov, which continues to go downhill for Max.
Wow, the pawn on b2 is missing. I guess at some point Black did snatch the pawn on b2 for free, positioned it on c3.
Yeah, and supported it with a pawn. And here's the problem. Bishop f4 looks very tempting, but there's this move e5. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's a mood killer pretty much. E5 is a move you don't want to get because d takes is queen d1, background issues, the rook on d1 is not protected. And if you had to play bishop g3, well, your pieces are never going to come back to life. And even maybe f5, f4, as you're showing Daniel there, is just costing white a piece. Not good choice for white, but what to do, right? f6?
I guess you have to go bishop h4 then. But black can actually still go e5. Like this
that's
is
actually a valid point.
Very annoying.
Very annoying because now this bishop on h4 is disconnected from action. So is the knight on f3. It's just bad. I think it's just bad for white, right? Because suddenly there's no counterplay. And I think white was hoping for some counterplay at the king side. And now these pawns on f6 and e5, they secure everything.
And
e5 is a major resource.
Positions.
This is a major resource. I think black should already have it under his radar.
Yeah, this
looks
borderline winning. I think this is borderline winning, and it does appear that Carissa Yip is on the path to delivering checkmate. We will go to her game in just a second. Before we do, we have Sindarov against Benjamin Block. They are locked in a very, very complex position. Not much to say here. I like White's position, but I know people in chat are going crazy. We need to go to the Carissa game right now. Is there checkmate in that game? Let's see. Or was that fake news?
It definitely feels something checkmate-ish. Having the open G file, queen on h4, queen f2. I think this game is going to be over pretty quick, to be honest. But wait,
I don't see the piece sack though. And where exactly is the mate?
Queen h4 actually is queen b2. Annoying idea. Wait, can we continue this line? Queen b2, king h7, and I thought I'm very proud to discover the rook takes on c5, exchange sacrifice, and of course, then I missed queen f2 check.
Queen f2 check. And
nice.
Now, but 1 second, I think white has the move queen takes d6 here. This might also be quite annoying.
Oh, so you're saying there's no mate because queen f2, king h2, queen f1, white delivers a shocker on h6.
A mate checkmate of her own. No, not like that, but a checkmate of her own on h6. And I don't actually see exactly how Carissa delivers the crushing blow. Now, she's got 30 minutes to figure it out, and Tanya with 2 minutes for 10 moves. If she pulls out this game with white, that would be unbelievable.
That is highly unlikely. So I would still say that the white is still doing great. But the way rook takes on c5 also is a threat not to be missed, right? Because the queen on f6 is currently pinned, so you're going to play d takes on c5. So that is a threat, which asks me a question why rook takes on c5 was not possible immediately. I guess there was some kind of a check on a1 or something. I'm not sure, by the way.
Check on a1. I go king h2 and maybe queen E1.
Wow, that's deep.
No, wait, that blunders queen b2. That blunders queen b2 and rook c8 and bishop d3. So that doesn't work.
I'm not sure why this rook c5 was not possible. I mean, maybe something like queen g6 or queen g7.
Oh, queen g7. Beautiful. And it threatens checkmate, and it covers the h6 square. That's the line.
Yeah, maybe even without the check on a1. I was thinking like queen g6 or queen g7 right away. But either way, yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that this game was not imminently over. Now that I have assured myself of that, we can move on to back to the open section. Okay, so yeah. So did you have any thoughts on the Sindarov Bach game before we go on another break?
Yeah, let's maybe check it. This is what was started as a quiet Italian game, and we discussed how we don't really like Italian game. I think we share the same feeling there. But suddenly, White's position seems to be preferable because there's some targets at the queen side. However, the pawn on e4 is weak. So I wonder if White doubled the rooks at f5 with the idea to sacrifice the exchange on f6. I'm not sure, really. I mean, is that the idea? Knight
I
g5.
think it might be. Van Foreest, by the way, signing his score sheet. He makes the first draw, as we were discussing. But after knight g5, yeah, I think rook takes f6 is definitely in the cards. I actually think that is his idea, and then you go knight, and then you go h4.
Yeah, Tigran Petrosyan, the former world champion, would definitely approve. He is, of course, historically widely regarded as one of the greatest players ever to make some of the most beautiful exchange sacrifices. We've seen quite a few of them here in the Olympiad so far. Many of them, by the way, by Anish Giri. So it's fun to watch.
Yeah, Anish continues to sharpen his playing style as Benjamin Bach shifts his knight from f6 to d7, clearly worried about that exchange sacrifice. He's got 7 minutes on his clock for 15 moves. Netherlands is in trouble. They're in trouble on this board. They're in trouble on the last board with Max Warmerdam in a really bad situation. And Anish Giri is the Netherlands' main hope. He's going to have to try to pull out a win out of that endgame against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Will any of that happen? Who will take gold today? The climax is beginning to be approached as the Netherlands tries to stop Team Uzbekistan's Cinderella run, and Spain trying to do the same to Team Armenia. And we will continue to monitor this fascinating final round of the 44th Chess Olympiad, and we'll be back with more Olympiad action in just a couple of moments. Stay tuned. Back we are at the 44th FIDE Chess Olympiad and a beautiful wide angle view of that playing hall. The reviews from the tournament have been excellent. The organization up to the highest standards, the playing conditions excellent as well. And the games have left nothing to be desired. And final round included. We are 3 hours and counting into this pivotal final round of the Chess Olympiad. Daniel Naroditsky and Artur Znaiksons bringing you the coverage of this all-important final round. We start in the India versus US match, and bad news for fans of Team USA. It appears that Lenier Dominguez is about to lose his game against Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, that looks incredibly nice domination from the Wise perspective. Although we have a material balance on the board, you got to see that White is controlling more space. His pawns on c5 and d6 are very close to queen. So I don't even know what Black's supposed to do here. King d8. You need to watch out for ideas like c6, knight c6, knight b6. Everything just starts fly towards the Black king. I mean, this looks just, like you said, Daniel, just very bad. Yeah, it's over.
It's over. This is not even close. I mean, Lenier has zero counterplay on the king side. Hasn't managed to produce anything. And Arjun Erigaisi, Arturs, I don't know how much you've seen his games, but he is something else. To defeat Lenier like this on demand, making him seem like he doesn't understand the positions is crazy.
Yeah, he's one of the super talents. One of the super talents coming out of the Indian chess, which has produced so many of them, right? It's not Arjun Erigaisi, not only him. Of course, it's Dhamaraj Guptiash, it's Pragananda, it's Ronak Sadhwani. I mean, there's like huge list of the currently, already elite players, and more players are coming that we simply don't even know about yet, right? So here definitely Arjun is going to be a high-level, top-level player in the next few years for sure, if he's not already.
With Fabi's game having ended in a draw early, that basically means that Sam Shankland is going to have to squeeze something out of a better endgame against Narayanan, and this actually starts to look pretty promising for Sam. If he's trying to go for redemption after that devastating loss that he suffered at the hands of Robert Hovhannisyan, this will be the way to do it. Does he have serious winning chances in this endgame? I think the answer is yes.
So the very big question is, do we take on d4 or not? Because if it does allow Black to create two pass pawns in the center and the queen side, but it also opens way for White's pawns at the king side. So I'm thinking exactly as you're saying there, f4, e5 next, so rook d4. I want to do it. I really want to do it because those queen side pawns for Black are not doing anything. If I get to play like you're showing there, king d3, f4, e5, I like White's chances here.
This looks pretty juicy, but Sam going for a different approach. He went knight c4 to e3, potentially aiming for the f5 score, just kind of keeping the status quo. We have a trade of rooks and a check on d6. 3 moves away from time control, so time pressure is not going to play a role this game. And Sam sort of keeps the pawn structure as it currently is. That doesn't mean he abandons hopes of playing f4. I mean, this still is a serious idea that Black will have to reckon with if he moves his knight away from g6.
Right, and also knight f5 I think is an issue at some point, and Black will have to reposition the rook to the passive e6 square. So my best guess, Black has to play knight e7, and it's on the board, right?
It is on the board, and that tosses the ball back into Sam Shankland's court. Will he play f4, or will he kind of nurse his advantage until move 40 and then decide on the most appropriate moment to play the move f4?
Right, and again, that's what distinguishes really great players to just good players, because they feel this moment, right, Daniel? I mean, when do you have to go for this? Because again, I felt that I want to take rook takes on d4, establish this pawn majority king side, because I see the team is not doing really so well. I have to step up, but I mean, they just feel it, right? Okay, maybe this is not the right time to do it, because you don't want to make very big decisions right at the end of the first time control. This is already proven fact. You want to get more time, then you have more time to think about it.
And at the same time, you don't want to procrastinate too much, because your opponent could then prevent you from playing the moves you wanted to make. So a move like g7, g5 needs to be seriously evaluated by White. Now, of course, that creates a gaping hole on f5, so I don't think Sam is particularly afraid of that move happening. But nonetheless, he's going to have to find the most appropriate moment to try to make progress. And in the other game, we have Wesley So. And Wesley with obviously no risk and advantage, and he's about to win a pawn.
So that's a pawn right there on d5, which is impossible to defend.
And in fact, it can be captured. It's white to move.
Wait, but is it gonna is there a chance, Daniel, for this game to reach an endgame with both b pawns somehow getting traded and white has the d4 pawn?
Well, I think that would be the ideal scenario for black, but I don't see a way for black to actually get to white's b pawn.
That's a good point. Yeah, I was thinking f6, bishop f7, but then I saw knight on b4 obviously is an issue, right? There's conveniently the second pawn at some point under attack. So if you play b3,
after f6 or before f6?
I'm not sure. At some point, I guess we're going to have to play b3 because the pawn on b4 is simply under attack.
Well, I guess white's going to drop the knight back to e3 to prevent your knight from jumping into c4. So, for example, even I can play it maybe here.
Wesley might just as well do it. So Team USA right now is on the verge to become trailing behind the match because Lanier Dominguez is losing. But here, Wesley So and Samuel Shanklin could still pull off a victory for Team USA.
Absolutely. Both of them have, sizable winning chances, and they're both going to have to deliver. They're both going to have to win their game if the U.S. is to have any chance of medaling today. Okay, so we will keep a very close eye as Sam and Wesley try to nurse and nurture and expand their endgame advantages. Okay, what do you say? Netherlands, Uzbekistan, or Armenia, Germany? Where do you want to start first?
This time you choose, Daniel. I mean, I've been choosing quite a few times before.
I agree. I love making decisions, as you know. Let's do a little compromise. Let's quickly go through let's start with the India Germany games, and then we'll move to the Uzbekistan match, because this match we haven't looked at in a while. And this game between Raunak Sidwani and Nisipianu, both of the players have under 7 minutes for 14 moves until time control in a position this complicated. Can you believe that?
Right. And now I feel definitely the potential for black to take over the game, because if black is, again, simplifying the position, somehow trading off the queens and put the bishop on f6, I mean, this is just two bishops and a passed pawn. Because suddenly you start to see white has those 3 pawns against 2 for black at the king side. They don't matter at all. On all black has this passed pawn. So I can easily see Nisipianu taking over the game. And I'm wondering if Sidwani is keeping the queens on the board with the idea to sacrifice the exchange on d3 and somehow trying to bother the black king with some queen e4 check ideas as soon as it goes to h7.
So maybe even the immediate sacrifice deserves attention, but probably not. Because if you check me here and then you check me back on e4, black always has the move g6. But I agree that the general idea of the exchange sacrifice exists.
Right.
But Raunak seems to have been losing the thread for a large portion of the game, and the time situation has officially equalized as Raunak drops now to below 5 minutes. So this is a big game. And if Nisipianu can turn this around and even win it, then that gives Germany every shot at the very least, tying the match if Nihal Sarin can convert that extra pawn against Matthias Blubaum.
Okay, Gukesh is still playing, right? Gukesh against Keimer.
They're still playing, but it's a dead draw.
Yeah, it's a dead draw. All right.
They're still playing, but it's a dead draw. Petrosian and Anton Guijaro have officially drawn their game. That's in the Armenia-Spain match. And let's take a look at some of the Uzbekistan games. Back we go to the top board, with Noderbek, Abdusatorov, and Anish Giri having just made the time control. What do we make of this? Is this just going to peter out into a draw? I think it is. I think it very likely is.
So rook takes on e1. I think it's quite important to note you can't take with the knight, right? So you would love to take with the knight and snatch the pawn on f3 after rook e1. Knight e1 is oopsie moment f2.
Oopsie daisy f2, and the pawn cannot be stopped, or you have to give up the knight.
Right.
So you have to take with a king.
And then you play bishop g3, get the king to king e6, king d5. And like you said, without the king, white cannot push forward those queenside pawns. They don't have the support. And black is also not threatening to win this game. So, yeah, knight is going to get to the pawn on f3 somehow. And then we shake hands and happily go home.
Yeah, looks like a pretty balanced game. I mean, this was always double-edged. Abdusattorov had that brief chance to win Gary's pawn, and a win in this game would have basically clinched the match for Uzbekistan. But a draw is not a bad result either, given the situation on the other two boards. Starting with the Warmerdam game, which is now transitioned into an end game, where Black is up, count them, 3 pawns. 3.
Should be
this
enough.
This has to be a win for Vakitov.
Yeah, this should be enough. I mean, okay, I can misplay 1 extra pawn, 2 extra pawns, but 3? 3 has got to be enough. So, I mean, the usual strategy here is to drop 1 pawn and simplify the position. So, rook e6, if you gain 1 pawn back, 2 more are to go. This simply is going to be too much for white to handle.
Now, we might recall that Vakitov did have that crazy game against Sam Shankland where he failed to win a winning rook endgame, but I would argue that this is a much easier conversion because there you had to be precise. There was no material advantage. Here, all you really have to do is get your knight around to c3, and the rest, the position basically plays itself. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if the knight gets to c3, that might be just lights out for white. And this would also mean that the score could be, if the other game is drawn 2-1. Who is the 4th board in the team in Netherlands against Uzbekistan?
The 4th board and the final board is the Sindarov Bok game, which does seem to be heading toward perhaps a draw. I don't think Sindarov is really risking here. And if he sees that Vakitov has clinched the victory, then he might even offer a draw. No, I don't see Benjamin
Bok is not going to agree, right? Again, he'll feel pressed to continue. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I think this is just a clincher for Uzbekistan, because Abdusattorov is not going to lose the game. We know that. He's not risking at all. So that's a draw. This game, I cannot possibly imagine Benjamin Bok winning, and I cannot possibly imagine Max Warmerdam drawing on board 4.
Right, it looks like that, and also it reminds me, Daniel reminds me yesterday's story when second team of India was cruising for a 3-1 victory over Uzbekistan, and Gukesh was winning, and Prague was, I guess, winning. And I think it was like they're like staring at each other at some point. I mean, who's going to do it? Who's going to do it, right? And so that I can secure the match to a victory. And I think that Gukesh was not sure that Prague is going to win, and that's why he then overpressed. And I think we might see something. I'm not saying the same scenario, but you are looking towards your teammates. You're trying to gather information. I think also Sindarov maybe is less looking at his game. He's trying to figure out, what do I need to do in this game? I mean, do I need to press it for the victory? Probably it's going to be a difficult thing to do. Do I need to play for the draw? I think right now he should already have some ideas that.
But the thing is, Armenia is very likely to win their match because Petrosian and Tungihara is a draw. Santos Latasa against Hovhannisyan is a draw. We know that Sargissian, amazingly, Alexei Shirov is still playing, but it's still completely winning for white. If Armenia wins and Uzbekistan draws, does Armenia get gold medal?
Yeah, they do get, because they have the same amount match points, 17 after round 10. So whoever wins, the other team draws. This means automatically the winner team is getting gold medals. However, if they get the same amount of points, I think it's pretty sure that Uzbekistan is going to be higher because they have scored bigger victories in the previous rounds. They have swept away their opposition. After round 10, they had the greater tie breaks. It's a bit more complicated than just a small points, but they are doing it better.
Yeah, so for Team Netherlands, their only chance might actually be Benjamin Bok trying to win this position. Are there any chances that this turns around in Black's favor? Because I am looking at White's incredibly weak pawns on the e-file. Black already has a pawn for the exchange. I've seen crazier things happen.
Daniel, I'll look at this from a different perspective. I mean, imagine yourself, you look at the team match and you see you need to make a draw. I have a simple question. How do you liquidate this into a draw?
It's not easy. I don't see a direct way to do it.
Yeah, that's the point, right? Because, I mean, when you feel that you are maybe slightly better, but you need to make a draw, you look for the simple way to make a draw. I don't see a simple way to make a draw here, because if I sacrifice the exchange on f6 and maybe trade off that pawn on b2 for the pawn on a5, you're still down a pawn, and this is not where you want to go.
No, I agree completely. And what I will say is that I was considering the move rook a7, just going after the a5 pawn, and you could get a very unbalanced type of position. Takes, and this is anybody's game. I mean, black has a big pawn majority in the center, and rook a7, by the way, is on the board.
It is on the board. Wow.
We will get this kind of position.
Nah, wait, this is no longer indeed a controlled game. This can easily turn either way. The line you showed, Daniel, rook e3, rook a5, rook e4. Of course, both sides have the trumps. White has an outside pass pawn at the b file. The best practices say that you want to put the rook behind the pawn, push forward the b pawn. Oh wait, this is the idea.
Or rook c2. He's going for the activity, and he wants to double on the 7th rank. Oh, that actually is a lot scarier. That's a phenomenal idea by Sandarov. And Benjamin Bach has a minute to make his 40th move.
Or maybe rook c8 check and play rook f7 also is in the cards.
Also very much in the cards. Yeah, winning that pawn and then maybe redoubling on the 7th rank. Yeah, I think this is the key to the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the key to the kingdom.
All right, that being said, probably black is not going to get that pawn storm. And then, wait, what happens after knight e4? So you can't really play rook c7. I'm going to give you check on e1 and play rook f1. All right?
Ah, that's a cool defensive idea. So I guess here I have to give you a check on c8.
Right. And now either you take on f7 or double the rooks. I don't know.
Let's say I take on f7.
All right.
I think white's going to do this. Because here I find it very hard to believe that black is going to win the game.
Are you sure? I'm not so sure, because imagine yourself, I'm going to drop the pawn on g7. I'm thinking about something like king g6, rook c to c7, and let's say...
And by the way, before we go any further in this game, we have a result. We see the handshake. We see Anish Giri and Norbek Abdusattorov exchanging smiles. That result is official.
All right. Exchanging smiles, exchanging point in halves. That was to be expected. But if you go back to this position, I was thinking something like, I'm going to drop the pawn on g7. I mean, maybe it's a double-edged decision. If I play something like knight f6, rook g7, king f5. Maybe it's not much, you know? But I have a feeling that if those central pawns are going to march forward, this could be at some point dangerous for white. Of course, I mean, the bar is laughing at me as usual. I'm used to that already. But I can see the potential of these pawns.
Yeah, aren't we all? No, I agree. I mean, all Benjamin Bach can try to do is get some sort of an unbalanced position. Even if he's losing, a draw is basically equivalent to a loss for the Netherlands, because checking in on the Max Warmerdam game, it's over. I think Warmerdam is just going to resign within a couple of moments here. I mean, just look at this. Yeah. He's losing another pawn. It's -7.
This is a game to forget. Rook a3 also is a problem. Knight g3, rook g3 is a problem. Some final lost cheap tricks. I mean, maybe get the king on g5, king h6, try to scare the opponent of a checkmate, which is, of course, not going to happen.
Yeah, but a loss of the white pieces is against Uzbekistan is the worst thing that you can possibly allow. And despite some pretty impressive opening preparation, the Dutch Grandmaster just failing to keep up the pressure and allowing Vakitov to get active and win a bunch of his pawns. And
so I think it's really pretty official. Pretty official, Daniel, that Uzbekistan secures a medal. At least a medal.
Yes, because they've basically secured at least a draw in this match with a win by Vakitov. But let's not shovel dirt on Max Warmerdam just yet, because again, I have seen crazier things happen. In that last move, knight g7, Arturs might have been an inaccuracy.
All right. So what do we continue from here?
So if black takes on g3 with check, what concerns me slightly about Vakitov's position is some sort of crazy attack, which might lead to a perpetual. Like if you go back to a3, I start checking you. And already I'm not sure that this is so easy to win.
Yeah, king
You see what I'm
f6, king
saying?
h6 runs into a conveniently a mate.
Boom.
Yes.
So you can try to zigzag your way out of it, to be fair.
King e5, that's your idea?
That is my idea. King e5, knight e6, king f6. I'm not even sure that that threatens anything, but it's scary.
It's absolutely scary. I think. Oh wait, it looks incredibly scary because with the knight on e6, king on f6, you have some direct frontal checkmate ideas like rook e7. Okay,
Right.
here the knight on f5 conveniently defends the e7 square, but maybe there's definitely a scenario like this. I like that.
I feel like that move knight g7, that might have been inaccurate, and you can see that this has given Vakitov some pause. He's taking his time. And he's got plenty of it, 4 minutes for 2 moves. But it's not quite over just yet. Maybe Wax Warmerdam clinging to a little glimmer of hope. Do you think Vakitov is feeling nervous right now, or do you think that might play a role in this endgame? He knows that the fate of his country is in his hands right now.
Assuming he is a human being,
he is a monster.
He's a monster. Okay. But I think he's got to be slightly nervous. You know, I would be just sweating there, to be honest. Feeling such pressure. I mean, it's not just a game. You're not playing for yourself. You're playing for your entire team. You're playing for the entire country. While we talk about that, I hear there's a major development in Ronak Sadwani's game. Do we jump to that?
There is a massive time scramble with 8 moves to be made in a minute for both players, but it looks like the German Grandmaster has started to lose the thread of the game. This is the position on the board currently. I have no clue what's going on. I am still trying to wrap my brain around the tangle
what has
of
a better
pieces
cluster,
here.
right?
Right.
Yeah, there's like a lot of things in the center, and whatever happened in the last couple of moves, you can't help but feel that things went wrong for Black, despite his heroic efforts right after the opening when he was almost busted right at the gate here. Suddenly White managed to activate his pieces and get a second chance back at the game.
Oh, and it looks like rook takes f5 is the crushing move. G takes f5 and bishop e5, I think, ends the game.
How is it crushing? Queen g6, rook g3. Oh, wait, it's a queen trap, no? Queen h5, knight
bishop
f4.
g5, queen h5, knight f4. What a beautiful idea. The
Wow.
queen is literally dominated. Look at this position. Look at this position. This is
That's
amazing.
beautiful. And bishop g5, I guess the bishop is trapped somehow. f4, h4, the bishop is gone.
Well, at a minimum, I can play knight g5 and rook g5. This has to be totally winning. And
Queen
then I can
G5,
come
queen
around queen f7, queen e6.
That's beautiful. Yeah, the rook on c8 is also under attack, and this seals the deal for White.
Let's see if Raunak Sadwani, with 1 minute remaining on his clock, can find rook e takes f5. No, he does not, but he finds a different crushing move. Bishop h4.
Wow. And what's the idea? Queen h4? Is it knight g5?
But after knight g5, bishop takes g5, I saw that idea. I had a hard time figuring out the crusher there. I guess we're about to find out. Queen takes h4 is going to happen.
You have to, because g5, rook f5 is killing, and queen goes away. You still get the knight g5. So Raunak definitely has seen already the winning idea of knight g5 check. The rook on f7 is under attack. And maybe, maybe bishop h4 is just good, but sometimes, I know this from my personal experience, you see one idea in time scramble, you simply don't have time for anything else. You get fixated on one idea, and everything else is just not visible. But bishop h4 looks good.
Queen takes h4. No, he plays... Okay, no, he played bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, and queen takes f3, giving up an entire queen. And this has got to be... Oh, and actually even queen takes f3 might be the most clinical move for Raunak.
Wow.
Just don't even take with the pawn.
This is nice because g next on f3 clearly Black's idea is to play bishop h4, build up some kind of a fortress, and there is a chance to do that. I can feel that. Queen f3, lovely. Rook f3, rook f7, and that's it.
Yeah, like why bother with a passed pawn on c3? I think gf3 and queen e4 might also be winning, but in the interest of playing in time pressure, I think queen takes f3 will lead to immediate resignation, because at the end of the line, the white rook is able to stop the pawn from c1. And Raunak taking his time, very patient.
It's amazing, right? He's still so young, right? And, doesn't even feel that this is such a critical moment for him. I mean, huge pressure. He's very cool, calculating the lines. I mean, it's great to see.
It's incredible. And he did end up playing G takes F3, a little bit surprising. But if he follows it up accurately, then all's well that ends well for Raonic. I think Queen E4 is what he is banking on, forking the pawn on G6 and the bishop on H4. And the beautiful detail is that bishop takes F6 runs into rook takes F6, followed by Queen E7 check, picking up the rook.
Nice.
So
is that? Yeah, it's winning, of course. I mean, I was still trying to rely on my C pawn, but of course it's not going anywhere. Right. Of course, it's easily winning. So Queen E4. I think this is actually what's going to happen. Bishop F6. It's easy to miss Rook F6, Queen E7 in time scramble.
And with Gukesh drawing his game against Keimer, it's still going, but I would imagine that game must end in a draw, although we'll check into it in a second. Michal Sarin can only win his game against Blue Baum, but it doesn't matter because Rasmus Svein and Pragnananda have a dead draw. That means India too is going to win their match, assuming that nothing crazy happens here.
Right, and that means also great news for the Indian fans if indeed India 2 is going to do it, because if India 2 wins this again means almost like automatic medals, right? Because they were in the third place with a great tiebreak. So winning this match, they should at least secure a bronze. That's according to my calculations, but of course I don't want to jinx it.
And it's been the narrative all Olympiad long, the fact that India 2 might actually be a stronger team than India 1. Stronger, not in the pure chess sense, obviously, but in the sense of how hungry they are and how on form they are. And they have displayed absolutely incredible performances all around as India 2. And the youngsters on that team deliver yet again. Rook E1, Rook C1, I think, just ends it.
There was a piece sacrifice, by the way, so clearly Nisipiano understood that things are bad. He sacrificed the bishop on H4. Now his idea is to play C3, C2, Rook D7, Rook D1, which probably doesn't hold. Because Rook E1, Rook C1, Queen F4, I protect my Rook on C1, and then it's going to be just a slow technique.
Yeah, and again, I think taking on F3 with the queen was a lot more efficient, but this is perfectly good enough, I'm pretty sure.
Right, so the one is going to do it. I think he's not going to miss it. So do we go Kugesh's game? Check how drawing his position actually is?
Yeah, I mean, that game, it's crazy that game is still going. And they continue to sort of repeat moves. I think Keimer is the one who is trying to press amazingly, but I don't think that he's going to be able to come up with anything here.
Maybe his coach has prohibited him to make draws.
Right. Whatever you do, you must keep the game going.
Yeah, he's coached by Petr Leko, of course, one of the former world's best players, and maybe that's the goal, right? Vincent, don't come back before playing until move 60. And that's what he's doing here.
Exactly. So if you go King F6 here, which looks very tempting indeed, the problem, I think, is that Black returns to D7. And Black is okay giving up one of those pawns as long as his king can get the F7 square.
So King D6, by the way, is played. Yeah, that also looked my
D6
choice. So Black is technically up a pawn, but I don't really think it's so important because those are double pawns. Vincent is pressing here. I mean, despite the fact it was quite drawish, there are some problems. I mean, I'm thinking like King C6, Rook B3, Rook B8, D6, D7. I can easily see this being misplayed.
Amazing that Vincent has produced these kinds of chances given the endgame that they started with. So how exactly should Black draw this in the most clinical way? Is it even possible to force a draw here? I'd imagine if Gukesh loses this game.
No, that would be total nightmare, of course. Can I play something like, I mean, G4, Rook E4, maybe it's too much because it drops the pawn on A7. Can I play Rook F7?
Rook F7 here, yeah?
Yeah, that looks pretty good. Not spoiling anything.
King C6.
And now... Wait, but this is tricky, right? Rook F6 is no good. D6?
Yeah, Rook F6, D6. Oh my god, and I'm already playing D6 on the next move. Now, I would totally ignore the eval bar here. The eval bar is going to give equal everywhere. Obviously, it's still a draw, but we're trying to figure out how white can cause the most amount of practical problems to black. And it's clear that here, black is already encountering tremendous practical problems. Oh, I think I understand what black should do here. Maybe king d8.
Mm-hmm.
And if d6, I think you go... Oh, no, you don't go g4 because rook b3.
Yeah, it's easy to misplay. I saw your idea. Rook f1, rook c1, you wanted to give some checks, right?
I wanted the Philidor method, but you can't do it like that. You probably have to go rook f4. Not an easy move to make, by the way.
Rook a7, rook c4, king d5, and then you play rook c3.
But not rook f4 because of king e6.
Yeah, some technique is required here.
Incredible. And Gukesh has 50 minutes on his clock, so he should take his time. He should be patient, but sometimes when you're frustrated with yourself to begin with, it can be hard to keep your composure. He plays king d8 very quickly. He just wants to give the side checks, rook d7, rook e7. Is that what we were looking at?
No, but that looks pretty good.
King d8 might be the most accurate, actually.
All right.
In any case, what should we check out? Should we look at whether Vakidov has managed to convert that endgame against Warmerdam?
Yeah, let's do that. Looks a good choice.
And then maybe we can check into the USA-India match on the women's side. What do you make of this? It's a 2-pawn advantage on the king side. But it certainly doesn't look that easy to me.
Well, I start to think you're right, Daniel, because you said let's not jump the gun, right? And not completely write off Warmerdam's chances. It's getting tricky because white has pretty active pieces, despite the fact that black has 2 connected pass pawns at the king side. We see rook a8, rook a7 check threats. The king is very close to, in case the black rook disappears from e3, king e5, king f6. I can easily see this misplaying. And also, let's not completely write down that possibility. At some point, white might actually sacrifice the knight for those 2 kingside pawns, and maybe, just maybe, that is somehow drawing.
I was thinking that as well. Imagine how nervous the team captain Ivan Sokolov is right now, because a draw in this game would be a disaster, especially if Benjamin Bach. That basically will mean that Benjamin would be okay with the draw himself in terms of spoiling Uzbekistan's chances for gold. So Jahongir Vahidov, he must be thinking about that game against Shankland. That must be spinning around in his mind. And when you botch a game like that, it always interferes with your ability to win subsequent winning positions.
Yeah, definitely. So converting material advantage is something that even the best players in the world from time to time fail. It's very tricky.
Dominguez has officially lost, so Arjun Aragaisi scoring a victory for Team India and putting the ball into Sam Shankland and Wesley So's court. They will have to deliver for Team USA. We also have word that Norway has officially lost to the Philippines. What a disastrous performance.
And Magnus was not playing today, but what on earth happened to Team Norway? They were 3rd seeded. They lost so many matches to Moldova, to the Philippines.
Crazy.
Who else they lost?
Frode Urkedal losing his game against Ayam Bersamina, and 3 draws. Christensen, Jon Ludvig Hammer, and Aryan Tari, none of them could surmount their much lower rated opposition. A hearty congratulations to Team Philippines for finishing strong. And speaking of finishing strong, let's go back to the U.S. women's team. And it looks like Carissa Yip is about to deliver a huge win against Tanya Sachdev. This looks totally crushing.
That is totally over. The white king is exposed. It's not even about those pawns. I think there's going to be a decisive checkmate threat incoming. G takes on f3, queen h3, or queen f3. Queen and the rook are very powerful combination to hunt a white king. So pretty safe that white has.
Oh my God. And a huge result. Tahir Jonova has held a draw against Humpy Canero. And that means that USA position? In that position. And this is the position of Tatev Abrahamian against Kulkarni. Tatev is not losing this. I mean, this is totally winning as well.
He's like winning in a couple of moves. And this means Team USA, the women team, them taking down the leaders, India. And that means there's no gold medal for women Team India team. What a heartbreaker for the local heroes, but unfortunately, that's how it looks like. Maybe for Team USA, this is a chance to get a medal, because I think actually, Daniel, if they win Team India, they actually surpass them in the rankings. I'm not totally sure about that, but that's what it looks like.
An unbelievable match here. And what that means is that Team Ukraine is knocking on the door of a gold medal. Natalia Buksa drawing her game against Malichka. Monika Sochko and Anna Muzichuk drawing. Maria Muzichuk has defeated Alina Kashlinskaya, and that leaves the final game in the Ukraine-Poland match, which is Ushanina against Kilbasa. And this is a dead draw. Anna Ushanina is up a pawn. She's obviously not going to lose that. It looks like Team Ukraine is about to secure a gold medal.
Wow. Wow, what a result. And that will be really fantastic, of course. Well deserved by Team Ukraine, given the fact what's happening in their country. I mean, how do you even concentrate on chess in moments right now? They would totally deserve that. If anybody but them, absolutely.
It's such a feel-good story, and I think everybody can come together and just celebrate, like you said, the strength of mind that these players had to demonstrate, not only getting to India, which itself was a monumental challenge, but many of them, most of them, all of them still have family, all of their family in Ukraine. What a heartwarming story, with Anna Ushanina going to secure the draw here, and Maria Muzichuk winning her game against Kashlinskaya. She is the hero of today's match, and they are going to be thanking Team USA from the bottom of their hearts. That's it. Carissa Yip has officially won.
All right.
And Team USA...
USA is taking the lead and about to secure the victory, as Abrahamian
in crushing style too. Tatev is just going to win. This is resignable for Kulkarni. In fact, I think she's going to resign right here and right now.
So rookie 796, that looks like a killing threat. Maybe H3 final trick something, rely on that pawn. Is there even a forced mate?
H3, I would just even take that pawn.
Yeah, maybe just take it. Right. I mean, the mate is not going anywhere. The pawn maybe is.
That's it. It's over. It's over. The U.S. wins and gives themselves a serious chance to medal, to secure bronze, which would be a huge performance for the ladies from the United States. And as we swing back to the open section, we've
amazing
got
comeback. What can I say?
Games still to go. Incredible. And what a devastating final for India. This one's going to burn for a long time, especially on their home court.
I mean, it was yesterday's painful performance by Gukesh. I mean, slipping the victory for the second team of India. Now today, heartbreaker for the women team. But in the end, that's sport. That's sport, of course. Everybody understands that. India women team had their chances. Everything was in their hands. They didn't use it. So well played so far by USA.
Yeah, it's the beauty of chess that, if everything was predictable from the very beginning, we wouldn't watch, and the Olympiad wouldn't be as fascinating of an event as it is. Something crazy always happens in the final round, and this year is clearly no exception. Okay, well, what should we turn to now? We haven't checked into the Armenia match in a bit of a while.
Let's do that.
So let's just make sure that Gabriel Sargissian is indeed okay. Alexei Shirov has extended this game to 46 moves and counting, but he can basically resign on any of these moves. Right. 5?
I mean, he's still trying to test his opponent because, nobody has made points by resigning early. But still, I don't think this is the opponent who is going to mess it up. And Sargissian has been playing very secure chess. I mean, he's never going to rush. He's too experienced to let this go. So it's more like being disgusted with his own play, and that's why Shirov is not yet resigning, because this is it. I mean, this is the final round. This is the final game. There's no need to rush to the hotel. There's no morning. I mean, there's no game tomorrow, right? I mean, that's why I guess he's still here, sticking together with the team.
Yeah, there are only flights back to these players' homes. I think the simplest win in this position is to go f5, and then king takes f5, and then just get the rook around to like g7.
Right. That looks
might be
convincing to me.
Pretty efficient. And Gabriel, notice how patient he is. He's got 30 minutes on his clock and plenty of time.
I mean, he's just enjoying this too much, I mean,
yeah.
Be in a situation, you just enjoy the position too much. Oh my goodness, this is winning, that is winning. I have so much time on the clock. I mean, let some people take pictures of me while I score this.
Exactly. Yeah, let me just take a sip of my coffee here. Let's make some more tea. I think he might even play rook a3 first and force the bishop back to a5 and now play f5. This might be even more clinical.
That looks awesome.
Because the rook's coming back around to g3.
Now, this game is totally finished. So in any other boards, this means Armenia is going to take the lead. What's happening in the second board of Vallejo against Melkumian?
And Melkumian has taken over the initiative in this game. Unbelievable. And it looks like Armenia is going to be hot on Uzbekistan's tail if Hrant Melkumian can avoid losing this game.
So, Daniel, your
God.
prediction. Are we going to see a drama in the final end, or it's going to be a normal result in that, let's say, Team Uzbekistan confidently secures the victory, whatever, 2.5?
I feel like Yakubboev is very, very close to screwing up that 2-pawn advantage against Warmerdam. So what I feel is going to happen is that Warmerdam is going to pull out a draw against Yakubboev. But I feel like Javohir Sindarov has good chances to win that endgame against Benjamin Bach. So it would be crazier than crazy if Benjamin can hold a draw there, Warmerdam can hold a draw in his game, and Armenia surpasses Uzbekistan for gold. That would be the ultimate crazy finish. But for that to happen, first and foremost, Hrant Melkumian has to make 3 more moves until time control and keep the status quo alive. If both
the chat is craving for drama. Everybody wants a drama. Daniel wants a drama. I want a drama. Chat wants a drama. Maybe we are gonna get it right.
We very well might. And if both Armenia and Uzbekistan win their matches, which is looking like a pretty likely possibility, we will not know the tiebreaks until all of the matches end, because Olympiad tiebreaks, because of the team element, are incredibly complicated, and we will not be able to make any conclusions until all of the matches are over. But it appears that Uzbekistan will be more likely to have the higher tiebreaks.
Right. Looking at this position, actually, one little thing I noticed that white is up a pawn, but it's the king which really bothers white, right? I mean, it's exposed.
Right. Oh, white is up a pawn. Yeah, that's true.
White is up a pawn. That's why I'm slightly, I started to think about this position. Why exactly black is better? I mean, I don't understand it, because white wants to play rook b4, rook b3, solidify, but the exposed king should give black enough counterplay. Maybe something like rook g7, h5, rook g4. And then the rook is somehow disconnected at the queen side. I mean, I don't know.
Is there the move rook takes f4 here?
Whoa.
Would this lead to a draw?
Rook f4, and where's your idea?
Just rook f4?
Nice.
Or if queen f4, queen b5 off for draw. But I don't think he's going to go for this, just because black holds the draw here, but why do something like this? Maybe he's calculating it.
But you win back the pawn, right? Maybe, again, Daniel, he's looking at the team and seeing what's happening. Maybe I need a draw.
No, a draw would be ideal here, because we know for a fact that Sargissian is going to win, and Santos, Latasa, and Hovhannisyan have agreed to a draw, so that's official. So we have simply 2 more games remaining, and queen e7 with his final seconds goes Hrant Melkumian.
So he's ambitious, or he wasn't really sure about this entire sequence, as you said. Right.
Interesting stuff.
Okay, so I guess white is going to try to bring the rook in from b5 somehow back to defense. Rook b to b3 would be my best guess.
Rook b to b3, linking up the rooks and trying to keep these 2 pawns intact. Your idea of rook g7, h5, and rook g4 is definitely something that white has to be vigilant about.
Yeah. So something like this could happen. And what is their 4th board doing right now?
By the way, Raunak Sidwani has won his game.
So India too takes the lead, right, against Germany?
Yeah, and that match is basically assuming that Gukesh does not lose that endgame against Kaima, then Nihal Sarin is guaranteed not to lose. India too is going to win their match.
All right. Looks India at least some sort of good news for Team India. I mean, the entire nation, who of course is now closely following also what's going on in the women's section, where the first team of India is about to lose their gold medals, but at least this will be something.
A
It desperately
glimmer
needs
of good
some kind of
news
medals.
indeed. And with a smile, Alexei Shirov leans back in his chair and resigns his game against Gabriel Sargissian. And that means that Team Armenia is within one game of holding a final round victory against Team Spain and putting the ball squarely in Uzbekistan's court. What a fascinating finish we are moving toward. Okay.
Insane.
Now it all comes down to this Warmerdam game.
Insane. Sargissian goes 4.5 out of 5 in the last 5 games against some of the best players in the world, beating Fabi Karana, beating Mamedyarov, Shirov, and again, fantastic performance. Well done.
Incredible performance indeed. And he is going to be well over 2,700 after this tournament. He's probably going to be 27.15, 27.20, maybe even at his peak. Sargissian has had such a long and illustrious career, and yet another phenomenal performance notched among his many tournament victories and sensational results. Okay, so this end game, this is the big one. Is Black making forward progress or backward progress is the question.
I can easily see this ending in a draw, to be honest, like you said.
Yeah.
So something like 94? 94, rook a7, or not 94. I want to centralize the knight. Oh, knight
He
f3.
played knight
Why?
f3, which looks a little bit weird to me. I agree with you completely. I thought 94 was more natural.
Right, some check threats on f6. I mean, it gaws the f6 square. So I was thinking 94, rook a7, pay those pawns, and then bother the king. I'm not so sure this is still winning. Rook b4, rook a2, rook b7 check, where the king goes, king e5, knight f6, etc. Yeah, and the bar, of course, confirms what they're saying there.
Which is that at this point, it's already a draw, because I think here, white can simply continue harassing the black king. Or maybe even go knight f6, something to that effect. No, I don't think that black will win this type of position.
Yeah, this looks already quite closer to a draw. I didn't want to say drawish, because maybe it's a heresy to say such a thing being down 2 pawns, but definitely great chances.
And your point earlier is very, very important, which is that if these pawns are traded on the queen side, then white is more than happy to give his knight up for black's last 2 pawns. Rook versus rook and knight is a much easier draw to make than rook versus rook and bishop.
Yeah, which we actually saw early in the Olympiad. Jordan van Foreest a couple of rounds ago playing rook against rook and bishop. He showed it so flawlessly. I think at this level, at the highest level, you should easily make it. Of course, rook and knight is much easier. All you need to do is not allow being checkmated or just blunder the rook by a fork.
Yeah, and you can keep your king on the back rank. That's totally fine as long as your rook is giving checks from behind.
Right.
Okay, so we have this game, and of course we have Sindarov against Benjamin Bok, who are currently in this position, with Benjamin Bok having taken 15 minutes in this position, and he's entering time trouble for the second time. His clock is down to 14 minutes.
And he
Maybe
has to
Sindarov
win, right?
offered a draw?
I mean, he has to win, does he?
Well, at this point, I don't think he does, because if he believes in Warmerdam's ability to draw that game. So what's fascinating, let's say that Sindarov offered him a draw. Would Bok accept it, is the question.
You know, it's quite amazing how the situation can change. Imagine yourself, you're looking at your opponent, at your teammate, you see that, okay, my teammate is going to do it, he's not going to lose. Okay, I don't need to risk it. So you don't charge forward. Couple of moves later, your teammate blunders, he's losing. And now your chance might be gone because you made this very committal decision a couple of moves ago. So it's really, really, it's not only you playing, but you also need to have an eye open what's going on your teammates' game and maybe try to postpone making big decisions if that's even possible at some point later.
Now, by the way, this is the reason why in team tournaments, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but at least in the World Team Championship, we were allowed to consult with our team captain. If a draw offer was made, I was allowed to ask John whether he would advise me to accept the draw. Of course, the decision is ultimately yours and yours alone. But there were times when John felt very strongly about whether a draw should be accepted or declined. So there's an entire strategy to be hashed out in the realm of accepting and declining draws and making committal decisions.
I'm not sure what is the current rules in this Olympiad. I read somewhere that something has changed, that the captain apparently has less to say during the matches, but I don't really know. I mean, there used to be Olympiads when even the captains could have offered a draw. And I think, yeah, this is something what definitely Ramesh RB would have done yesterday, because you could see his pain in the face. I mean, I even still remember the picture. It was Ramesh RB and Ivan Sokolov both sitting. I mean, their hands are grabbing the head and just praying this match, second team of India against Uzbekistan, is going to go their way, and they would love to offer a draw instead of their opponent, instead of their players, but apparently they just can't do it. I mean, of course they can't do it, but I think this rule did exist some time ago.
Yeah, that would be nuts. But we'll keep an eye on these two matches. The third big match in the open section is, of course, Team USA, with Lenier Dominguez losing his game in decisive fashion to Arjun Erigaisi, the phenom, leaving Wesley So and Sam Shankland two better end games. Both of them must convert into a full point if the US is to beat India in this final round. Looks like Sam Shankland is very close to doing just that.
So the pawn on c5 falls, and that means white is enjoying just an extra pawn. Yeah, that being said, by the way, black did play g5, Daniel, as you said, leaving a gaping hole on f5, and once the white knight is going to jump to f5, the pawn on h6 also will be bothered. This looks technical win.
This does look like a technical win. I think the eval bar is bearing that out, and Narayanan trying to find some way to stay alive.
Is he going to do it?
Is Wesley going to convert the following position against Vidit?
Oh,
it doesn't seem that way. You called it.
I called
White
it.
has the pass deep pawn, but it's the worst extra pawn to have.
Yeah, I know. I feel responsible. I mean, the B pawns are gone, and the white is left with the D pawn. And the question is this actually possible to win? Well, I think what white wants to do is trade those knights. So with the knights gone, I have a feeling this is going to be very close to winning, because let's say we remove the knights from C2 and B3. Now I position the pawns on the dark squares, f4, h4, bring the king on c4, and push d5. That should be winning. But I think that black is going to object to that and not going to comply. And if that doesn't happen, how do you make progress? And I think what we have to mention here, the general strategy, the stronger side usually wants to trade pieces. So, I mean, white wants to trade the knights, leaving him a winning pawn endgame. The weaker side, which is black here, wants to trade pawns. I mean, how to do that? I mean, obviously, white wants to get rid of all the kingside pawns, trade the knight on d4, and finish the day with a draw.
Right. I mean, I guess the big question for black that he has to solve, that he has to answer in the next couple of moves is, A, where do you actually park the bishop? And B, if white plays the move h4, trying to provoke weaknesses on the king side, do you play the move h5, which has the obvious drawback of fixing the g6 pawn on a weak square and precluding you from ever being able to play g5? Or do you find some other way to hold your king side together?
Right. I don't really know. But, maybe it's also important to look at the psychological perspective of this match, because if Shankland wins and Team India is now tied with USA, I think for first team of India, this means no medals either way, because they were right now in the fourth place behind the second team of India, which is going to take the medal. So maybe this could play a role for Vidit. It's not only like he has to secure a draw. I mean, draw, sure, fine. It's nice. He saved the game, saves the match, but it means there's no medals. So maybe there's something like fifth place, which is still a very nice result. But of course, they were hoping for some sort of medals in the open section.
Without question. And on your camera there, you saw the disgusted facial expression of Matthias Bluebaum, who is going to lose his game to Nihal Sarin. He's got his head in his hands. He is upset. And a resounding positional masterpiece put together by Nihal Sarin as he delivers the final moves of this game. We will see resignation here very, very shortly. And India 2, what a win. What a win without a single loss. They will win the match 3-1 against Germany.
On the board? I don't see it yet. Yeah.
This is the position.
All right. So
I think it's just over.
Or if I take H takes on G3, just
Rook C1 is on the board.
Rook C1. Because G2 was a threat, by the way. Nice trick. H takes on G3. The threat was to push G2 and Rook H3.
Yeah, indeed. If you went A5, then there would have been G2.
Right. So this is necessary. And now G2, Rook G1, Rook G3, A5. Yeah, that's a game over. Should be game over.
I mean, this is a slightly uneven race.
Right. Maybe Rook A3, King D6, Rook A2, Rook takes on G2 is the final blow.
Rook takes G2, classic idea, distracting the rook and promoting the pawn. This is all over, and Nihal Sarin is going to deliver the final blow, putting India 2 in medal position. But we still have a lot of action remaining. In particular, we have the Warmerdam endgame against Jahongir Vahidov. If Uzbekistan wins this game, they come within an inch of securing gold medal. Will Jahongir Vahidov, does he have what it takes to convert this endgame? That remains to be seen. You're watching the 44th Chess Olympiad. We will take one more short break. And when we come back, our pivotal matches between Uzbekistan and the Netherlands and Spain and Armenia will continue. Stay tuned.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all-time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so...
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mid and one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With 3 top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. Entering as the favorites, Team USA has suffered multiple dramatic disappointments so far. Will they have what it takes to finish strong and keep their medal hopes alive? While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
And it is the final round of the 44th Chess Olympiad 2022. And the big question, who is going to take home gold medal? Uzbekistan leading the tournament. Before the start of the round, they are on the cusp of winning their match against the Netherlands, but there is still work to be done. And Armenia is even closer than Uzbekistan to winning their match against Team Spain. Arturs, we could not have possibly asked for a more exciting round than we've had so far today.
Absolutely, Daniel. I mean, I don't even think it's absolutely clear so far who's gonna take down the gold. At the moment, it looks like Team Armenia might win the match. The same applies for Uzbekistan, but then there's the tie breaks. And of course, one small slip from either the teams, either the players, there's a draw, which again could change everything dramatically. So even in the 5th hour of the games of the final round, we still don't know who is going to win this.
Indeed, we do not. And just to recap the situation at the top, if both Uzbekistan and Armenia win their matches, then we will not know which one of them wins gold medal until all of the results are in, and then we'll be able to calculate the very complicated tie breaks. If Uzbekistan wins and Armenia draws or loses or vice versa, then the team that wins earns gold medal. That is for certain. And it seems to me that Armenia basically has it in the bag. We have one more game remaining, and it's Hrant Melkumian's game against Vallejo Pons. I just don't see Black losing this. Do you?
Well, there's that. I mean, Black still has is missing a pawn, right? Sure. So at the moment, Armenia is leading against Spain 2-1 final game. So this is also a signal for Vallejo to try to push for the win. So with the king on h3, maybe his idea is to position rook e3, rook e5. If I was Melkumian, I would probably be thinking about queen f5, rook g4, get to the pawns on f4 and h4. But you know, Daniel, I'm not sure what is in Melkumian's mind right now. Is it just securing the victory for the team, or is he thinking about tie breaks? Is he really thinking about that? Because again, there might be a tie between Team Uzbekistan and Armenia, and in order to secure a better tie, you need a better score. Probably not. I mean, he's just thinking about how to bring this at least a victory for the team. What do you think about that?
Agreed. I honestly think that he's thinking about how to make a draw. Like, he's thinking about the victory for the team, and I feel like if a situation arises where Armenia doesn't get lucky on the tie breaks, so be it. But I think he senses that, you know, that a draw in this game and a win in the matches is by far the most important thing, because if he loses, then Armenia loses all chances of getting gold medal.
Right, and here we are. Actually, we can have a look at the tiebreakers in case there's going to be a tie.
You can try back to calculus class.
Right. Let's talk about that a bit later. Yeah,
we'll talk about that a little bit later. We'll fill you in on the tie breaks when a proper opportunity arises. But again, it is entirely possible that that we won't even need to talk about the tie breaks if Armenia and Uzbekistan do not have the same result. Okay,
Right.
so Hrant Makumian trying to hold this position together against Paco Vallejo. And of course, the other big game, Max Warmerdam against Vakirov and Javokir Sindarov against Benjamin Bach. And this is the current position in the Vakirov game.
Well, things have slightly deteriorated for White, if I dare to say so, because he's not closer to trade the A pawn for the B pawn. I felt that you needed to include that so that you don't have to worry about it. Again, the best practices are that you have to trade off the pawns if you are the weaker side. If you're the stronger side, you're trying to trade off pieces. And here, the White king is slightly cut off now from the action. I mean, some moves ago, White had the knight on, where was it again? On e4, at least he could have landed on e4. The king was on f4, and now the king on f3, knight on b3. One can't help but feel this is just not the way to go. And Danya, I'm not sure. I have a feeling that now again Vakirov is taking over the game here.
No, I everything you said I agree with completely. I think Warmerdam has to try to keep his foot on the gas pedal. Maybe go knight a5 in this position. I feel like that might be the best chance. But
Trying to convince you
seems
to
to
play
disagree.
rook c3, rook a3, and then you activate the king, right? So this is probably not what Black is going to do.
Yeah,
Although, I
rook
don't know.
a3, knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6, king e5, suddenly White is very active.
Oh, but there is a problem. I think instead of rook a3, I can go rook c5. Or maybe even rook c5 first. Just like rook c5 in response to knight a5.
And if you play knight b3?
Yeah, I guess you just go back to b3. No,
But
it's
actually-
not so easy to keep this pawn alive. It's crazy.
No, it's not. Actually, I want to continue this line, Daniel, you mentioned there. Rook c3, king f4, and then rook c5, because I saw g5 check incoming. I mean, here, rook
Bang,
c3,
bang,
king
bang.
f4, rook c5, and now g5 check is coming next. You need to push those pawns.
Eventually, yeah, you need to start setting those pawns in motion. But here specifically, I think I have king. Okay, I have to play king g4.
Yeah, king e4 is a fork. You have to go king g4. Maybe this is actually giving White some chances again. King h5, king g6. Those pawns don't have any support. It's tricky. It's tricky.
I mean, it's unbelievably difficult. It's unbelievably difficult to set those pawns in motion. It's like no matter how you slice it, you're always either losing the b pawn, or your knight is loose, or your rook is loose, or White gets too active. And the time continues to dwindle. Vakirov is under 20 minutes. That's not a lot of time in a position like this.
Right. And then we have the other board in the camera, Benjamin Bach against Sindarov. Is there any progress?
Let's take a look. And this is the current position.
Danya,
on the
actually,
board.
I feel, at least when I'm playing in these positions, when I'm completely winning, let's say like Vakirov, completely winning, 3 extra pawns. So I calm down. Okay, I'm gonna do it. The job is done, and the game drags on. It just keeps continuing for another hour, another half an hour. And the more you play, the more nervous you become, because it's like, I mean, it's gonna be there, right? It's right there. This victory should be right there, and yet my opponent is not resigning. It starts to get annoying at some point. It should have been an easy positional victory. Now you have to work very hard, and very often this is where you start to slip and make a mistake.
That's very well explained. And my coach would always say that when you miss that first win, the wins become harder and harder and harder. The longer the game drags on, even if the evaluation stays the same, even if it stays +3, as you're saying, psychologically, it feels like the situation is deteriorating because with every passing half an hour, with every passing 10 moves, you start putting more pressure on yourself to make more progress. And eventually that is likely to lead to, as you said, to a mistake born of impatience. Okay,
Well,
what to make of this position? Crazy.
I don't know what to make of this. Again, here's the thing. Sindarov is not sure what he's supposed to do. I think actually this is contributing to the confusion because he doesn't know for sure if Vakirov is going to win. Because he needs to win. He needs to win. If he knows Vakirov is winning, okay, he's going to try to liquidate. He doesn't know that. So he might have to make some very big risks at some point, try to push for the win in case Vakirov doesn't do it, which actually might give a chance for Netherlands.
So let's say he's operating under the assumption that he's okay with the draw. The move rook a5. I'm having a hard time understanding how Benjamin reacts to it. What happens if white goes rook a5 goes after the pawn?
Maybe that's a draw, actually. Rook c6, rook a7. Maybe this is the way to fix a draw.
Or, or
rook
rook e5. Oh, but then maybe black, I think, has to liquidate with something like knight d3.
On some nasty checks on c2.
Yep. And okay, I mean, black should be able to hold the draw here, but clearly not more than that. Clearly not more than that.
Sindarov would love to see that. I mean, having a risk-free position to play for the win, he would love to see that, definitely. This would be really good.
And
or he can just force a draw.
Rook a5, rook c6, and no, not like this. Rook a5, rook c6, and back to a7, attacking g7, forcing the rook to come back to g6. This is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to do it. I have a feeling he's going to repeat moves here. God, that's such a difficult decision. Again, it's so hard to say.
The captain can intervene. And listen, the captain could give you a very, very important advice. I mean...
Right.
Just do this or that. Can the captain do that? I don't think so.
God, it's crazy to me that Max Warmerdam is still in the game. Like, it literally seemed like the game was over. But all of a sudden, there's this uncertainty. And Sindarov was hovering over the rook on a7. I think he was about to play rook a5. Maybe he thought better of it. I don't see if there are any other candidate moves. I guess maybe you could start with rook e5. Same idea. I don't know.
Rook e5 is on the board, by the way. I think rook d6.
Wow. Rook e5, rook d6, and then again you can repeat.
This would be a one-way out of this. Otherwise, if you play too long, those pawns on e4 and d5, they might become a problem. If they are getting pushed to something like d4, e3, one misstep, you're done. I mean, they're essentially a new queen, and you don't want to do that, especially in such a responsible moment like here, playing for the gold medals in the Olympiad for a team. Very, very responsible moment here for Sindarov.
Jeez. And positive developments for Team Armenia. I think Hrant Mokumian is essentially forcing, at the very least, to draw an endgame in his game against Paco Vallejo. So that would conclude the Armenia Spain match, and it would put Uzbekistan in a must-win situation. Okay, so after rook e5, can black try rook g5? No, I don't think so. Takes and rook a5, I guess. Yeah. This is close.
Wait, but you need to calculate that, right? I mean, I'm scared. E5, if you e3 king,
this loses.
Yeah, rook c1, d4, d3, d2. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. Look at this. And after rook e1, this is a classic idea. You, of course, go d1 queen. You don't take the rook. Right. That's a beautiful line. So I guess after e3, the winning move for white is to drag the king a little bit closer.
And the big point,
stop the pawns
knight e4, you play king f3, right? Not rook d5.
Again, rook d5, there's e2. You're right. King f3. d4, still not over.
And but something like rook d5, yeah, everything just falls. Or rook a4, everything just falls. Yeah, it's
you
not
can
gonna
start
work.
Collecting the harvest here. Yeah. Benjamin, less than 4 minutes on his clock. He's got to make a decision. And he's probably calculating that line. I mean, that needs to be calculated if you're trying to win the game with black. But once you realize that you can't play it, then rook b6 or rook d6, I think you have to play.
Right. And again, let's not completely rule out Team Netherlands' chances for the medals, because they also have a say in this matter, right? They also want to get medals, or at least have a shot. So finishing 2-2 draw, because it's already pretty clear that Warmerdam is not going to win the game against Yakubboev. Maybe this is a chance also for Netherlands to strike back. That's why I hear, instead of trying to immediately secure a draw, Benjamin is trying to figure out, do I have even slightest chances to play this for the victory as well?
Right. But I think with the time situation, the answer basically is a very resounding no. I mean, you have 3 minutes for the rest of the game. So if anything, Benjamin also can't afford to lose this, because if he loses this, then Vakirov's game becomes a completely moot point.
Right.
So, okay, it's official. Hrant Mokumian has drawn his game against Paco Vallejo. A huge result for Team Armenia. They win their match with a score of 2.5, 1.5 on the strength of Gabriel Sargissian's incredible performance and victory over Alexei Shirov here at the final round of the Olympiad. And it is official. Uzbekistan is in a must-win situation if they want a chance at that gold medal.
And that means also Team Armenia secures at least a silver medal because they were in the first and second place, shared place before the final round. They win. Nobody can take a medal away from them. Either way, it doesn't matter how Uzbekistan are going to finish. Maybe they're going to have the victory and the best tiebreaks, but still Team Armenia had an amazing run in this tournament.
I mean, simply incredible. Again, not a single player over 2,700, but what they do have is magical team chemistry that has been written about, that has been built up over many, many Olympiads of playing together, of experience, and of team camaraderie. What a performance by Gabriel Sargissian and the Armenian team that he led this year. Okay, back to the Warmerdam game. Oh, looks like progress is finally starting to be made by Yakubboev.
Those pawns sooner or later have to roll forward. Now that the white king cannot get to h5 easily.
Eventually, you have to start pushing them, and he found the opportunity to do that. Now, this check gives absolutely nothing because of king d8, right?
Right. I mean, king f8 is the wrong way to go because white has this very unusual drawing idea, knight h7, king g8, knight f6, and you don't go to the corner unless you're looking for trouble.
Rook h7 is an Arabian mate.
That it is. So king d8 is the way to go, and here the black rook on d4 is really well positioned because it defends the pawn on b4, defends against any checks on d7. I think Yakubboev is going to do it. The more I look at it, I think that whatever chances Warmerdam had, they're gone.
Right.
It just doesn't feel like this is the position.
His knight is in a terrible spot. And the reason his knight is in a terrible spot is because it's neither here nor there. You can't attack b4, but you're also not doing a good job of stopping the progress of black's pawns, not to mention that you're down to 10 minutes on your clock. And that might be, one of the bigger problems here. He just doesn't have the time to figure out, the most resilient defensive sequence.
Right. All right, let's try tricks. Can I play rook b5 here? Rook b5. Oh, I blundered the fork on e4.
Oh, rook takes e4. Rook b8 check. Beautiful.
Yes, okay. Doesn't work. Nice trick. But the big idea is I want to sacrifice the knight on g5. So let's say you remove your knight to wherever. I don't know.
E7?
h4 probably is the right way to go, but 97. 97. Yeah, and now I want to take on g5 somehow. Take, rook g5.
Yeah, you want a position like this.
I don't know if I want this, but I might have to at some point.
Yeah, this might be as good of a defensive chance as any.
Right, but it's losing. I don't think that white can play at any given moment a3 to trade the b pawn. Yeah, it's probably just lost. The king is too far away.
And the rook cuts off the king along the d file, which is another problem. Which means that white's king can never get to, for example, b3, which would totally change the landscape of the position.
All right. But maybe something like this might happen at some point, and this is also what black needs to account for. But I think knight h4 actually makes more sense. I mean, not even venture there, give a check, improve the knight, although knight h4, king e3, whatever happens there. Still some chances for Team Netherlands.
No question about it, but Warmerdam needs to play a move here, and he's got to do it pretty fast. How will he coordinate his pieces in an effort to save a miracle draw and secure a gold medal for Armenia? By the way, Benjamin Block, I think, has correctly decided to trade the d5 pawn for the b3 pawn. And according to the eval bar, this is a dead draw. Sindarov is very likely just to repeat moves here.
So king f4 is risky, right? King f4 is just not the way to go because I might give you a check on f3, rook f3, king e5, and my e-pawn could just roll forward very fast. Yeah, that looks
This is already scary. A problem.
Right. Rook c5, e2, rook c1, rook f1. So this pawn is actually unstoppable. This is not where you want to go. And if you don't go there, where do you go?
He goes back to h2 after a lot of hesitation there. I think he went king h2. We're looking there on top right of your screen at the camera. And it appears to me that a repetition of moves is totally inevitable here.
And we have an update of second team India. Nikhil Sarin has won his game against Matthias Blubaum. And that means second team of India has secured probably at least a medal. So we have 2 medalists. We just don't know how they're positioned. It's quite clear. Team Armenia is taking at least silver. Team India is going to take probably a bronze. So Team Uzbekistan fighting for the gold. Unfortunately for Team USA, I think this means probably no medals at the men competition.
Medal. Armenia, Uzbekistan, and India too. They've got dibs on the 3 medals. And even if Team USA wins, that is just a testament to how strong this Olympiad has been. Okay, Benjamin Bach, you see him checking on B2. And repetition of moves here seems imminent.
You don't want to go to H4 because that's running into a checkmate. There's no progress for White.
And Benjamin looking over, you can see Max Warmerdam there looking over at his teammate's game, but there's nothing either side can do here.
Right. Yeah, of course, unfortunate for Max because normally the 4th board with the white color would expect to try to play for the victory, but something clearly went wrong for Max in the opening phase. He was just outplayed. He got a second chance after Vakhidov misplayed things, but now maybe it's already too late. And at the moment, Team Uzbekistan is on the way to not only get victory in the match, but also victory in the Olympiad, most likely.
And it does appear that Vakhidov is literally knocking on the door. He's got his pawn on G4. Warmerdam still trying to use his knight to do whatever he can. But the eval bar here seems to reflect
it's over. I think it's over.
Chances.
There's a draw.
Handshake, draw in Benjamin Bach's game against Sindarov. And it's all down to this final game. Can Vakhidov put the finishing touches and win the match for Team Uzbekistan?
I think it's 95%, Daniel, that Team Uzbekistan is going to clinch the victory in the final 4th game against Max Warmerdam. This means both top teams after the 10 rounds, Armenia and Uzbekistan, they scored 2.5 points. And since Team Uzbekistan had the better tiebreaks, much better tiebreaks venturing into the final round, I think it's a very good bet that Uzbekistan in the end are going to take down the gold medals. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, we are, obviously it's not 100%. Tiebreaks are complex, but you're absolutely right. And Armenia watching Max Warmerdam with disappointment. They, of course, were hoping for at least a draw in this game. Oh, and after King F3 here, I think the move Rook D2 ends the game. Is this the most efficient method?
It looks very good. G2, G1, very nice idea to cut off the king or give a check first, then G2.
Check first, yeah, then G2, and it's over.
That's lights out. Rook B1, Rook F1, shake hands. We might actually see it on the camera happening there. These are the final moments. Warmerdam's body language says it all. This game is over.
Yep. And by the way, as we watch Max Warmerdam agonize over his last couple of moves before resigning, King F3, by the way, is on the board. A quick update on Team USA. Sam Shankland is about to win his game against Narayanan, equalizing the match. And Wesley So, it appears, has failed to convert that extra pawn position. So Team USA is going to tie India with a score of 2-2. And that'll basically conclude all of the big matches of the day. My God, there's some crazy positions that I'm looking at in some of the other matches, but we're obviously going to wait for the conclusion of this game. We're going.
Do we have an update also what's happening in the women's section? Who is looking likely to get the gold medals? Is it Team Ukraine? Probably, right? I think their final board was having this drawing rook game. Olivia Kalbasa against, who was it, Anu Shenina?
They're still playing, but I mean, obviously Anu Shenina is the only one who can do anything in this position. So a draw would be perfectly sufficient, I think, for Ukraine. It's official. Ukraine with the gold medal in the women's section. Incredible.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now.
Maria Muzichuk, such a clutch performance to defeat Alina Kashlinskaya and wins the match for Ukraine. But let's keep watching Vakhidov. Rook D4 to C4. He doesn't play Rook D2. Amazing. I thought Rook D2 was just resigns.
Right.
Instead, he plays rook c4. Is this also good?
I think the idea is knight e6, rook c3, rook c2 check. So you pretty much have to put the knight on e4.
But then rook takes e4. Oh, that's pretty.
Rook
takes,
d8 check. King f7. That's a fork, by the way, on d6. So you have to give a check, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Here, just knight e7 at a minimum.
Oh, wait, I missed something. Oh, my goodness, I missed something there. Okay, doesn't matter.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking there's a fork, no? No, there was a fork, right. So rook b8, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's also knight d6. That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, so what you're saying is you have to start with this move.
But it doesn't matter, right? King e4, g2 now. The black king conveniently defends the g8 square for the rook. Unfortunately, the b4 pawn is there. You can't play rook b1, which would be final hope for white. No, there's no hope for white.
Knight e6, rook c3 check, accurately delivered by Yakubboev. There's no perpetual. The knight on f5 is doing a great job of holding together some of the key squares. And after king f4, g2, king takes f5, g1, it's not hard to establish that there is no perpetual. The king runs towards c8, and resignation is imminent here by Max Warmerdam.
Indeed.
Wow.
About the women's section, I wanted to ask, actually, if we go back to that, is Team Poland and Azerbaijan still within the contention? Because there was like a massive tie of 16 points. So it was India, first team obviously is going down, but there's Poland, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Georgia, who could contest the gold medals.
So is it a certainty that if Ukraine wins, which they will, that they will get gold? So I felt like it was a certain scenario that if India loses, which they did to Team USA, and Ukraine wins, they get gold. But that's not necessarily true, because Azerbaijan and Georgia might have something to say about that as well.
Exactly. So Poland
I guess it depends on how they do.
Yeah, let's check it out. Poland, Azerbaijan, and also Georgia might have a say.
Okay, so in the Poland... Okay, so first of all, Azerbaijan is playing Georgia, and they are down to 2 boards. They have drawn on 2 of the boards, and the last remaining games here are Batsiashvili against Balayeva, which should be a draw. This should be a draw in rook endgame, although this game is going to last for a while. And then we have Mary Arabidze on the other board, with the white pieces in a completely winning position.
So that means that Georgia might win. But actually, then we might get to the tie breaks, because Georgia was had the slightly worse score than Ukraine. They are having the same amount of points. So you would have a tie. It's not even clear who's going to take the gold. And Azerbaijan is losing this, right? So they're out of the contention. And Poland, what are Poland doing?
Poland lost to Ukraine.
Right, Poland lost to Ukraine.
So Poland is out.
Poland is out. Azerbaijan is out. So it looks like it might be a very close tie between Ukraine and Georgia.
Wow.
It's so close. It's so close. There was like a very, very narrow margin in the tie breaks. 330 and a half against 315 in the tie break. So it really matters what score. I mean, you win the final round, the opponents. Wow, it's a coin flip.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be so close between Ukraine and Georgia. But yeah, we're basically looking here, and the tiebreak seems to be... The funny thing is, if Azerbaijan had won, they had better tiebreaks than Ukraine, and Ukraine has better tiebreaks than Georgia. So it's actually really good for Ukraine that Georgia is about to win this match.
Right.
Yeah, but it does appear that Ukraine has the better tiebreaks. I'm pretty confident that Ukraine is going to take gold.
I guess we're going to see. Either way, I think so far we are looking towards first weight tie between Ukraine, Georgia, whoever is going to have the better tiebreaks, in case the match is going to finish how they're looking at right now. And probably Team India is going to take the 3rd place. That's how it looks like at the moment, despite the loss in the final round.
Indeed. That would be crazy too. Losing the last round, still getting 3rd place. But it's going to be very, very close based on the tie breaks. We are watching Yakubboev putting the finishing touches on his pivotal win against Warmerdam. Look at how patient he is. He's not moving until he makes completely sure that he's got the right move in mind. King D8 here is game over.
Right.
All right, let's see it. King D8. Even
This should be
King F8.
Yeah, it should be resignation right after that. There's just no more moves to make. Okay, one check out of spite on E6 or B8, but that's it. And then this G pawn is unstoppable. I think he's just in, slightly disbelief what is happening here. He's making history here. Team Uzbekistan, I think it was yesterday, they got the rights to organize 2026 World Chess Olympiad in Tashkent, and scoring Olympiad victory here in the 2022 World Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India would be something. In 1992, Team Uzbekistan got silver. Is this history here in the making? Do they got gold? I guess we're going to find it out.
That would be nuts. And one of the most epic Olympiad performances in history for sure by an incredibly young team. Rook B8 check, by the way, is on the board. Warmerdam continues to make moves. But King D7 here, I think, is the most clinical win because Warmerdam is hoping for one last trick, Rook G8. And if you blindly make a queen, then it's actually a draw after knight E8 check. Never too late to blunder. Never, ever too late to blunder.
It's actually easy to miss it because I was looking at knight E6 check. Knight E6, King D6, I'm in a chill mode. I'm going to just collect the knight, extra piece, extra pawn, whatever. But knight E8, very smart.
Right. But none of this, I mean, even if that's winning for black, King D7 avoids all of the checks. So Yakubboev is probably just like quadruple checking every line before playing King D7.
Right.
I don't know why Warmerdam isn't resigning this, but hoping for one last miracle.
Yeah. I guess he has nowhere to go anyway, right? It's the final round, final day. Not a great way to finish a tournament, but still, that is what it is. Team Uzbekistan is gonna do it, and that's it. King D7. That was the final move, I think. There you go.
Yes,
he avoided last rep. Resignation. Team Uzbekistan wins.
Uzbekistan wins the match. What an incredible finale as both leaders win their match with a score of 2.5, 1.5, and it's all down to the tie breaks. And we believe that Uzbekistan is very likely to have the better tie breaks, but nothing is for certain until all of the games are over. Cool.
Right.
Incredible.
All right. Now, what were the tie breaks again? Now, maybe we can try to calculate that, right? Because now it's official. There's going to be a tie. There is a tie for the first place. And there you see, I mean, Daniel, I'm not so good with advanced mathematics. What do you make of this?
Yeah, this takes me back to calculus class. So there's a formula to determine the tie breaks. And the formula can be calculated. Basically, it's the sum of IS of 10 for 10 highest ranking team opponents. And you can see the designations there. GPI is the game points scored in a match against a certain opponent. And then FMPI is the final number of match points scored by an opponent. So I'm not going to pretend to understand exactly how this is calculated. This is outside my job description. But one way or another, it will be calculated by people in the know. And what we can tell you for certain is that Uzbekistan had the better tie breaks going into this round. That's an indisputable certainty. So barring something crazy, given that they both won with the same score, I'm pretty sure that Uzbekistan is going to edge out Armenia by tie breaks.
I also think so. So for the moment, it looks like Uzbekistan has taken the goal, but let's not jump the gun before it's official. It looks like that, but I mean, maybe something miraculous happens. And I've seen this actually happen, Danya. I mean, what's been your worst experience in terms of you going into the final round with an amazing lead in the tie breaks, like I'm talking about the Buchholz, and then something unthinkable happens and you lose this entire lead you had, and all of your Buchholzes just lose the final round.
Well, I played 2 Title Tuesdays ago. I was leading by an entire point going to the last round. I had 9 out of 10. So of course I need only a draw to get clear Foreest. I lose, but I figured that since I'm leading the tournament by an entire point, I must have better tie breaks. And not only did I not have better tie breaks, but I actually end up in 3rd place rather than 1st. So that's the problem with tie breaks. They're totally unpredictable. And just because you have better tie breaks before the last round doesn't mean that you keep your lead. But in this case, I think the tie break edge is sufficiently vast to where I just don't see how Uzbekistan is going to squander this lead.
Right. So for the moment, this is what the top 3 looks like in the open section. Most likely, I mean, it's not yet official, it's unofficial, that Uzbekistan is going to take gold on better tie breaks. Team Armenia is going to take the second place, and second team of India are going to clinch the bronze medals.
By the way, I pulled up a funny position here in the game between McShane and Hamitavici, with the English player struggling against 2 of Black's queens. And there's a beautiful mating sequence here. Queen takes h4, rook h2, and queen takes f3 check would finish the game.
Nice.
And a big upset here by the Moldovan Grandmaster. He's going to defeat the English GM.
Moldova a couple of rounds ago, was it the last round? I mean, yesterday they beat Norway, who've had a downhill tournament. I mean, they also lost today, and Hamitavici beat Christensen, I think. I mean, again, one of the strong grandmasters. So he's been having a pretty good run in the final rounds.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. And looking around at some of the other matches, we have a couple of games still going, but all of the medal games, all of the medal matches have been completed. The only remaining game is Wesley's game against Vidit, but this is obviously a dead draw. And I think we're going to see a handshake here very shortly as well.
Team USA, even if they win, I don't think they can score a medal here, because the second team of India has won the match. Their tie breaks were so much better. And that means that there's just impossible to catch it. Maybe share third and fourth place and remain on fourth place as tie breaks. Either way, disappointment probably for USA men team, who are pre-tournament huge ELO favorites. But I mean, that's the Olympiad. It's unpredictable.
Exactly. It is why we watch. And I think we almost see that every year. I mean, the pure rating favorites, they have won in the past. I think it was the time that the US actually won the Olympiad a couple of Olympiads ago in Tromsø. They were the rating favorites. But you can see here that a team with not a single player over 2,700 is more than capable of long-lasting success. And both Armenia and Uzbekistan demonstrated that here.
Now, can we try to make some predictions how the women's tournament is going to finish? Because, again, it's not very clear who indeed takes the gold or who even is fighting for the bronze. Is it really Team India, or USA has surpassed Team India? Because what was the final score again of Team USA versus India?
It was 3-1.
Wow, that's actually pretty impressive. You know, that
incredibly
might mean
impressive.
Yeah, they might just overtake India. This is, I don't know how to predict.
Yeah, there's going to be highly convoluted, complex calculations being made. But it is clear that either Ukraine or Georgia are going to take gold and silver. Obviously, both of them are going to medal. And then either Team USA or Team India, who they just beat. And that's crazy. The fact that a team can beat another team and the team that they beat can still medal. Pretty crazy, but that's just how the Olympiad happens. We are going to do those calculations and bring the results of them to you. But first, we're going to go on one more very short break just to take a deep breath, settle down. All of the medal matches are over. Uzbekistan and Armenia claim gold and silver medals. What a finale we just watched here at the 44th Chess Olympiad. Stay tuned. We have a lot of conclusions to make. We have a lot of tiebreaks to calculate, and we will do that right on the other side of this short break.
See you in a moment.
Some chess works over there. Chess clock over here. You over there.
He just beat me, man. We just played like 3 games.
It's a 4-1 streak my way.
Me and him actually learned around the same time, and it's been fun watching him grow.
He's early on, he'll trade his queen off too. He doesn't mind losing his queen, but he uses his horses more.
I'm a little mad if he take my horses, because they the deadliest piece on the board. Everybody think it's the queen, but it's the horse, because you can't defend it.
Welcome back to the 44th Chess Olympiad. Our coverage continues. We know most of the medalists in both of the sections, but not all of the intrigue has ended just yet. Now, we know that Ukraine defeated Poland in the women's section to guarantee themselves either gold or silver medal. Now, we were assuming that Georgia has it in the bag on account of Maria Rabidze having a completely winning position against her Azerbaijani opponent. But, Arturas, something crazy is happening this game. Bishop takes e4, check rook f7. The move queen h3 led to immediate checkmate. The threat of queen h8 is unstoppable. Instead, Arabidze decides to liquidate, and she's still winning. But this gets a little bit more complicated. How easy do you think this is going to be?
I guess it's quite important for not allowed to black to block those central pawns. So if black is allowed to trade the queens, put the king on d5, the knight on e6, then white simply can't win this game. So here, I guess you have to push d5. d5, remove the bishop, play e6. But one thing, Danya, what I see here is one particular square in my mind. That's the a8 square, right? So I'm looking at this square, I'm looking at the color of my bishop, and I realize that's the wrong corner.
Ooh, so if you trade queens, you're saying that black will then be able to give potentially her knight away for white's 2 remaining central pawns. But I have some news for you, which is that the result of this game actually seems to be a moot point, because Nino Batsiashvili has managed to win that endgame against Khanim Balayeva. Amazingly.
Right. And
it was a drawn endgame.
And that means that Team Georgia is already ahead. So it's, maybe it is actually important, because if the game finishes, if the match finishes 2.5 against 1.5, maybe they're going to miss out the gold medals, because there's going to be probably a tie of Team Georgia against Team Ukraine, if I'm not totally mistaken. So 2.5 against 3-1, this might be the difference of gold medals.
Indeed. And by the way, Olivia Kilbasa in the match against Ukraine has managed to lose that game against Anna Ushenina. That was an endgame she should have drawn, and she loses with this loss her undefeated status in the tournament. So first it was Gukesh, now it's Kilbasa, and a disappointing finale for some of these incredible competitors across both sections. But understandable fatigue, the pressure of having to perform, and a sad finale here for Kilbasa. But Ukraine scoring another big win, and they're going to win with a margin of 3-1.
And again, this might be the difference of the gold medals, right? Because in the end, we're going to calculate the tie breaks. We just discussed the Team Georgia might make 3-1, and Team Ukraine already did it 3-1. So in the end, we are going to have a very, very narrow tie in the women's tournament with Ukraine after round 10 slightly edging of Georgia, but it's so narrow, it's completely unpredictable.
Right. And we will only be able to tell you after all of the results have concluded which team edges the other by tiebreak. Okay.
Where do we move on from here? I believe there's still a number of games being played at the top boards.
Yeah, we can switch back for a second to the open section because it is quite clear that Georgia and Ukraine both have their matches in the bag, as we see Anna Ushenina putting the finishing touches against Kilbasa. But in the open section, we do have a couple of boards still remaining in some of the top 10 games. Here we have Andrei Volokhin against Tomas Laurusas from Lithuania. with Laurusas trying to promote his far advanced passer.
So this means probably that Volokitin can't play this for the win, despite the fact he has an extra pawn on the queen side. It's the pawn on h3 which matters with the queen g2, with the queen f2, queen g2 threat. So if the pawn on h3 remains, I think here it's white who has to make a draw. He has to make a draw, but how do you make a draw? Probably it should be a draw even without a pawn and b pawn, but not 100%.
Well, you have to give the right checks, I guess. And queen c1 is forced.
Right, so king g2 probably is the move to be played. Queen, you can't trade the queens. Queen c6 is a bad check, and queen, any check on the second rank also is just suicide. So I guess queen g5 back.
Yeah, I think this is actually a pretty straightforward draw. King g2, queen g5, king h2, queen d2. No matter where the king goes, you have a corresponding check that doesn't allow black to block it with his queen.
Yeah,
No,
that's what it looks like, because if the black queen is allowed to get closer to the king and protect from the checks, this is unnecessary risk, and of course white is not gonna try to find it out if there's a draw or not.
Queen d3, king g2, and here I think it's important to deliver a check on g6 in order to force the king onto the h file so that you can then return, for example, to c2.
Can I try to zugzwang you? Not zugzwang, but triangle you. King h2, king g1, king h1, and somehow get the queen in front.
So you want to go like this?
Yeah, but that's, of course, I think it's useless. King h1.
Because they go queen e4 check.
Okay. Brilliant.
Yeah. If your queen was only on g7, like that would change everything. But for some reason, he put his queen on f8. Like, he had this position a while ago, but I guess he just kind of lost his composure. He lost his cool, and ultimately just decides that there's no way he's going to pull this off.
And Team Lithuania actually is leading against Ukraine. I'm surprised to see that, and this is one of the surprising teams. So far in the Olympiad, they had a number of great results. They played 2-2 against Germany. I think, now I'm telling this from memory because we're following their matches a while ago. Then 2-2 against France. Or was it first France against Germany? Doesn't matter. They're playing really good. It's a nice team with young grandmasters, motivated, hungry grandmasters, and they're playing well.
Yeah, Valery Kazakovsky, who I never heard of before, defeated Volodymyr Onyshuk. On board 2, we have this game, by the way, is a game that Lithuania cannot lose. And on this board, Lithuania cannot lose either. So they're going to win. That's it. Regardless of how these other games finish. But of course, Lithuania would like to win in crushing style, and that depends on whether Pultinevicius can pull out a win out of an endgame that I've actually had in my career a couple of times. This type of endgame with bishop, a rook and 2 against rook and 3. What do you make of this? Should be a pretty easy win.
Should be.
It's just Zugzwang.
Yeah, because that's even the right corner. And speaking about Paulius Pultinevicius, he is the top scorer for Team Lithuania. So far going 7.5 out of 9 for board 4, 2750 performance. This is clearly a breakout tournament for Paulius. I obviously know him because Latvia, Lithuania, we are very, very close. Neighboring countries, same history pretty much. So, I mean, Team Lithuania might just make it, I'm not sure, top 10, because if they win this match after the round 10, they were something like 21st place. With the victory, they might just find themselves catapulted to something like 11th, 12th place, which is probably going to be one of the finest achievements of Lithuanian chess in the past years.
Very impressive. Very impressive performance by, as you said, the young and hungry group of Lithuanian grandmasters. Looking around, we we have this little endgame in the game between Berkish. Oh my God! Now this is a game in which Ferenc Berkish was completely winning out of the opening. I mean, it wasn't even close, and somehow Amin Tabatabai has managed to get it and pull his way into a drawn rook and bishop versus rook endgame.
But probably he's not going to be very upset about it because Team Hungary is winning anyway. The match would have been a slightly different story if it was Iran leading the match. So Team Hungary leads 2-1 at the moment and having already clearly drawn the pocket. So this means Hungary is going to take it down, winning Iran in the final round, again, catapulting themselves probably in top 10.
Yeah, if we rewind a little bit earlier this game, it was a crushing attack right out of the opening by Berkish. Rook takes d7, knight takes f6. Look at these tactics. If you take with a knight, then you get forked on e6. So you have to take with a rook. Bishop takes f2 check, total desperation. And Berkish deciding to transition into what has to be a completely winning endgame, up a pawn, dominating with his piece tandem. And somehow he failed to win this. Kudos to Amin for a crazy save.
I'm actually a bit surprised there was not like a direct win, right? I mean, that this is the best he could have got, but maybe there was something, because that attack looks totally crushing, and in the end you do get a pawn in endgame. But whatever. I mean, maybe there
Actually,
was something.
I think King H1 was probably more accurate, just to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Because
Right,
the problem,
and then just
yeah.
Bishop
Here,
C3,
here.
Queen G2, Rook G1, huge ideas incoming. That should be very good.
Yeah, even Rook E1, just pile up on the E6 pawn. This is basically resignable.
Right.
But when push came to shove, Berkish didn't quite have that crushing blow in him. And how many moves have they made? Not many. They've only made 13 moves of this endgame. So this could potentially last for all 50, depending on how long Berkish wants to torture him.
Well, actually, it's actually quite interesting, Danya, that you chose this game, because in my fresh memory is Tabatabai being from the stronger side a couple of rounds ago, Rook and Bishop versus Rook, playing against Jordan and Foreest. But he was the one pushing his opponent. I think it was Tabatabai who did it. And he was the one pushing it up to move 50, and Jordan showed his flawless technique, Rook on the second rank. In the end, it finished with a stalemate trick. You give it a check, Bishop takes the Rook, it's a stalemate, and now it's Tabatabai who has to show the right technique, how to draw this. I mean, that's fate.
Yeah. Another interesting endgame we have is in the game of Matej Bartel and Dragan Solak. That's Poland against Turkey. This seems to be a pretty straightforward win for white. Yeah, I actually think this is just resignable. I'm not sure what Solak is doing here.
Yeah, all the difference.
Ooh, so that's actually a close match with Mustafa Yilmaz drawing white to check. Okay, and resignation. So Bartel wins, but Ali Marandi beats Miranda. So it all comes down in Poland against Turkey to this last game, where Kasper Piorin is trying to torture Emre Khan in this queen endgame where white is up a pawn.
And what does it mean for the rankings? It's a fight for, I guess, top 10. So not every single team is starting for the medals. I mean, of course, you want to have this great finish in top 10 in World Chess Olympiad. That's a great achievement. Turkey at the moment, they are ranked 14th. Poland is 18th after round 10. So probably Poland is not going to make it. If they win, maybe get close. I mean, either way, very, very narrow match. What do you think, Danya? Is this possible to win for white?
I want to say no. I want to say no, because in order to win this, I think eventually white will have to play g5, right? How else are you going to make any I just think the king is too weak. I don't see how white is going to be able to prevent black from constantly delivering just a barrage of checks from all different sides of the board.
But wait,
you know what I'm
let's
saying?
say queen b2 check and you're not accurate. I think f6 has to be played, but let's say you're not accurate. You play king h7. Now, I could play queen e5, and the queen on e5 does wonderful things. It controls the e1 square against checks, queen d3 check, king h4.
Queen
and
d2?
the next move, yeah, and g5, and I claim that there's no perpetual check. I don't know if my claim is right, but that's the idea.
Check here. Ooh.
Yes, and there's some ideas.
Because if I check you on c2, you go queen e4, and then you move up with the king with another check.
Or just king f6, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There's some
so
chances.
Can I get away with check? Oh, no, now definitely king f6. Okay, you're convincing me that there are some chances here.
No, but I think f6 is sealing the deal probably, but it's such a responsible move, right? It weakens some of the squares around the king. But king h7 is played, by the way.
Yeah. So queen e5. Queen e5 seems to be a very, very good winning attempt.
Right. The bar is, of course, unimpressed. You know, Daniel, this reminds me one of the early round games of Magnus Carlsen against Georg Mayer. I think it was round 2 when Carlsen had h pawn and g pawn with the white color against black's b pawn. And it was a theoretical draw, but of course, Carlsen showed his magic endgame magic in the end. He managed to convert it to victory, but the drawing technique was by no means obvious from Meyer's part.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember looking at that endgame pretty carefully after it was played. There were some really, really pretty ideas in that game with stalemate, all sorts of things.
Right. King H8 instead of King G8. Now it brings to my memory very beautiful Queen G7 stalemate trick in there.
Oh yeah, B1 Queen and Queen G7. Yeah.
Very beautiful.
Totally remember that. Okay, so by the way, in the Paulius Poltynevicius has officially beaten Shevchenko with the black pieces to cap off an incredible Olympiad performance. And that means the final game of our Lithuania-Ukraine match is going to be a draw. Stromavicius fails to win this rook endgame, but it doesn't matter.
Actually, he might take a medal. The one thing we haven't really talked about, who's going to take the medals in the boards, but Paulius Poltynevicius' board for Team Lithuania was in the 3rd place behind Santos Latasa from Spain, and Santos Latasa did not really win, right? So that's probably going to catapult him to the 2nd place, and Vakhidov won the game against Varmerdam. So I think for Poltynevicius, it's not only a victory for him and Team Lithuania, but also a very respectable, most likely, silver medal on board 4. Very nice.
Right. And I mean, medaling at the Olympiad is such an incredible achievement. I remember when Sam Shankland scored something like 8 out of 9 for Team US a couple of years ago. It was unbelievable. I mean, to do that for your country in the best possible, most important possible world stage is beyond impressive. Big hats off to Poltynevicius, who was outrated in a lot of those games.
Talking about the medals, I think board 1, most likely gold medal, will go to Gukesh, despite his draw in the final round. It was a draw, right?
Catapults him to a terrible 7.5 out of 9. What a piss poor performance on board 1.
Right. So Gukesh is probably going to take gold board 1. Board 2 is less clear. There was a very narrow race of Noderbek, Yakubboev, and Nicolas Theodorov. Board 3, David Havel. How did they finish, by the way, today? Because David Havel was going in monster performance for Team England. At some point, he was having something like 7.5 out of 8, or maybe even more.
England actually got upset by Ivan Shitko drawing Adams. England got upset by Moldova, who scored several upsets with Hamita defeating McShane with black. But Howell did not play today. Howell did not play today. I see.
Gold medal.
I see.
Smart, David. Smart. That's smart.
I can't really blame him for that, but I get it. Didn't want to jeopardize that medal. Same with Nicolas Theodorou, by the way, who didn't play for Greece today. So it's going to be a close battle with a lot of players with like 7 out of 9, 7.5 out of 9, with some absolutely monster scores.
And the top board, fourth board is probably Jahongir Yavakhidov taking the gold for board 4, and reserve, I don't really know. By the way, Mateusz Bartel, the game we're witnessing, Team Poland fighting this queen endgame, extra pawn. This also is not only fight for the Team Poland to win the match, but also for Mateusz Bartel to take gold as a reserve player.
Whoa.
It's very important. It's very important for them.
Why
right?
does it say that Piorin beats Emre Can?
I'm sorry, that was Piorin, not Bartel. My mistake. I thought that's.
But why? I wonder why it says 1-0.
Did he flag?
I don't think so. It says he had 3 minutes. Maybe this is a wrong result, and this was that. But I wouldn't imagine that Piorin would give him a draw here. Huh.
Wow. Okay.
I'm going to ask if we can determine what happened in this match.
Strange. Maybe it's a wrong result. I guess we're going to get the confirmation at some point later. Doesn't look like a flag to me.
And it does appear, if we can go back to the women's section for a moment here, with Anna Ushanina defeating Kielbasa in that endgame, Mary Arabidze winning her game, and Batsiashvili winning her game as well. So Georgia wins with a score of 3-1. Ukraine wins with a score of 3-1. And I think all of the games from the women's section are officially complete.
Right. And before the final round, board prizes, the gold medals individually. Board 1 was the Swedish chess legend Pia Kramling. leading the charge. I don't know if she played today. Then we have board 2, Khanim Balayeva from Azerbaijan, who lost today, right? If I remember correctly.
I think, yes, I think she lost.
Right. Third board, Olivia Kalbasa, her amazing 9 out of 9 streak ended yesterday. Today she lost as well, but I think she's still going to take the gold on board number 3. Board number 4 was very close. Tanya Sachdev and Baterdene Mongonzol were tying pretty much the performance, but Tanya did not play successfully today. And then we have the 5th board, Jana Schneider from Germany. She was leading. Again, I mean, you would have to check how all of them finished the final rounds, but those are the board prizes before the final round. So actually, it's official. I mean, Daniel,
it is official. We have the winners for the women's and the open section. In the open section, we congratulate Team Uzbekistan with FIDE just officially confirming that the tiebreaks have already been calculated and Uzbekistan edges out Armenia by tiebreaks. Incredible. It was the closest of close margins, but Armenia will have to settle for silver, with India too going for bronze. Uzbekistan and its team of young juggernauts, and all of these players who will have illustrious careers and ratings of over 2,700 in the near future. A gold medal for the host of the next chess Olympiad. And in the women's section, Team Ukraine edges out Georgia. So that 3-1 win in the last round on the strength of Anna Shenina and Maria Muzichuk's victories propel Team Ukraine through all of the adversity that they experienced. Just getting to the site of the Olympiad was already a monumental effort. To win the entire thing, Artur, is what a story.
Right. They didn't lose a single match. I mean, look at that. 8 victories, 3 draws. I mean, despite the fact that this very, very competitive field, not a single match loss, and probably a well-deserved victory for the amazing team of Uzbekistan. Second place go to Armenia. Worst tiebreaks, sharing the first place, this time missing out the gold medals. And the third is the very young and promising second team of India with Damaraj Gukesh, the hero of the first 8 rounds, who in the end slightly missed his opportunities.
God, there's always this feeling when the Olympiad starts coming to an end. It's a feeling of sadness, but at the same time, a deep satisfaction at what we've just seen. Artur's, you must have been asked this already on the commentaries. How many Olympiads have you attended? Either
6.
as a player or 6. Wow.
6. The last one was in 2016 in Baku, which in my memory was the best Olympiad ever, because I was just stunned. I mean, everything was right. I mean, they even stopped the entire city just to deliver us from the hotels, from 5-star hotels in Hilton to the playing hall, which is like the most awesome playing hall you've ever seen, with a giant Azerbaijani flag waving in front of that, on top of that, right? And then there's the Chennai Olympiad, you know. It's quite amazing what Indians have done. Again, they got the chance to organize Olympiad after it was removed from Russia. It was initially scheduled to be organized in Khanty-Mansiysk, then it was moved to Moscow. Then Indians were handed over to organize it, and in several months, I think they did it absolutely unthinkable. I watched the opening ceremony. It was absolutely stunning. The new torch thing, right, making a new tradition, carrying the torch to about 75 Indian cities. All of the India is watching what's going on. You have entire city dedicated for the event. There's even a chess bridge, Daniel. I mean, do you see that?
Wow.
There's the entire bridge painted in the colors.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's crazy.
Right, it's just insane.
Yeah, all of the photos from the event really showed the care that was taken by the organizers. And organizing an event like the Olympiad is, not that I would know, but it is a monumental effort to make sure that, you know, to coordinate all of the country's arrivals, to make sure the playing hall is spacious, to make sure that the teams know where to go, to coordinate things in all of the languages that are being spoken, all of that taken together, a monumental effort. And to do that in several months is especially impressive. What can we say? This Olympiad flew by.
Time flies when having fun, as they say, right? I mean, these almost 2 weeks flew by really, really fast. We had a lot of fun here in the commentary, right? Also, I was absolutely honored to do so many rounds. I mean, have you, Daniel, with us, and also Yasoser one was for the first part of the Olympiad. Then we had Alessia Santaramo for several days. It was an absolute pleasure. And from my part, at least, I would like to thank also the hosts, all of the hosts, the amazing producers of Chess.com who made this event possible. They're the people you don't see in the background, our amazing producers, Wouter and Hala, who are silently doing the work and making this show possible. And of course, the viewers.
Yeah, the viewers are who make an event like this magical. And I know that we had so many fans on site in India rooting for their favorite teams. It's awesome that India got to put in 3 teams in the open section. And I think that players like Gukesh, like Pragdananda, have taken home an invaluable experience that they are going to use to advance their chess careers. And of course, we are going to keep a very, very close eye on Gukesh. This was his breakout performance. But in any case, Arturs, unfortunately, the time zone made it a little bit difficult for me to commentate the Olympiad from the United States. But I got a chance to do 2 of the rounds, and I had an absolute blast commentating with you today and commentating with Yasser earlier. So before we wrap up for the last time, Arturs, any final thoughts on how you saw the Olympiad this year in 2022?
Yeah, the Olympiad was absolutely stunning. And, I have a small regret. I wasn't really there. There's a couple of reasons. Right. While I didn't go there, but we just wanted to mention before we look back at the Olympiad that it's official, actually, the result. Team Ukraine winning the Women's Olympiad. That has been confirmed as the final result. Also, the winner in the women's section goes without losing a single match, 7 victories, 4 draws. Amazing result for Ukraine.
An amazing result indeed. Through all of the adversity that they've experienced, we congratulate Ukraine. We congratulate Team Uzbekistan. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our coverage of the 44th Chess Olympiad from Chennai has reached its conclusion. Its conclusion today was the final 11th round. We hope that you enjoyed the show. We hope that you enjoyed the coverage. And echoing what Arthur said, we want to thank all of the thousands, the tens of thousands of you who tuned in and day out, whether the time zone was convenient for you or not, to cheer on your country, your favorite team, your favorite players. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, for Arturs Naiksans, our producer Bick, our entire amazing team at chess.com, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky bidding you goodbye from
Namaste,
2022 Namaste 44th Chess Olympiad. We'll see you guys at the next Olympiad. Bye.
In Budapest.
We have Uzbekistan in first place right now. India 3rd and 4th, and Team USA closing out the top 5. Any of those teams can win gold, and we will be delving into that. The gong has sounded, the games have started.
And Sargissian has taken so many scalps in this tournament.
He beat Fabiano, Hari Krishna, and Mamedyarov. If I beat Hari Krishna and Mamedyarov in one tournament, just that, I would go around telling my grandkids for the rest of my life.
We know he's 5? What?
He played G6? I thought he sacked it. And it's been the narrative all Olympiad long. The fact that India 2 might actually be a stronger team than India 1. Stronger, not in the pure chess sense, obviously, but in the sense of how hungry they are and how on form they are. And they have displayed absolutely incredible performances all around as India 2. India 2 is going to win their match, assuming that nothing crazy happens here.
Very important game, obviously, for her as well. I mean, to bring home gold medal, I think the entire nation is just waiting for this to happen.
A huge, huge result. Tahir Jonava has held a draw against Humpy Canero. And this is the position of Tatev Abrahamian against Kulkarni. Tatev is not losing this. I mean, this is totally winning as well.
Team USA, the women team, them taking down the leaders, India, and that means there's no gold medal for women team India team. What a heartbreaker.
And this is a dead draw. Anu Shenina is up a pawn. She's obviously not going to lose that. It looks like Team Ukraine is about to secure gold medal. A huge result for Team Armenia. They win their match with a score of 2.5, 1.5 on the strength of Gabriel Sargissian's incredible performance and victory over Alexei Shirov.
And that's it. Game decent. That was the final move, I think. There you go.
Yes.
He avoided loss. Resignation. Team Uzbekistan wins.
Uzbekistan wins the match. What an incredible finale as both leaders win their match with a score of 2.5, 1.5. And it's all down to the tie breaks. Uzbekistan and Armenia claim gold and silver medals. What a finale we just watched.